Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 401 Way to Settle the Debt. Your Grace, Oceanic Legion currently has 12 Blitz-class warships, 8 Swift-class warships, 46 LLDM, large long-distance merchant, class vessels, 124 MSM, moderate speedy merchant, class vessels, 184 MAM, moderate armed merchant, class vessels, and 44 LAC, large armed cargo, class vessels. Other than that, there are 13 LW, large whaling, class ships and near 100 moderate and small fishing boats, 4 sailboats, and 5 training vessels in Bullhorn Bay for maritime training. There is also a large base at Flagfish Ridge on Si Laoas. We also have a small flotilla of 12 patrol warships. The whole Navy has about 58 personnel. Due to the profits of the trade and fishing that offset part of the Navy's expenses, it costs the house just $280,000 to $350,000 annually. It's only a third as expensive as Firm Rock and Tiger Soar. Oceanic Legion's Blitz-class warships were built based on the Windstorm. They bristled with bronze cannons. The Swift-class warships were based off Flying Fish of Dawn's design, with the steel ballistay replaced with 9 smaller bronze cannons. With impressive ranged attack capabilities and mobility, the class could be considered the ocean's cavalry. Charade was holding a thick stack of documents concerning Oceanic as he reported to Lorist. Lorist was prepared to make up for the deficit brought on by the 4 local defense legions' reorganization by first cutting the fleet's budget. Commander Senbot has already received his orders. Right now, he is traveling from Si Laoas and will arrive in half a month. We will also have to host a meeting with the senior officials of the Navy. During the 4th month, he also submitted a request for the fleet's Blitz-class warships group to be expanded and hoped the shipyard at Bullhorn Bay may deliver 6 within the next 3 years. I already turned the request down. For now, the shipyard is busy with House Kenmay's order of 12 LLDM class and MAM class vessels. It will take 2 years to finish the order. There's no way we can fit the construction of Blitz-class warships in, said Charade. That Kenmay's fellow is really moving fast. I remember I passed a document last year about building ships for House Kenmay's. It was for 2 LLDM class vessels and 8 MAM class vessels, right? Yes. The total cost is 150,000 gold, including training the sailors and their weapons operators. They have already sent 800 people to be trained. How about this? Write him and ask. If he doesn't mind, we can sell him the MAM class vessels left over after we downscale the fleet. He wouldn't have to wait 2 years that way. The boats still at 70% condition should be more than enough for their trading activities. Naturally, if the ships are already being constructed, that'll go according to our agreement. Only offer to sell them ships in place of those not started yet. There's also this proposal I thought up to reorganize the fleet, take a look. When Senbot arrives, you could discuss this with him and we'll make amendments as necessary, said Lorist as he handed Charade a document he'd drafted with painstaking effort over the last couple of days. Charade gave it a quick read before he gasped. Your Grace, you're going to develop Bullhorn Bay and North Sea? Si Laoas too. Lorist nodded. Charade continued to read it and, when he was done, gave it some thought. Your Grace, you're really going all out with the budget cut. You're practically leaving only a fifth of the current legion intact. Lorist stood up and walked to the large Dominion map hung on the wall. I have no choice. We've been far too busy with conflicts on the continent. We didn't really pay attention to Oceanic. I didn't think it would have expanded this much. Almost all the small fishing boats have been drafted and the personnel already exceed 58,000. I was really shocked when I heard you guys talk about it. Even though Senbot is a rather responsible person and carries out his assignments without issue, especially with regards to how well he managed the fishing and trading activities, this isn't what I want. Maritime trading should be a sector that rakes in huge profits. But right now, be it fishing or trading, the profits can't even completely cover the Navy's expenses. The house still has to subsidize it with 300,000 gold every year. Naturally, I'm not suspecting the officers of corruption. After all, Spiel is the one taking care of the house's finances. He's done well with regards to preventing exactly this kind of thing. But after analyzing the files, I realized what we were doing wrong. Oceanic was formed to protect our coastlines and islands. At the same time, it possesses great military might that will let us open new trade routes and fishing grounds, and prevent attacks on our fishers and merchants. Senbad has successfully managed to do that, and the navy is already the Northern Ocean's hegemon. There are no enemies that can threaten us by sea anymore. But he got something wrong. He believes we should regulate everything in the ocean and take in every sailor into the navy to keep our position. That's not what I want. A force that regulates everything isn't a navy. It's a maritime trading organization. One our house has to fund. Lorist punched lightly on the map by Bullhorn Bay. Just look at North Sea and Bullhorn Bay. Why do you think they aren't growing any busier? Having stayed at Moronti for so long, we know well why Hyde Gold is known as the #1 bay on the continent, its vigor. Yes, vigor. I've given it lots of thought. Look at Bullhorn and North Sea. Why aren't there more people? Why aren't they busier? It's simple. The Navy regulates every vessel traveling to our dominion and even sets the dates in stone. Now, look at our maritime trade. Currently, there are only 2 trade routes. The first one goes from Shirsia to Hanayabarta, and then to Silawas. It carries mainly spice and the daily necessities we produce. The other stretches from Silawas to North Sea. But what we have to pay attention to is that the endpoint for both of these routes is Silawas. Any other trade we have is done through merchant guilds Jigda and Peterson. I suspect they're suppressing our profits. They're treating us like suppliers, and that's why our profits aren't enough. Actually, there are many business opportunities we can use. For example, we can trade with the coastal nobility in the former Red Lee's kingdom, or ship our goods directly to Falak. We might even go all the way to Golden Bay further south. Due to our arrangement with the Peterson Merchant Guild, though, all our trade with the Union is done through them. Jigda Merchant Guild uses most of the spice we import, and they've even suggested an agreement like the one we have with the Petersons so they can be the middleman for our produce in Golden Bay. I want to decrease the Navy's size. It should focus solely on military matters and become a reliable Navy. As for the merchant vessels and fishing boats, we can form a number of guilds to manage them. Apart from our ships, we'll have the civilians invest. We'll let them purchase our goods to do business elsewhere. We can just tax them. Bullhorn Bay will only become vigorous again if we do it this way. Our free trading civilians can also use a loophole in our agreement with Peterson Merchant Guild and bring our produce to other markets. That's why I've decided to develop Bullhorn Bay, North Sea, and Silawas. Charade flapped the documents in his hand. But Your Grace, aren't you cutting the Navy a little too much? According to your proposal, the whole Legion will have less than 50 ships and only 8,000 to 12,000 personnel. It's more than enough. There will be no Oceanic Legion in the future. Only North Sea. Senbad will also no longer be Legion commander. Instead, he'll be made an admiral, smiled Lorist. Is this really appropriate? I'm not well versed in maritime combat, but the Union's invincible fleet has over 200 warships. Every time they patrol the southern seas or Golden Bay, they mobilize up to 100. And yet, you've decided to further split North Sea into 2 separate units. I just feel our forces are too sparse, questioned Charade, doubt-filled. Hehe, don't even compare the Union's invincible fleet with our house's North Sea. They only use traditional tactics like boarding. To our Blitz-class ships, they are just slow-moving targets. Whether it be mobility or ranged attack capability, there is no maritime force in Grindia that can compare to us. Frankly speaking, the naval technology we use in North Sea is at least 200 years ahead. We can form a flotilla with 6 blitzes as the main force, 4 swifts as the pursuit force, and 2 or 3 LLDMs to carry supplies with 10 MSMs to protect them. The patrol flotillas will protect our overseas dominions, our trade routes, and the civilian ships that travel them. We can make 2 such flotillas and rotate them. Even though I don't intend to North Sea's size, I am prepared to outfit the supply ships and guards with bronze cannons to improve their overall ranged attack. After mocking the Union's invincible fleet and talking about outfitting bronze cannons on all patrol flotilla ships, Lorist thought for a bit. We have to finish the plan to deal with Oceanic by year's end. All the ships not included will have to be maintained and renewed. I intend to announce the news to the nobles and rich civilians during the year-end celebrations so they join the maritime trade industry as well. Naturally, regardless of whether they form their own trading fleets or guilds, we House will get 3/10 of their revenue as compensation for developing North Sea, Bullhorn Bay, and Silauas. Understood. I will draw up a concrete plan and submit it as soon as possible, Charade said as he put the papers in his hand into his folder. Before he took out another, Your Grace, look at this plan to revamp the transportation routes in the Northlands. Just as Lorist was about to receive it, he heard Genalio's cry from outside the room. Lady, this is his Grace's study. You can't enter. Who are you? Where's Howard? Said the familiar voice. I'm Genalio, his Grace's attendant. Senior Howard has gone to the training grounds. Oh, a newbie? Make way, brute. I have something urgent to discuss with Locke. No, you can't go in. Don't force my hand. Scram. A 1-star bronze rank like you actually dares block me. What a waste of your build. A loud crashing echoed through the door. It seemed Genalio had been pushed into a corner. Charade hurriedly put the folder down. There seems to be trouble. Let's discuss things another time. With a bitter smile, Lorist looked at the study's door. The moment it was pushed open, Ariatali rushed into the room angrily, followed by Genalio who had just gotten up from the ground. He tried to stop her with a red face. You shall not enter. Ah, Your Grace. Charade made it to the entrance and patted on Genalio's chest. Big guy, don't worry. His Grace won't blame you. This young lady here is not someone you can afford to offend. He turned back and nodded to Ariatali. Good day, Miss Ariatali. You've become much more beautiful since the last time we've met. Apologies, Baron Charade. Was I being too rash and interrupted your meeting? This time around, Ariatali's behavior was that of a polite young lady as she made a knight's salute. However, the female half-body riding armor showed quite a bit of her cleavage. Charade smiled with a hint of schadenfreude. No worries. We were just about to wrap up. I'll take my leave now. Do speak with His Grace if you need anything. When the door was closed, the look of anger returned to Ariatali's face. Ari, you're being too rude. That aside, I'm glad to see you. Is Fenezali here as well? You two were gone for quite some time, said Lorist with a hurried smile. Humph, us coming back is the last thing you want, isn't it? You should enjoy your days with your princess, snorted she. Hey, come on, what are you so mad about? Who angered you? You idiot. You said House Norton would gain a strong ally if you married the princess, so I tolerated it. But now, House Fizibalin is your enemy and yet you're still marrying her? So you were lying back then, hey. Ariatali kicked in Lorist's direction, but he quickly sidestepped. Hey, keep it to words, okay? Let's talk. I'll keep kicking until you die, you bastard. You want me as your lover? Done. My aunt also became your concubine and gave you a child. While the two of us are fine with this, my sister gave you her first time. At least don't anger her if you can't take her as your wife. But you made even her your concubine. We Dina sisters and my aunt are already your women, so you better make sure you make it up to my sister. Ari, don't try to spin this any other way. Fenazli wanted to become my concubine willingly. It's not like I tricked her. I don't care. I want a satisfactory answer, insisted she before she leaped into his embrace and locked her arms. It'd already been 2 months. Now that her body was pressed against his, he began to lose control. You came right when I needed you, how delightful. I love you so much, Ari, said he as he kissed her and removed her half-body armor. A little shocked, she struggled. Are you crazy? It's still morning. Before she could finish her though, her mouth was plugged with Lorist's tongue. She soon turned into a helpless lamb and began to twitch gently Lorist's every touch. He hurriedly pushed her against the wall and hauled her up in the air facing him with both hands before entering her. Author's note: we're saving 18,000 characters by not going into details. I'll leave it to your imagination. After one time against the wall, once on the desk, and another on the sofa, Lorist felt completely refreshed like a sage rid of worldly desires. Even while leaning against the sofa with the soft as clay Ariatali hugged in his arms, his hands didn't stop working her body. Ari, why did you come back all of a sudden? Is there something wrong with your dominion? I didn't intend to come back. I was just sending my brother to attend Nikko Academy, and dropping by for a visit. My sister's gone to see the princess. And I'm here to see you, you bastard, to settle our debt. Even though Lorist didn't let up in the slightest, the first female knight of House Dina wasn't going to cast away her pride and dignity so easily. I like the way we're settling the debt quite a bit. I'm not kidding, I'm totally serious. Chapter 402 Marital Bliss. Variability is one of the virtues of a woman. It avoids the crude requirement of polygamy. So long as you have one good wife, you are sure to have a spiritual harem. Norton Lorist, on Wives and Women. Ariatali had been bullied by Lorist into forgetting the initial goal for which she came. In the afternoon, she hurriedly left Firm Rock to return to the Dina barony in Delamak. According to her little sister, their younger brother would study in Nikko Academy for 3 years until he turned either 16 or 17. After awakening his Batla force, he would attend Dawn Academy. This was the plan Lorist had for the descendants of his house as well. He didn't expect Ariatali to remember it and have her younger brother to go through the same process. As the regent and knight of her house, there was much she had to deal with in the Dominion. After all, the Dominion was rather new and problems frequently surfaced. For instance, it was common for the folk to slack off at the Dominion Lord's expense. So, she couldn't stay at Firm Rock any longer. She returned in a carriage instead of heroically on horseback like how she came, much to her sister's curiosity when she was sending her off. Why does my sister look so fatigued and sleepy? She wasn't like this when we meet at noon. Ariatali did bring a new train of thought to Lorist apart from sexual relief. He finally found a good way to placate his 4 concubines. So, he ordered Janalio to set up the rooms beside his study into bedrooms which he called resting rooms. He secretly brought his concubines into the rooms for some deep and intimate interactions, ridding them of their dissatisfaction. Sigh, I've sacrificed quite a lot for my household's peace, thought he. These days, Fenazli, Deliana, Daisy, and Maria flocked to him like bees to flowers. He didn't have any free time. Perhaps because of their envy, they vented it on him for how much he spoiled and tolerated Sylvia. Now that they'd finally got their chance, they wouldn't rest until at least 4 rounds each time. In the end, Lorist was forced to put off his duties until after tea time. Maria and Daisy attacked him together. He spent tremendous amounts of effort on dealing with them and wondered whether Deliana and Fenazli would request the same treatment the next day for the sake of fairness. Gosh, a new problem always surfaces when the old one is solved. He now believed the usual one-man one-wife convention in his previous world was actually meant to protect men. Even a person as well endowed with talent as he was tired after dealing with 4 concubines. How were those who had tens and hundreds of women in their harems faring? He couldn't help but suspect those harem owners were constantly being cheated on. It was all Sylvia's fault. Even though they were recognized concubines, they had to go about mingling with Lorist like they were having an affair. If I have a proper schedule, then they won't come at me in droves. But thinking about Sylvia's current weak girl state, he felt it was best he didn't shock her too much. Actually, Sylvia's overthinking this. Since I wouldn't give up on my concubines for her, it's natural I wouldn't give her up for the concubines either. It didn't mean he was an unfaithful man and taking Sylvia's feelings for granted. The main reason for the current state of affairs was that Sylvia had come into the picture a little too late. The 4 concubines came before her. As Lorist wasn't someone who could just cruelly ignore Sylvia's affection, he made the responsible choice to treat all of them fairly even if it meant lots of trouble for him. Yes, that was most definitely it. Charade was currently seated in Lorist's study and enjoying a drink from the wine rack. He was one of the few who knew about the real purpose of the adjacent rooms. He was the one who had a secret path built between them and the rear castle so Lorist's 4 concubines wouldn't have to pass through the central hall to meet with him. That way, they would be away from prying eyes. However, Charade was quite dissatisfied at how Lorist's performance was decreasing as a result. "Your Grace, you were late by more than half an hour again." "I was, apologies," muttered Lorist as he pulled on the bell beside the wall. Genalio entered from outside. "Awaiting your instructions, Your Grace." "Some Max, please." "Right away, Your Grace." "Aren't you going to have some fruit wine?" asked Charade, a bottle in hand. "No thanks. I'll only be thirstier the more I drink." "Is there anything important with which we have to deal today?" When they started talking business, Charade put the bottle down and picked up his folder. "Quite a bit, in fact. This is the proposal to reorganize Oceanic Legion submitted by Commander Senbod. Most of it is as you have specified." "Oh? Did he not voice any objections?" Charade shook his head. "No, Your Grace." Instead, he acted as if a huge burden's been lifted from his shoulders. In his own words, "I was sure I couldn't hold on any longer. The stress of managing 58,000 subordinates is really taking its toll on him." He said he felt something was off when he had to give permission to 10-odd small fishing boats to go out to sea and mentioned focusing on patrolling is much more relaxing than sitting in the office all day managing the entry and exit of transport and shipping vessels, becoming less and less like the commander of a legion. "All right then. It seems we've saved him from all the troublesome matters." Lorist took the proposal Charade handed him and gave it a quick look. 1 patrol flotilla made up of 6 Blitz-class warships, 4 Swift-class warships, 4 LLDMs, and 12 MAGs, middle-class Agile Guards, a total of 3,483 crew, makes approximately 7,000 for 2 such flotillas. If we include the Guard Brigade of 3,200 stationed on Silauas, the 4 guard ships docked there, and the 5 training ships and marine recruits at Bullhorn Bay, North Sea Fleet has a total of 61 ships and 11,082 hands. Not bad. Commander Senbod believes the guard ships built as merchant vessels to be outfitted with bronze cannons should be further reinforced. Otherwise, they won't be able to take the recoil. They face the risk of rupturing. I've already considered that. Funds will be provided, Lorist said as he read the proposal. Also, have the flotilla at Hanayabarta included in North Sea's chain of command. The 12 warships also have to undergo similar modifications. Their crew have to be reorganized in the same fashion as well. Understood, Your Grace. Let the ranks of North Sea be Admiral of the Navy, Commodore, Captain, Lieutenant, and Commander, for the shipboard Marines leader. Senbod will be the first Admiral of North Sea. Understood, Your Grace. I will have the order drafted tomorrow. Lorist flipped to the next page. Over here, separate our merchant fleet from the guest ferrying fleet. We just have to control the merchant fleet. Let others deal with the ferrying service. Maybe there will be some nobles who use their personal networks to start new ferry routes. Just collect dividends. Also, we'll keep our whaling fleet but let go of fisheries. The nobles or rich civilians can easily catch more fish than us. Not only will we gain dividends, they will also be taxed. This will allow the merchant guilds that enter the market to become more active. After discussing the matter of North Sea's reorganization, Charade brought out another document. Your Grace, this is about the end of Governor Hansk's term on Sai Laoas. The garrison commander Molosink and Vice Commander Wellickson have reached the end of their terms. How should we deal with this? Do we let them stand for another term? Time really flies. Each term lasts 5 years. He shook his head. No. Transfer the officials and knights whose terms have ended back. We can't have them stay overseas for too long. Have Hector take over as governor and transfer Hansk back to the Dominion. As for Molosink, isn't 2nd Century lacking a commander? Have him take that post. Let Wellickson serve as one of North Sea's commodores. The rest of the knights and officials are at your disposal. But, Your Grace, who will serve as Hanayabarta's governor? Do you remember Butler Boris? He's been in charge of various matters in our Dominion's administration for several years now. Given how hard he's worked to make some contributions, entitle him as an honorary baron at the year-end celebration. He'll serve 2 governor terms on Hanayabarta. After he returns in 10 years, make him a landed noble. Similarly, have the knights and officials transfer to Hanayabarta and serve 2 terms and promote them when they return. There was no other choice. Given how far out Hanayabarta was, only promotions and beneficial treatment would be appealing enough for people to accept a position there. Then, to which department will Baron Hansk be transferred? Aren't we trying to revamp our roads? Have him take care of it. This is something the prosperity and development of the Northlands depend on. I can rest assured if Hansk is placed in charge. Hey, why are you clicking your tongue? Charade laughed coldly. So this is your revenge against him for causing such a huge commotion over your marriage. Now, his position has fallen from a governor to a traffic planner. Then again, Baron Hansk's luck with people had always been rather bad. Being an old servant of House Norton, he frequently rode on his seniority when dealing with Charade and the others who came with Lorist to the Northlands. The instances of conflict had decreased quite a bit during his term as governor of Sai Laoas. After giving it some thought, Charade felt it was best for the man to be taught a lesson by being sent to the wilderness, so he didn't feel obligated to straighten out Lorist's behavior. It was his fault for being so vocal about his objections to Lorist's marriage in the first place. While he hadn't minded Spiel's objection, which was brought to him in private, Hansk's rallying of officials to object in unison was a huge mistake. It wasn't an objection in Lorist's eyes, but rather a threat. Nothing. My tongue itched, that's all, said Charade as he hid his disdain for Lorist's payback. Since they both knew what was going on, there was no point in mentioning it outright. Also, the formation of 1st Century is complete. Baron Belknap led the Legion to Fort Goldridge, so it should be time for Els to return. Right. Have him bring the guards back, Lorist said as he downed a mouthful of Max. Also, I'm planning to have Els serve as the Legion Sergeant Major and a Colonel of Jaeger as Jiskzade. Reedy will take over as the Guard Brigade's Major with Pat as the Brigade Sergeant Major. What do you think? The affairs of the Guard Brigade are not my concern, Charade said with awareness of his position, but I'm fine with Els being appointed Legion Sergeant Major of Jaeger. You're finally willing to let him free, hey? Lorist laughed. It's not that I wasn't willing before. The time just happened to be right now. Both of you are important friends of mine. You're a baron now, so I felt Els should have the opportunity to rake in some achievements to catch up, lest you throw around your status in front of him in the future. I don't have the time for that. I'm so busy I don't even have time to get intimate with my wife, I sleep right after returning home. Unlike you, who fucks around in your restroom in the middle of the day, Charade said with a squint. Also, there's one last thing. Zanban, Vice Supervisor of the Construction Department, reports the Duke's manor in Roaring Bear is mostly completed. He hopes you will find the time to make a visit. If you have any part with which you're not satisfied, changes can still be made. I'll let you arrange a visit yourself. I have to take my leave now. There's much more waiting for me. At dinner, Sylvia posed a question that greatly unnerved Lorist. Locke, did you notice, Anna, Fenley, Daisy, and Maria become more beautiful all of a sudden? It's like their skin is glowing with youth. I asked them how they did it, but they weren't willing to tell me. Do you know? Of course. Wasn't it because of the moisture I provided? Before Lorist thought of how he should answer, the 4 concubines laughed in unison. After giving them a harsh glare, he turned to Sylvia and said with a smile, perhaps they've been taking enough beauty naps. There's a saying in Moranti, beauties are born through sleep. Only enough sleep will maintain a woman's beauty. No wonder I don't see them in the morning sometimes. When I visit them in the afternoon, they're still asleep. Sylvia felt as if she suddenly understood the secret to beauty. However, she soon revealed a troubled look. But Locke, I don't understand how they can sleep like that. I can't do it no matter what after I wake up. They sleep early because they've been tired out. Lorist wiped the sweat from his forehead. Well, that's to be expected, my dear. You're a 2-star gold rank. They don't have Betla force. The energy you have makes it harder for you to sleep. Also, can you visit Roaring Bear in my stead? The city used to be called Gildusk. It's the city in the southern part of the Northlands. The Duke's manor was just completely renovated and we will be married there. It will also be our home afterwards. If there's anything with which you're not satisfied, you may ask them to change it. Can't you go with me? Asked Sylvia expectantly. I'm afraid not. I'm heading to the east, before going to Black Edge Mountains and North Sea. I really don't have the time. I have to trouble you to make the trip on your own. It's going to be our home in the future, so I hope you can make sure it's perfect, said Lorist as he shrugged. All right, I'll make the trip, said Sylvia with a disappointed look. What about them? Asked Sylvia as she looked at the other concubines. They'll go with you, Lorist decided, we will all live together, after all. Let them pick their own residences there. You will make the trip together. That was just in line for Lorist to get some rest. He had been rather troubled by their aggressive advances lately. Sylvia nodded. All right, dear. We'll make a quick trip and return. Well, you don't have to rush, Lorist said with a pause. Also, there are many manors belonging to the former nobles and duke. Pick one for each of you and they will be yours. All the income generated by them will belong to you personally, but they're not hereditary. The term of ownership only lasts for your lifetime. As for Sylvia, I've picked Cherry Blossom Ridge for you. You might want to check to see if it's to your liking. Kya! Before Sylvia could reply, the 4 concubines screamed with excitement and joy. It was something completely out of their expectations. At first, they were rather unwilling to accompany Sylvia to the southern part of the Northlands, but now they were itching to leave right away. They all rushed to give Lorist hugs and kisses. All right, that's enough, said he with much difficulty as he tried to push them aside. Seeing that Sylvia was pouting in a corner, he hurriedly went to console her and relieve her jealousy. How will I spend my days going forward? Too many women is nothing but trouble, thought he as he slumped back into his chair. Chapter 403 Negotiations. Negotiation in the diplomatic sense assumes both parties are more anxious to agree than disagree. We weren't anxious at all. Duke Kenmay's name, in his memoirs, Rise of the Empire, regarding the negotiations between his alliance and House Fisibelan. After sending Sylvia and the concubines off, Lorist prepared to head to the eastern part of the Northlands. But before he could, he received an urgent letter from Kenmay's. After more than a month of negotiations, Kenmays and the envoys Duke Fisibalin had sent over had finally come to an agreement regarding resuming trade between the Salt Merchant Committee and the Fisibalin Dominion. Kenmays, Philim, and Chazin would hurry to Firm Rock in a few days to meet with him so the agreement could be formally signed and take effect. Lorist had no choice but to delay his journey. He waited at Firm Rock. During the day, he would visit the training grounds behind the mountain to guide Howard in the Dan Ocean key refining technique while he gave some pointers to Reedy and Janalio in the ways of the sword. At night, he would sit quietly in his study and read scrolls and documents. Now that the women had left his side, he suddenly felt the world was much calmer. Kenmays and Chazin arrived after 5 days, as expected. Philim's arrival was late by a day. Apart from Kenmays expressing his disappointment at Sylvia's absence, he got into the negotiations pretty much immediately. "I've upped the prices of 47 products, it's just too bad they aren't big sellers. Don't worry, though, you'll each still get about 400,000 each," said Kenmays. Though he was a duke, he was ever so excited about what little profit he would be gaining from the deal. Naturally, the announcement wasn't directed at Lorist. House Norton only had a 10% share in the committee, not much it. That they had obtained tens of thousands as dividends over the last few years was already rather good. Like Kenmays had said, quantity was king. House Norton's income came mainly from the production of goods in the factories within their dominion. The good were 8/10 of all the Salt Merchant Committee's trade stock. That part alone already made the house a hefty sum, and its share of 3/10 of all the factories in the Dominion would further add to the benefits. It didn't even include the tax yet to be levied. However, Philim and Chazin's eyes shone brightly upon hearing the figure. Their forces cost them quite a lot to maintain. Even though the soldiers weren't nearly as well taken care of as the Nortons, the costs still amounted to 500,000 in any given year. With the dividends, their military expenses wouldn't be that huge a burden. While House Norton and House Kenmays contributed financially to the Dominion relocation of the two other houses, the help didn't extend to the next year. Philim looked at the agreement with slight disappointment. Why is there no agreement for a ceasefire? Even though Philim had already reclaimed the house's old dominion in southern, it neighbored House Fisibalin's. Firm Rock was still there, holding a tight defense line against House Fisibalin's forces and the grassland barbarians. The conflict hadn't yet stopped. Only a ceasefire agreement would allow Philim to rest assured. Otherwise, he couldn't be confident enough to develop his dominion. He would have to mobilize his forces at the slightest commotion. "Well," Kenmays stammered, before he said embarrassedly, "I apologize. It completely slipped my mind." He had, in fact, forgot about it. He'd only worried about the prices of products during the negotiations. For example, 50 kilos of salt originally cost 1 gold Ford, but the current price was 5 gold for 50 kilograms. Given that the four houses were the victors, Kenmays wanted to get back at House Fisibalin as much as he could. "Don't buy it if you don't have to. I'm sure the plains have lots of salt lumps through which you can crunch," he had said, arrogantly. He was in a strong position in the negotiation. He completely forgot how great it felt to have all the power. It was common knowledge that salt lumps would cause disease for livestock if consumed after dilution in water. It was, even more, the case with humans. Death was a common occurrence. Now House Fisibalin was trapped on the plains and had their trade routes cut off. They had no choice but to purchase salt from the four houses. If House Fisibalin felt it was too expensive, they didn't have to buy it and could feast on unseasoned food. It wouldn't take more than 3 months for a huge commotion to break out in the Dominion after the supply of salt was cut. Looking at the envoy's angered and unwilling face as they agreed to the sky-high price, Kenmays felt incomparably elated. "So what if you've occupied the Greater and Lesser Golden Creeks and have gold mines in your hands? The gold you dig up will end up with us anyway." It made him forget the most important point, the ceasefire treaty. In other words, both sides were still in a state of war even if no conflict had broken out between them in a few months. "Where are the envoys now?" asked Lorist. He followed me to Firm Rock, answered Kenmaze hurriedly. The negotiation will require your agreement before it can be formalized. Also, the location of the transaction still has to be determined. Also, the two envoys say they want to have an audience with Princess Sylvia. Have them come to my guest lounge. I will speak with them, Lorist said before he turned his head to Shizan and Philim. You two should come along. If Duke Fizibalin really admitted his loss, then he will agree to a ceasefire. It would be a relief to him as well, since he would no longer have to station any troops on the border. The two envoys the Duke had sent over to negotiate were two old men. The first was tall and had a white goatee. He introduced himself as the house's chief supervisor, Fizibalin Aradok. Lorist had heard from Sylvia's two maidservants that Aradok could only barely be considered a member of the house. Though he bore the Fizibalin name, he was from a distant branch family. Despite that, he was incredibly loyal to the Duke and held his trust. The Duke often let him carry out sensitive assignments. The other was short and fat and felt approachable, with a beaming smile. He introduced himself as Nepole. He had no surname. Lorist quickly recalled coming across the name in a list of important people in House Fizibalin. Not only had Nepole been on the list, he had also been marked for extra attention. According to the reports, his father was the leader of a small grassland tribe, while his mother was one of the nobles. During one of the raids, his mother had been captured to be a sex slave for the father, and Nepole was born from their escapades. The tribe was soon swallowed by a larger one, and his father died. His mother was violated to death, leaving Nepole a lone orphan slave. When he turned 16, he secretly contacted Duke Fizibalin and orchestrated the large tribe's extermination. It was the first and crucial victory the Duke achieved during his expansion of the Empire's territory and the formation of East Wild. Oddly enough, Nepole didn't have an official position in the house. He was a rather mysterious figure. But he was the author of most of the plots Duke Fizibalin used against the tribes. Including the reselling of goods purchased from the Salt Merchant Committee, the roping in of the subservient tribes, and the enlistment of barbarian cavalrymen from said tribes to deal with the other tribes that refused to submit. Everything had something to do with the short, fat old man. As Lorist checked out the two old envoys, they did the same to him. Their gazes soon focused on Lorist alone, despite the leaders of all four houses being present. The new Duke of the Northlands is really average looking. His height and looks are average and unappealing, just like any guy one might come across in the street. In actuality, Lorist wasn't nearly as charismatic and naturally good-looking as Kenmaze. Neither was he handsome like Shizan or heroic and dignified like Philim, but the two envoys were brighter than most and didn't easily judge people on their appearance. Additionally, they had heard about the Duke's thoughts on the four houses. The Duke specifically stated that the truly threatening one was House Norden, or, in other words, Lorist. And, frankly, the Duke didn't really regard the other three seriously. Back in the day, the three houses wouldn't even stand a chance to queue up in the line to kiss his arse even if they wanted. House Kenmaze was originally a clan of merchants that had purchased a title from the second prince. The Duke considered them nothing but rich impostors. They didn't merit attention. While House Philim had been quite famous a century earlier, they were a shell of their former selves now. Count Philim fought for the second prince and died on the battlefield during an ambush. It ended with them having to pay to keep their status as landed barons. They couldn't even make the slightest sound as the second prince sent his men to desecrate their ancestral burial site to look for hidden treasure. As for Count Shizan, his background was even more unworthy of mention. Being a gold-ranked knight that formerly served the old Duke of the Northlands, Loggins, he was ordered to attack House Norden and was taken captive. After that, Duke Loggins made a huge mistake by putting the responsibility on Shizan's loss. As a punishment, he forced Shizan's father to hand over his fief and become their vassals so they wouldn't be labeled as traitors. In the end, when Duke Loggins gathered the Northlander army to take on House Norden, Shizan sat quietly and watched as the army was dominated and massacred. He even launched his own attack out of nowhere by allying with the enemy and sweeping Duke Loggins' dominion clean. Not only did Shazan manage to get a huge sum of money, he also inherited most of House Logan's forces. Had it not been for Lorist, the other houses would be just a mess. House Fizzabalin wouldn't have a hard time dealing with them. It would be no different from how he dealt with the southern nobles that occupied Windbury. But with House Norton's protection, the alliance became a solid and mighty union that everyone had to regard cautiously. So great was their might that they could give even the Andanak kingdom a run for its money. Their ability to exterminate Madras and Iblia was testament. And the key to the alliance was House Norton. The one whose decision had real weight was Lorist. It was what the Duke told his envoys to remember. "Please take a seat," Lorist said forthrightly, "let's not beat around the bush. I want to know of Duke Fizzabalin's intentions. Is he willing to cease hostilities, or does he merely want to buy time and resist the four houses stubbornly without admitting defeat?" Aradok rose from his seat and saluted. "Revered Duke of the Northlands, whether the hostilities are to be ceased is up to you. If you stop invading our lands, hostilities will cease. Everyone knows it was the four houses that started this war. You attacked First Frontier without declaring war first. The Duke was forced to resist as a result. Even though we are currently in a disadvantageous position, we will not submit to threats of force. Just like how we defeated Jaeger in Wild Husbandry, we are confident we can obtain victory in the end." Lorist laughed. "Ever the stubborn ones. Your mouths are harder to crack than a duck's bill. Very well, if you don't admit defeat, all the better for us. I've always wanted to bring my forces to House Fizzabalin's grasslands for a stroll. Worry not, we will carry out our deal according to the trade agreement. War is war and business is business. As long as you have the money, I won't stop the goods." "I object, Your Grace, your actions oppress a prestigious house of the former empire. This is an act all nobles scorn. Not only will you be unable to execute your plans, House Norton will also be denounced by the peace-loving and nobles." "Oh, really?" Lorist said with a cold laugh, "The former empire is gone, lost in the ashes of the fire set by the three princes themselves. Let me remind you that the four houses side with Andanak. His Highness Auguslo is the true heir to the throne and House Fizzabalin stands with a traitor prince. You call our attack unrighteous, but, to us, we're merely trying to quell a rebellion. In contrast, the actions of your Duke in the capital of Windbury is the issue more worthy of spreading and scrutinizing." Supervisor Aradok was completely speechless. However, Napole stood up immediately. "Revered Duke, our Duke doesn't wish to engage in war. He has always believed his true enemies are the barbarian tribes on the northeastern Great Plains. Actually, our Duke was most pained by the war that broke out between us. If our Duke is willing to cease hostilities, how would you treat House Fizzabalin?" Lorist shrugged. "Given the history between us, military negotiations and talk of trade in military equipment are out of the question. If House Fizzabalin really wishes to cease hostilities, keep your forces no less than 50 kilometers away from the border. If there is any incident that requires our attention, you must first inform our border guard. All your trade deals will also have to go through Salt Merchant Committee. At the same time, your house's military affairs will be transparent. If there is any movement you want to undertake, you must first inform us. Other than that, Wild Husbandry is important to the safety of the Northlands, so we want to have the rights to station troops there for our safety." "Not possible. Why don't you retreat from the border? Why can't we station any troops in the Northlands?" objected Aradok with a furious start. "Simple, we're the victors," Lorist said with the heavy hand of the winning side. "Does Duke Fizzabalin want peace, or war?" Though Aradok had wanted to argue, Napole gave his arm a grab. The tall geriatric shut up and lowered his head. "Your Grace, we have already sent Princess Sylvia over as proof of our intention," replied Napole humbly. Lorist stood up. "Since Duke Fizzabalin's mind is made, then you may discuss the details of the ceasefire with Duke Kenmays. But I have to say I'm not in favor of how Duke Fizzabalin treated Princess Sylvia. Your Grace, we would like to pay the princess a visit. I wonder if we may. Apologies, Sylvia has made her way to the Duke's manor in Roaring Bear. You should know where it is. She's gone to check out her new residence. Also, I'd like to mention that I will be holding my wedding ceremony there in the 11th month. Sylvia will be my wife. She will become the matron of House Norton. I extend my heartfelt invitations to Duke Fisibelan to visit so he may participate in his granddaughter's grand wedding. I will graciously await his arrival. After Lorist finished, he turned and left coldly. Chapter 404 Salt Merchant Committee. Opportunity is missed by most people because it is dressed in servant's garbs and looks like work. Duke Kenmaze on his decision to manage the Salt Merchant Committee. The blade cut as quickly as it fell. With but a few words, Lorist set the terms of the armistice in stone and left. All that was left was to negotiate the smaller details. Even if the alliance was the victor, the terms of House Fisibelan's surrender couldn't cause them to lose sovereignty and be completely humiliated. The world of Grindia was unlike Lorist's previous one. The conditions he'd put forward were already rather excessive relatively speaking. Normally, when two houses fought, the losing side would have to pay a large sum in wealth to end the war. If they didn't have money, they could cede part of their dominion, or pay regular tributes. Naturally, there would be additional interest if the price was paid in installments. Lorist didn't need House Fisibelan's money, however. Now that they had cut off their trade routes, the house's wealth would be sucked out by the Salt Merchant Committee sooner or later anyway. It was a longer-term money-making solution. Even after the armistice was signed, Lorist wouldn't let his guard down against House Fisibelan. Only damned fools would think the war was over and everything was fine after the signing of an armistice. However, the most important conditions of the armistice were the retreat of House Fisibelan's forces 50 kilometers away from the border and the ability to station troops in wild husbandry. At the very least, it would give Lorist more time to react to sudden changes as well as limit House Fisibelan's ability to choose the battlefield. 2 days later, Kenmaze brought the armistice's draft to Lorist to look over. Apart from the perfunctory explanation that the conflict between the two houses started because of a misunderstanding, the clauses on the retreat of House Fisibelan's troops and the necessity to notify the four houses' garrison forces about any military movements were included. Similarly, any military mobilization of the four houses' garrison had to be announced beforehand to prevent any misunderstanding. These conditions don't apply to the assault legions stationed at the border of the two sides, only the garrison forces. Why so? Asked Lorist. Kenmaze hurriedly explained. Supervisor Aradok and the other envoy insisted on fair treatment. They mentioned that even after House Fisibelan's forces retreat 50 kilometers behind their borders, the presence of Firm Rock Legion at the borders of Southern and East Wild unnerves them. They requested that only garrison forces would be allowed to be stationed at the borders. No offensive military force of any kind may be stationed at the border. Since we already ceased hostilities, I thought it didn't really matter, so I agreed. Sheesh, you're always giving me more trouble, Lorist said as he glared at Kenmaze with a smile, before he instructed, Janalio, after this, have a copy of this ceasefire agreement made for Potter Fang. Tell him tomorrow to change the name of Firm Rock into Firm Rock Garrison and call it a Sentry Legion. Don't make any changes beyond that. Also, send this fellow here a bill for the costs of changing the Legion's banners. Kenmaze shrugged. Come on, you're being far too petty. You can't even pay 100-odd gold fords out of your own pocket. Lorist ignored him and continued reading the document. What followed were the stipulations of trade. In actuality, after the signing of the agreement, all things in which House Fisibelan wanted to trade, ranging from the smallest piece of paper or salt crystal to things like cows and horses, had to go through the Salt Merchant Committee. For example, the things they purchased from the committee just recently was actually worth not more than 600,000 gold fords. A few years earlier, they could have purchased it for around 800,000 gold fords. But now, the hiked prices pushed it as high as 2 million. It was no wonder Ken Mays proclaimed so gleefully that Phelim and Shazin could get up to 400,000 gold forts in dividends. In matters of trade, Ken Mays was still reliable. The fellow loved being the middleman and would be more than happy to take in goods with his left and sell them with his right. At most, he had to coordinate their transport. He was completely unlike Lorist, who liked to develop his dominion. According to Ken Mays's own words, not only did developing means of production contain great risk, the value of the good would depreciate if they couldn't be traded. If the cost of production is high, the product would also lose its edge against its competitors. From time to time, funds would also have to be provided to develop new or improved versions of the products. All of it was rather troublesome and far more stressful than merely reselling goods like he did. After reading the last clause, Lorist expressed his dissatisfaction. "What's this? House Fisibalin refused to recognize our occupation of the whole of wild husbandry. I had no choice. I said all I could, they were only willing to compromise up to Soxius. We can occupy everything north of it, but everything south of it is still theirs, effectively splitting wild husbandry in two. They said occupying half of wild husbandry would be enough to ensure the Northland's safety. I've tried my best, but I couldn't convince them otherwise. So I had no choice but to bring it to you as it is now," said Ken Mays as he made a helpless expression. The territory did include a good portion of wild husbandry, 2/3 of it, in fact. But much of it was raided by Jaeger quite early on in the war. It was desolate and ruined. House Fisibalin's fourth frontier suffered defeat after defeat following the ambush, causing what remained of their forces to escape to Soxius and stand guard there. It wasn't until Duke Fisibalin's arrival and ambush with 100,000 barbarian cavalrymen that wild husbandry was reclaimed. The armistice would recognize the Norton's occupation of the land already conquered by Jaeger. It seemed this was the Duke's baseline. Since the part of wild husbandry to the north of Soxius was ruined, it'd be better to let the Nortons have it as a show of sincerity. After a moment of silence, Lorist decided. "Then let's leave it as is. Have them sign." "There's another question we need to settle," Ken Mays said. "How long do you want the armistice to last?" Armistices, and their associated conditions, had limited terms. It was a sacred agreement in the war god's name that the sides involved would not take hostile military action against one another for the time the agreement was valid. When the armistice expired, however, the two sides could continue the war or negotiate an extension. If both sides reconciled during that time, however, a peace treaty could be signed and neither side would treat the other as an enemy any longer. Trade would resume and borders would reopen. The number of troops stationed at the borders would also be decreased to save on military costs. Lorist laughed. "Let the two envoys go back to the Duke and decide this for themselves. They're free to choose how long they want, be it 1 or 3 years. We don't need to bother ourselves with what House Fisibalin believes, even if they think they can recover and get back at us. The moment they strike, we will give them an even harsher lesson. Maybe, we can inflict so much pain on them they'd rather die instead. This is the extent of our might." Ken Mays was completely stoked after hearing what Lorist had said and could feel his blood boiling. "All right. I'll tell them, word for word. They'll be allowed to consult the Duke and are free to choose how long they want the armistice to last. We couldn't be bothered to care. But the next time they dare to attack us again, the price of our products will no longer be as low as they are now. We'll double them at the very least." After saying that, Ken Mays marched out of the door arrogantly. But just as he exited, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and walked back in. Locke. I'd like to ask you something. Baron Charade mentioned that you are going to sell a large number of Valdam-class vessels, approximately 70% complete. Is that true? Sheesh, can't you discuss private matters after finishing the official ones first? Lorist nodded, nonetheless. Yes. The house is cutting oceanic, so we have a lot of large and small ships we aren't going to use. Are you going to sell them all? No. I will announce this during the year-end celebration, as well as the development of North Sea, Bullhorn Bay, and Sai Laoas. The rest of the boats will be auctioned off to the nobles and merchants so they form their own guilds to start trading and fishing. Oh, so that's it. Kenmei said with a dismayed expression, I thought you would simply sell the ships instead of holding an auction. I didn't think you were planning to do that. Haha, Loris laughed loudly, do you want to bet for how much these ships will sell? Here I am worried that I don't have enough to meet demand, and you want to buy them cheap? That's not good, you know. Then again, I suppose you can invest in the guilds. Maybe, you can even form a guild yourself. I won't form a guild since trading at sea is not my specialty. It doesn't feel nearly as safe as relying on you anyway. So, that's out of the question. The Salt Merchant Committee already tires me out enough as it is. Also, the committee has the ability to trade at sea. The order our house made at your shipyard was so we could form our own merchant fleet. But the houses will also have to go through the Salt Merchant Committee to get goods to trade. At most, I'll give them some small benefits, nothing huge, said Kenmei gleefully. Loris was completely speechless looking at Kenmei, who was even prepared to profit at his father's expense. However, he couldn't help but admit that Kenmei was an incredibly intelligent man who understood the true extent of the benefits of cozying up to a huge backer. The Salt Merchant Committee was Kenmei's self-run business. He had a 5/10 share of the company and also took half of the profits it generated. The other half was split between Phelim, Shizan, and Lorist. Lorist owned only 1/10 of the committee whereas Shizan and Phelim each owned 2/10. At first, the three houses, save for the Nordens, each owned 3/10. But Phelim and Shizan felt bad for profiting off it for doing nothing, so they each gave 1/10 to Kenmei and left him completely in charge. The committee was originally formed as a joke, they didn't think Kenmei would grow it into the largest merchant guild in the eastern area of the Northlands. It traded in goods to upwards of 300,000 gold fords annually. It became an essential source of income for the four houses. To Phelim and Shizan, who couldn't manage finances well, the committee's dividends were a great help. Kenmei himself also got quite a lot of benefits, so many that he could take out nearly 1,000,000 gold fords in wealth and supplies to aid House Shizan and House Phelim during their dominion's relocation. On one occasion, a conversation between Kenmei and his father spread to Lorist's ears through Furabear's agents. Kenmei's father said he shouldn't give up on the family business for the sake of running the Salt Merchant Committee. But, when Kenmei brought out the committee's accounts, the color drained from his father's face almost immediately. Kenmei's intentions were clear, the committee's turnover had long exceeded that of the house's business. Kenmei mentioned that he was already used to trading in excess of millions of gold fords, and that the house's entire business wouldn't even amount to 1 million, not worth mentioning at all. Enraged, his father said that no matter how small the house's business was, it was still something their house owned. He mentioned that Kenmei running the Salt Merchant Committee so successfully was a waste of his talents since half of the profit was earned by others, and that Kenmei had to occasionally take a smaller cut to help Phelim and Shizan out by rounding up their dividends. His father also complained about how Kenmei didn't allow his house to gain any benefits, as seen with his punishment of one member that faked accounts to get some benefits in the committee. Apart from firing him, a large number of people from House Kenmei were kicked out as well. Kenmei merely laughed and called his father old for not being able to see the situation clearly. The four houses had already united in alliance, and House Kenmei had the weakest military of the four. They couldn't even compare with House Norden when it came to funds. He was thankful that the three were even willing to form an alliance with his house, and the reason he focused so much of his effort on running the committee was that he wanted to do his best to contribute to the alliance. If the three other houses were really interested in going all out in business, they would have hired their own men to run the committee and kick House Kenmei out. That way, they would earn even more. Since they had placed their trust in him, he wouldn't let them down. He mentioned that even if House Kenmei's own business got a large deal, apart from having to take care of the capital themselves, they would even have to bow their head to the other nobles and bribe them for their favor. Even if the deal got 300,000 in profit, less than 100,000 of it would be left for them. If they were unlucky, their efforts would probably end up wasted and they would only have themselves to blame. But the committee had House Norton, House Phelim, and House Shazan backing it. With that much might behind them, they didn't have to bow down like House Kenmais's own business. They could reach anywhere within the four houses' sphere of influence. In fact, he was confident that as the influence of the four expanded, the committee could even connect to thus far uncharted territories and perhaps develop into a body not inferior to the Union's Big Seven guilds. Kenmaise told his father the reason he worked so hard to manage the committee was his determination to make the alliance last as long as possible. Whether it be providing huge financial support to House Phelim or rounding up the dividend of Count Shazan, it was all for the sake of the alliance's longevity. House Kenmaise's position among the four houses could only grow more and more secure this way. And with the four's development, the house would truly be included in the ranks of the traditional peerage instead of being considered as an outlier commoner who happened to be rich. After hearing what Kenmaise had to say, his father thought silently for a long time before he finally sighed. Soon after he called a household meeting where he abdicated and gave his son his position. He made it clear that he would only manage the household business in the future. All household affairs would be managed how Kenmaise saw it without question. That was the real reason Lorist trusted Kenmaise so much. Only when the alliance had members who were aware of their position could the alliance last and develop in the long term. "All right, stop showing off," Lorist said as he tapped on Kenmaise's shoulder. "Since you're prepared to take the committee to the seas, hear a bit of my advice. You may purchase a fleet for the committee, but don't form a large one just yet. Test the waters first, if you will. As for the safety at sea, it's nothing about which you have to worry. House Norton's North Sea will protect the vessels. However, it's on you to establish the market. As the old saying goes, the man who leaves sooner than others picks the best apples." "I know. After sending the two envoys off, I'll go look for Baron Gerard," said Kenmaise as he left joyfully. Chapter 405 The Storm Brews Again. "Joe, have you recovered?" The moment Lorist entered Jaeger's campsite, he saw Jisk drenched in sweat training with his green longbow. It seemed he had been training for quite a while. Upon seeing them arrive, Jisk hurriedly bowed. "Your Grace, I've more or less recovered. I feel like I have moss growing on me. I was in bed for 3 months. I've been busy with recuperation training for the last 2 days. You should watch your condition. Your injuries have just started to recover. You know haste makes waste," Lorist said as he dismounted and handed his horse's reins to Genalio. "Some introductions are due. This is the gold-ranked divine marksman, Baron Jusk. Jusk, this is Genalio, my new attendant." Jusk wiped the sweat from his face with a linen cloth and nodded. "Where's Howard?" "He's in seclusion training like Reedy. It'll last 2 years. Jusk noticed Els. "Hey, Els." He walked up to him and gave him a bear hug. Lorist smiled. "Joe, Els is Jaeger's Legion Sergeant Major now and the colonel of his own division. He's yours now. I'm relieved you get along." "Great," Jusk exclaimed excitedly, "I was just worrying about having no one to help me since Yuri's still injured. This is great news. How's Yuri recovering?" The herbalist said his injuries are recovering well. But he will need more than a year to retrain his Batla force. Lorist nodded. "I'll send him to Roaring Bear to recover by my side. Maybe I can help him increase his speed. Also, Jaeger's ranks should be filled by now, right?" "I'm not too sure," Jusk said, hesitantly. "You know Waxam is usually in charge of such things." "I've never asked. But seeing how busy the camp is, I suppose they're full." "Good. Apart from the 3,500 new recruits from the Dominion, there are another 10,000 transfers from local defense to Jaeger. The remaining 30,000 used to be elite cavalrymen in Madras armies. Now you've mostly recovered, I can stop worrying. Use the remainder of the year to train. You'll deploy in wild husbandry spring next year. Are we finally going to take revenge?" asked Jusk, elated. Lorist shook his head. I know this might disappoint you, but the Alliance has negotiated an armistice. It will take effect after Duke Fisibelan decides the term and sends it back. We'll deploy in wild husbandry next year because in the armistice House Fisibelan will recognize our occupation of half of the province up to Soxius. In essence, we've retaken the territory Jaeger conquered. Jusk was silent for a moment before he cleared his throat. Your Grace, we were far too incompetent. Our loss brought the house shame. Lorist took up Jusk's shirt hung on a nearby pole and slung it at his body. This isn't your fault. Jaeger managed to sweep wild husbandry and send forth frontier running haggardly in the early days. This is already far beyond my expectations. Your loss was due to the insidious Duke. Even I wouldn't fare much better if I were in your position. Jusk put on his clothes, tidied himself and guided everyone into the main tent. He had the guards blow the horn to summon the commanders. Jusk kept his position as the Legion's general. Els was made Legion Sergeant Major and Colonel, and given command of his own division. Waxima was made Legion Sergeant Major as well and Chief Logistics Officer. Many others were made Majors, with command of brigades, and Captains, with command of regiments. Idlewoke, commander of the 23rd Local Defense Brigade, who had successfully managed to defend Pedro, had been transferred to Jaeger and given the position of Division Sergeant Major and Major, with his own brigade command. After the new positions were announced, everyone discussed the lessons learned from their loss and also announced a few new measures. First, Lorist was changing Jaeger's loadout. 2 years of experimentation had shown that Jaeger's current loadout was rather lacking in actual battle. Coupled with the fact that many sets of the loadout ended up in House Fisibelan's hands after the Legion's defeat, the house had to change the style and color to prevent the enemy from sneaking in unnoticed. The remaining 20,000 sets would be reclaimed and stored. Second, the house would not provide Jaeger with new Caraballisti. It was also a decision Lorist had made personally. He'd had a discussion with Charade, Freyar, Belnik, and several other knights at Firm Rock about the circumstances behind Jaeger's defeat. The revelations were shocking. Pete's 3rd Division had been encircled and eradicated because it had 2 extra brigades of Caraballisti. It had also enabled Duke Fisibelan to attack Yuri's 2nd Division who approached to reinforce the 3rd. Jaeger is predominantly light cavalry. The main threat of light cavalry isn't their offensive power, but their impressive mobility that allows them to come and go unannounced. Why were Duke Fisibelan's light cavalry legions able to pose such a threat? He doesn't have Caraballisti with impressive firing range, yet every time he comes for us, we have to face him with full alertness like we're facing a great foe. The reason is that we're afraid he could strike our weaknesses. Our supply line, medical stations, and food stores can easily be sabotaged. The whole legion will be affected if they're hit. It's because of those factors we lose the initiative in confrontations with their light cavalry and have to watch for them fearfully. Light cavalry should be quick to move and fast as lightning when they attack. They are the best tools for penetration, stalling, sealing, pursuing and reconnaissance. The Caraballisti is one of the most threatening ranged weapons in our arsenal. Even though they also have rather high mobility, they're slow in comparison to light cavalry. Giving Jaeger Caraballisti is like chaining a horse to a carriage. It would lose the ability to run and escape quickly. Had Pete not had the burden of 2 Caraballisti brigades, he could have escaped in any direction the moment he noticed the grassland barbarians approach. It would make it near impossible for 100,000 barbarians to encircle 3rd Division. Had the 2 Caraballisti brigades not been present, all it would have taken to break out was to charge in a direction. There's no way the grassland barbarians could have held them back. It's such a shame that Colonel Pete had no choice but to stand his ground because of the 2 Caraballisti brigades. We have to learn. You're the house's only light cavalry legion, I have hopes for everyone in Jaeger. Though House Fisibelan's frontier legions are our enemy, we have to learn some of their strengths. They are the strongest light cavalry force in the former empire. We have to learn from our failure. We must surpass them and the house will definitely provide you with the best equipment we can. I hope by the time you return to the great northeastern plains, you will be unstoppable. Lorist turned to Jusk. Joe, I'm marrying Sylvia in the 11th month. The marriage will be in Roaring Bear. I'd like you to be my best man. Jusk didn't say a word. Lorist smiled. Joe, marrying Sylvia isn't the same as making peace with House Fizibalin. I personally believe Duke Fizibalin will be our most formidable enemy as long as he remains alive. Please don't fault Sylvia for her identity. She's been abandoned by the Fizibalins. Your Grace, I believe you, but I don't want to attend your wedding, nor do I want to be your best man. Would that be all right? No. Just look at the friends I have around me, even Els got married. You're the only one I have to be my best man. If you get married before the 11th, I won't force you. Jusk wore a look of exasperation. Then I'd rather be your best man. Thank you, Joe. Lorist thought to himself happily, I managed to rope another one. The next morning, Lorist found Tarkle bumbling towards him with ragged breath. What's up, Tarkle? Why your Grace? Battle has, be broken out. Battle? Who attacked? No, not us, nobody attacked us. Why your Grace, let me catch my breath. Tarkle rested for a moment before he recovered. I almost choked to death. The strong wind didn't help either. All right, stop complaining. Where did you say battle broke out? Did it happen between the Second Highness and the Union? Or did he attack the 4 central duchies? Lorist unleashed a flurry of questions at once. It's not the Second Highness, Your Grace. It's the Ford Trade Union and the Mid-Southern Kingdoms. It started a month ago, said Tarkle as he took out a huge stack of newspapers from the Union. So they finally started fighting. The lightning has been striking without any sign of rain for well over a year now. The real deal finally began. Lorist breathed a sigh of relief. Time really flies. Lorist recalled the conflict back in Moronti when he brought Kenmays and the others there for a trip was something that happened 4 years back. He had convinced Academy head Levins to move Dawn Academy to the Northlands. Dawn had already been operating for 2 years straight and had about 1,000 new students. After the unfortunate experience in Moronti, President Peterson expressed his apologies. Lundmord, who stayed at Moronti, sent word that the Big Seven guilds had punished the newly entitled nobles by confiscating the titles of a few dozen who caused too much trouble and sending more than 10 to the gallows. In the end, they managed to stabilize the situation and established a code of conduct for the newly entitled nobles. Also, they made the new nobles pledge to not do anything uncivil and also legislated regulations on how one could manage their dominion. After the situation stabilized, the Big Seven began talks with the surrounding kingdoms and duchies in hopes they could reopen the trade routes and stop seeing the Union as an enemy, essentially returning their relationships to how it had been before the war. The Union also pledged they wouldn't set their sights on their new neighbors' territory and tried their best to restore amicable relations. The shape of the Grindian continent resembled a really uneven shuttle, small in the north and large in the south with a few cracks. The area inhabited by humans encompassed only 2/3 of the continent and looked a little like a crescent moon. The northmost area inhabited by humans was the Northlands, which was actually near the middle of the continent. Further north, and separated by the Magic Dragon mountain range, were the wildlands where humans had yet to set foot. It was marked by the endless stretches of ancient forests and domineering mountain ranges. Stretching south from the Northlands was the territory of the largest superpower in days long gone, the Chrisan Empire. Ford Trade Union's territory started in the Folic Plains. Around the Union were kingdoms and duchies of varying sizes. Including the Union, there were around 34 nations and they were known as the 34 Mid-Southern countries. Further south was where the second and third ranked superpowers among the 3 great nations on Grindia, the Roman Empire and the Khoistan Khanate respectively. Neighboring the 2 greats was the Kalia kingdom. All 3 had a sword saint. It was precisely because of the Sword Saint's presence that the Roman Empire and the Khoistan Khanate, who used to fight frequently, had managed to maintain a fragile peace for the last 3 decades. Kalia also managed to remain safe despite neighboring the 2 large superpowers because of its own Sword Saint. Further south was the Great Amanjiro Channel, where the Cinque Peninsula was located. There were 5 or 6 nations on the peninsula whom fought constantly. They had been in conflict for a few centuries, but none had managed to win. But due to its position at the southernmost tip of the continent, the peninsula was quite poor and had never garnered the attention of the mainland. Even the Roman Empire, nearest to them, didn't bother to annex the forest-filled, barren, and undeveloped peninsula. After the War of Glass, the Union had absorbed the territory of 9 nations. Coupled with the Lormo Duchy, which had seceded from the Christian Empire, as well as the 2 provinces of the now-defunct Red Lees, the Union was now the nation with the largest territory on the continent. At the same time, the 34 mid-southern nations that stood united to resist the 3 superpowers north and south lost 10 of their members. Faced with the Union's domination, the remaining nations united to seal off the Union's trade routes and cut off all relations with it. It was a heavy blow to the unprepared Union. After the Big Seven stabilized the Union's internal affairs, they began talks, but there was hardly any progress. As a result, the Union formed 2 standing legions of 140,000 men and stationed them on their borders. The 24 mid-southern nations didn't cower, though. They mobilized nearly 200,000 soldiers to guard their side of the borders. Both sides remained in a stalemate for more than a year and ended up going to war. It seemed that both were unable to withstand the huge amount of resources it took to sustain such armies, so they decided to duke it out for a quick conclusion. Your Grace, 2 months ago, the Roman Empire and Khoistan Khanate went to war yet again, Tarkal informed. Roman eliminated Kalia as well, and the Windstorm Sword Saint's whereabouts are unknown. Oh, then again, the 2 nations are too far away from the Northlands. Lorist didn't really care. There's another piece of bad news. Lundmord was forcefully conscripted and sent to the front lines. The Union announced this matter concerned all of its citizens and they would have to fulfill their civil duties by joining the military. The reports we just got from Moranti were collected and sent back by Lundmord's 4 wives. They arrived half a month later than usual. What? Poor Lundmord. Chapter 406 Inspection. Gossip is a very dangerous tool. We should be more wary of the gossiper than the gossip they bring. Tarkal. Lundmord hadn't told his wives that he was collecting information for the house. What Lorist wanted was current news and details about the situation and movements of the surrounding nations. The most crucial information he required was the military deployments and other movements of those nations. However, the reports from the newspapers of Moranti Tarkal brought over were merely gossip and hearsay. They mostly contained odd erotica and chivalric romance without a trace of actual political information. There were 12 issues of a small tabloid called Moonlit Tales included among the things sent back. They contained 12 chapters of a serial erotica with a female protagonist whose husband was a sailor. The story was roughly about how after the protagonist's husband set sail, 12 handsome and rich princes on white horses showed up out of nowhere. The novel described in detail the protagonist's complex emotions and psychological state. After the protagonist spent night after night in debauchery with the 12 men, she made up her mind to run away from home with one of them. However, another prince who deeply loved her was jealous and hateful. After killing the lucky man, he committed suicide. Given how the situation changed, the remaining 10 princes left the protagonist. All she could do was sit by her windowsill alone day after day, waiting for her husband's return. Pfft. Lorist was having breakfast when he decided to browse the tabloids. The moment he read about the 12 nights of pleasure, he spat all the food in his mouth out immediately. Fortunately, he had been eating alone. It would have been far too rude otherwise. Isn't this plot far too ridiculous? I even thought it would be that kind of stereotypical story where the protagonist would gradually get to know the 12 princes and they would seduce her one after another and mate like rabbits. The author even described every interaction as peaceful and moving and also flushed out the protagonist's state of mind. The readers no doubt had no choice but to join in. I didn't think there would be such a twist. This erotica changed into tragedy in a flash. It's just like having a bucket of cold water dumped on you just as things are getting exciting. It's like being rendered impotent all of a sudden. The author's kidding, right? I wonder how many people curse their name for this kind of ending. He imagined at least one of Lundmord's wives actually read stories like this as a hobby. It seemed there was a good chance he would be cheated on. However, he did wonder why Lundmord was sent to the front lines. While he was a 2-star silver rank, his swordsmanship was nothing of note. He was only good as a second-rank herbalist. Perhaps the Union had quite a lot of casualties, hence their need for Lundmord's talents as a herbalist. Putting aside the matter of Lundmord's conscription, the conflict between the Union and the mid-southern nations was big enough news itself. The only thing was he lived too far to the north and couldn't get first-hand information on the situation. Formerly, the reports Lundmord collected for the house would be sent through Peterson Merchant Guild when their trading fleet headed to Silaos. Needless to say, it was a rather time-consuming process. At least half a month would have passed by the time the reports made their way to the Northlands. The house had trained messenger eagles and established a communications system, but Lundmord wasn't equipped with similar facilities. The messenger eagles couldn't carry too much, they were difficult to train, and there were people who yearned for such eagles. The house had once tried to supply Lundmord with an eagle. But nobles from the Union had forcefully bought the eagle in less than 3 days. Fortunately, it flew back to the Northlands soon after. As for Lundmord, his house in Moronti was ransacked for days on end until the nobles were sure the eagle hadn't made it back to Lundmord. After finishing breakfast, Lorist had Janalio call Tarkal. You should send someone to Moronti to teach Lundmord's wives the proper method to collect reports and information instead of collecting and sending back a random assortment of gossip and advertisements and stuffing rotten yammer, thinking they can pass it off as the real deal. Lorist said as he pointed at the documents, just look at this report here, it's basically nothing but Union propaganda about how the conflict broke out because of the mid-southern nations' demands for the Union to hand back the territory they occupied. The mid-southern nations' army would have to be insane before they'd make those kinds of demands. Those eradicated nations have long lost the successors to the ruling families. These merchants are truly far more ruthless than nobles. What's the point of reforming those nations if the successors are no longer there? Also, would the Union really agree to spit out the meat it has swallowed? There must be some other reason for the war. Not only are we unable to gain anything from these tabloids, they're just spewing crap to trick people into buying them. Very well, Your Grace. I'll send someone. I was just thinking of sending some people to Moronti to find out why Lundmord was conscripted, Tarkal said, some hesitation, but Your Grace, what's that about yammer? Do you mean yam? Lorist gave it some thought and came up with an explanation. Back when I was studying at Moronti, I heard my neighbors talk about this merchant at the nearby crop market who would stuff rotten yams that wouldn't sell among the good ones. That's how that saying came about. Tarkal said with a look of admiration, Your Grace, your wisdom stretches far and wide. Lorist's face reddened slightly. Spare me the flattery and just focus on your job. Send someone to Moronti to teach Lundmord's wives how to collect proper information while investigating whether Lundmord was forcefully conscripted or whether he offended someone he shouldn't have. Or, the Union has entered a state of general mobilization because the start of the conflict went rather badly. Make sure to find out about the circumstances that led to the war. As for Lundmord, I believe he's been sent to the front lines to serve as herbalist for the injured, so he shouldn't be in immediate danger. However, it's best if the people you send can find him quickly and serve as his guard. Noted, Your Grace, Tarkal said as he turned to leave. Lorist stopped him. Wait, Tarkal, said he with a furrowed brow, pacing around the tent non-stop until Tarkal felt dizzy from following Lorist with his eyes. Since the breakout of war a month ago, has the Second Highness made any moves? He should be the one most delighted by this turn of events and start something huge in the meantime. It's extremely weird that he hasn't made any moves yet. His silence is far too weird. I'm not used to. Your Grace, the first thing we did after we received word of the war was check on the Second Highness. We set up 3 messenger eagle stations around the capital, but all 3 report nothing out of the ordinary. The Second Highness hasn't acted at all, neither has the Imperial Local Defense Legion nor Wittelian received any orders. I just sent someone else to confirm. We should hear from him in a few days. Very well. I know how meticulous you can be. Go about your business and make sure to keep an eye on the Second Highness. I'm worried this king is up to something no good again, praised Lorist with a satisfactory nod. The first thing on his itinerary was the visit to Jaeger's camp. He would then head to Goldridge to check on the mining facilities construction and the early mining operations. He would thereafter travel to North Sea before finally heading to Black Edge Mountains. He would visit Nico Academy to check on Telesty and his 2 beloved daughters and head to the Gunpowder Research Laboratory, the Black Iron Refinery and the Weapons Forgery. It would be the start of the 8th month by the time returned to Firm Rock after the whole trip. Lots of construction was going on at Moon Spring, situated along the way to Goldridge. The town was located beside the lake where the 100,000-strong barbarian army had been defeated. It would be the supply point for Fort Goldridge and the mine. As the lake was shaped like the circular moon, Lorist named it Moon Spring, so the new town under construction came to be called Moon Spring as well. The first stages of the road construction from Moon Spring to Goldridge was already complete. It was a road half a meter above the Black Forest's ground level, wide enough for 4 carriages to cross side by side. The road was built so the house could send reinforcements to Fort Goldridge in case of a barbarian army attack. The path still required some time for the clay and stones to be made secure and strong. Not only would it have to be flattened and leveled well, they also had to prevent it from collapsing in heavy rainstorms during the rainy season. It took less than half a day to arrive at Fort Goldridge. Even though the trip was uneventful, the sights along the way were rather garish given the heads staked along the branches of the trees. According to one of the supervisors in charge of the construction project, the captive barbarians often tried to escape during the first month of the project. There would be more than 100 barbarians captured daily and they were beheaded and had their heads staked through the tree branches along the road as a warning for the other barbarians who were considering a desperate escape. The captives only started behaving more obediently after about 4,000 of them were killed. Having been a Dominion lord for more than a decade, Lorist was cold enough to no longer be bothered by such things. He pretended that he didn't see the heads at all. Genalio, however, was but a 16-year-old boy. He hadn't seen such a harrowing sight ever before and shivered on the back of his horse. Lorist gave him a glance. Puff your chest out and sit tight. This is nothing worth mentioning or being afraid of. If you've seen the sea of corpses of the poor folk of Silawas left behind by the horrid slave traders and the human head pyramid I erected on Hanayabarta, you will not mind something like this. Yes, Your Grace, said Genalio as he sat straight up. Even though he still felt a little apprehensive about looking at the heads, at least he was no longer shivering. Belknap came to greet them with a regiment of troops. Fort Goldridge's basic construction was done and the rest of the work was progressing smoothly. According to Belknap, the fort and walls construction was proceeding incredibly well without any interruption by the mountain barbarians. Perhaps after the extermination of their army, they had learned the true might of House Norton and no longer dared to cross them lest disaster befell them again. Spiel was still at the gold mine busying himself over designing a better set of protocols to regulate the mined gold. Grandmaster Sid, on the other hand, had left 2 months ago, leaving his eldest son in charge of the development of new mining facilities and ways to transport the mined ore. Satisfied with what he saw, Lorist left for North Sea after resting for 2 days. He was surprised to find that Ken Mays was still loitering around the city when he arrived. Ken Mays also excitedly informed Lorist that he had just purchased 6 LLDM-class vessels as well as 18 MAM-class vessels in the name of the Salt Merchant Committee for the fleet he was building. He was also setting up a firm for the committee in North Sea which included an office and a storage area. However, he did complain about how he couldn't buy ownership over property and only the rights to use them, making it so that he had to request official permission to even renovate the buildings as well as being taxed heavily on an annual basis for usage of the land. Lorist shrugged and answered that he didn't have a choice since it was the land of House Norton. As the inheritor of the position of House Leader, he alone had no rights to sell the rights of the house's land to others, so selling the rights to use the land was a compromise he had to make. The house would still retain ownership over the land, whereas those who bought the rights to use the buildings or land could continue about their business without affecting the development of the dominion. Ken Mays, however, quickly and acutely noticed the hidden implications in Lorist's words, which reminded him of the two special sectors at the southern part of the Northlands where land was sold exclusively to nobles. He found another lucrative business model and pestered Lorist to talk about it in detail with him, but Lorist didn't have time to entertain him. So, he sent Ken Mays off to look for Keaton after agreeing that he would consider Ken Mays's plan to develop the real estate industry in the 7 towns of Felicitas. After checking on the reorganized North Sea fleet and the shipyard at Bullhorn Bay, Lorist headed to Nico Academy. Telesty had already heard of the news of Lorist's marriage with Sylvia that would take place during the 11th month. Even though she insisted that she would remain single given her oath to the god of knowledge and wisdom, Seamean Glide, she did bear Lorist 2 cute daughters. The position of matron of the house was within her arm's reach, yet she had refused Lorist's marriage proposal and pushed Lorist to Sylvia instead. It wasn't known whether she was regretting her decision or reeling from the shock of the reality of her lover's marriage to another woman. During Lorist's 5-day stay at the academy, Telesty behaved completely opposite her usual distant and cold demeanor and pestered Lorist every single day, causing him much physical and mental fatigue. But given that he understood what Telesty was worried about, Lorist tolerated her antics and treated her kindly. He also promised that he would construct a manor at a scenic location near Nico Academy for her to keep as her own private land. After leaving Nico Academy, Lorist went to Black Edge Mountains. His first stop was Professor Balba's laboratory. It was the main location where the cannons were being tested. The brigade of 3,000 guards was secretly stationed there to master the secret weapons of House Norton, the bronze cannon carriages. Unlike the bronze cannons issued to North Sea Fleet, these cannons designed for land use were far lighter and were mounted on a steel carriage frame. Each carriage would be pulled by 2 horses, allowing the cannons far greater mobility and swifter reaction to orders than the catapults of Thunderbolt Brigade. Major Jim, who had just recovered from the backlash he suffered when attempting to break through the gold rank, and Vice Major Paul Obens, who used to serve in the 1st Local Defense Brigade, would be in charge of the Bronze Cannon Brigade. It was too bad for the both of them that it took 3 whole years for the cannon designs to be revamped and perfected. Through test firing on various different terrains, they also developed fitting orders and protocols, but the war with House Fizzabelin ended just when they were ready to be deployed. Lorist also felt that it was a huge shame since these land-based bronze cannons cost the house almost 5 million gold fords to realize. So far, there were a total of 200 of those cannons and 3,000 guards. That was the unit that the house spent the most on, and they were also the most powerful force among all others. Lorist believed that when they were finally deployed on the battlefield, no enemy would be able to resist their thunderous assault. The Black Iron Refinery should be further down. Grandmaster Sid wrote me a letter saying that there was a surprise waiting for me there. I can't wait to see what it is. Let's go, Genalio, said Lorist after he bid farewell to Jim and the rest. Yes, Your Grace. Chapter 407 The Oddity of the Second Highness. I find it amazing how people can change their behavior. One day you mean something in their lives, and the next it's like you don't exist. Second Highness. Grandmaster Sid's surprise didn't really shock Lorist much. The experienced smith had developed another type of steel he had named Sid 303. Lorist noticed Sid was gradually developing the traits Siroba had when it came to naming things after himself in an attempt to be remembered for generations to come. According to Sid, Sid 303 boasted the best elasticity of all the steel types they'd been using so far. It was extremely suited to fashion spring plates and ballistay arms. And the results of their experiments showed ballistay made with the new material could be fired even further with even more force. The maximum range was at around 400 meters. Lorist also realized that Sid was really intent on having him replace the arms of the ballistay with his new material, but he refused in the end. So far, the house's Caraballisti were still far ahead of the other factions. Even if other people could obtain a few, they would still be unable to forge similar steel arms. There was no need to spend unnecessary funds to upgrade them. But even so, the new material was still a decent step forward in their overall technological advancement. As opposed to Sid's disappointment, he was more interested in the new forging kilns that allowed for the creation of the new steel. After 2 years of experimentation, the Grand Master had finally managed to come up with flame-resistant bricks he used to make a kiln that could refine black iron in extremely heated conditions. Sid 303 was created precisely through those kilns. After black iron was sent into the kiln and melted, Sid performed numerous tests by adding in various different metals before finally coming up with the recipe for the new material. To be more precise, Sid 303 was an alloy of different metals. As Lorist wasn't educated in the ways of metallurgy, he wasn't interested in hearing Sid's lecture about the crucial points to look out for in forging metal. Instead, he found it a huge shame that the people of Grindia didn't use any form of coal or petroleum. He didn't know whether it was because they hadn't discovered other sources of fuel because logs were far more readily available. Grindians used mainly wood and charcoal for metallurgy, and when they needed to raise the temperatures, they would resort to powdered fire crystals, but the temperature wouldn't stay high for long. That was one of the reasons Grindians couldn't develop their technology quickly. Grand Master, I'd like to ask you about the compact crossbow you showed me. I wonder if there are any improvements that manage to lower the production cost. An awkward expression appeared on the Grand Master's face. Apologies, Your Grace. As the cost of producing the compact crossbows was too high, the moment the house cancelled their order, Grand Master Felon, and I stopped researching it. I was busy testing new steel alloys while Grand Master Felon was caught up with a huge order of 20,000 longbows. We were both far too busy with other things. The construction of each standard longbow took up to 2 years. The wood required would have to undergo multiple rounds of soaking and drying, and it was a really cumbersome process overall. Lorist recalled the longbow order was made for the local defense brigade's longbowmen. Given how the two Grand Masters must have presented the compact crossbows after they did their best and exhausted every idea they had to improve it beforehand, he could understand why they weren't willing to continue pouring their efforts into its development. I recall you mentioned the reason the cost was so high lay with the materials, right? Given the variance in elasticity in the steel you used to produce, only a small portion could be used. Their small size meant a lot of materials would be wasted after making the small individual parts. Those were the factors that inflated the cost, right? Indeed, Your Grace, Sid admitted, because of the unstable kiln we used back then, the steel we produced would vary in some form or another even if identical ingredients and amounts were used. Additionally, the elastic nature of the steel isn't obtained simply just through repeated forging. For instance, while we can fashion mithril into steel, the material would lose its elasticity after forging, so it's not easy to find materials suited to make compact crossbows, hence the immensely high cost. Out of 10 forging attempts, only 1 or 2 would be successful. Since that's the case, now that you've developed this new kind of steel, why haven't you considered using it to make compact crossbows? Since Sid 303's recipe is already set and stabilized, making mass production possible, I suppose this could greatly decrease the production cost. Sid appeared stunned before he snapped with ecstasy. That's right, why didn't I think of it? I was too fixated on the Caraballisti I forgot the house was looking for a weapon to replace longbows. Your Grace, I'll look for Grand Master Felon right away and improve the compact crossbows immediately. Wait, Grand Master Sid, there's something else. Lorist said as he stopped the man, "Go discuss with Grandmaster Felon. If the elasticity of the steel material really is this amazing, see if you can fashion it into a bow which can be wielded and fired on horseback. Then, compare it with the longbows we use. Since Jaeger was just reformed, we require a weapon that can be fired on horseback and isn't inferior to longbows." "Understood, Your Grace. We will come up with a weapon the house can use soon. We'll work till our deaths if it means we can be of use to the house," said Sid excitedly. Lorist facepalmed as he watched Sid's figure disappear into the distance. To be frank, he wondered if he had set the technological tree in the wrong direction. Ideally, he would have liked to develop firearms. But nobody was willing to get into researching them. Sid and the rest were going further and further on the path of cold projectile weapons like crossbows to the point they managed to come up with new highly elastic steel, yet they weren't willing to foray into the field of firearms at all. Nowadays, the Caraballisti of House Norton already stood at the forefront of ranged weaponry thanks to Sid and the rest's efforts. But now, they were going far deeper down that path and even researching how they could improve bows and crossbows to increase their power and range. Even though he had already provided some concept drawings and designs of firearms, the Grandmasters showed no interest. He wondered if he should start a new research division specifically for firearms research, but the number of talented people required wasn't easy to find. After leaving the Black Iron Refinery, he checked on Iron Forge Castle. It was the central weapons production plant the house had set up at Blood Edge Mountains. The weapons and equipment produced at Sid's would be sent north for polishing and inlaying to make the standard equipment set used by soldiers. It was a huge production plant manned by 3,000 workers. Apart from bearing the burden of providing armaments to the house's forces, they were also tasked with providing arms for the house's allies. The person in charge, Baron Kimura, had been waiting outside for quite some time. So far, the most important assignment Iron Forge Castle had been given was the production of the 60,000 sets of light cavalry armor Jaeger required. The armor was based on Sid's latest designs, with some adjustments after surveying the Jaeger's men and considering their suggestions. Sid basically redesigned the whole thing and made quite a number of changes. The armor's color was also changed from black to gray. Last year, Kimura was in charge of logistics and support during Iblaya's conquest and had performed wonderfully, earning Lorist's praise. Even though the war was now over, the large defensive infrastructure projects had just been started, so Kimura's duties as chief logistics officer were yet to finish. Though his job did get much lighter as the situation wasn't that urgent. Kimura appointed an aide and had him stay in Windberry while he made his way to Iron Forge to welcome Lorist for the inspection. By the time Lorist made it back to Firm Rock after the inspections concluded, it was already the 7th day of the 8th month. After visiting Howard at the training grounds, he went to his study and noticed Charade was waiting for him on the sofa with another huge stack of documents. This time around it was mostly about North Seas and Jaeger's budgets. There was also another letter addressed to him sent from Roaring Bear. It was actually a correspondence from Sylvia. She mentioned that she loved the scenery around Cherry Blossom Ridge, which he had given her as a gift. There were a few things she wanted changed, so it would take a few more days before she returned. "Have the invitations been sent?" asked Lorist as he signed the documents. On Grindia, noble wedding invitations usually had to be sent out half a year before the wedding. It was especially so for someone of Lorist's status, being head of House Norton and Duke of the Northlands. Not only would he have to notify all the house's vassals, even the entire kingdom's nobles had to be invited. It wasn't an issue of familiarity, but rather of noble pride. Fortunately, the Second Highness had wiped out most of the peerage a few years earlier and left barely any remaining. For once Lorist was thankful to the Second Highness. He didn't have to worry about having to interact with nobles with whom he wasn't familiar. As the wedding would take place in the 11th month, the messengers had to be sent out at the end of the 6th or the beginning of the 7th. Some powerful nobles on Grindia notified their guests almost a year in advance because of the time needed to travel across the continent. Additionally, the guests required time to prepare a wedding gift. However, it wasn't too troublesome in Lorist's case since House Norton's sphere of influence mainly covered the northeastern area of the empire. Most of the invitations were sent successfully. However, only a few nobles from the capital will attend. Almost all the nobles the Second Highness entitled claimed to have too much to do and expressed their regret. They did say they would send gifts to congratulate your Grace's marriage, though, replied Charade. Did the Second Highness have anything to say? That's actually the weirdest part, Charade said with a furrowed brow. Our messenger couldn't meet His Majesty. The messenger said after the palace staff received the invitation, he was told to rest at an inn and await news. But when evening came, someone was sent over to relay that His Majesty was far too busy with other matters and wouldn't attend. He did mention that he would send messengers over to give his blessings. It really made me wonder after hearing what I did from the messenger. I can't help but think the Second Highness is up to something. What could take up so much of his time that he couldn't even spare any time to attend your wedding? Also, the kingdom seems rather quiet, as if His Majesty went into hiding. He actually didn't even meet our messenger face to face. Talk about being rude. Lorist put down the documents in his hand. I wonder if you've heard news of the Union going to war with the mid-southern nations? Lundmord was conscripted and sent to the front lines as well. It'll take more time for us to gather reliable information. However, what rouses my suspicion is how the Second Highness is laying low despite the situation. There doesn't seem to be any abnormality in the capital at all. Logically speaking, His Majesty should be taking the opportunity to rub more salt in the Union's wounds. He's always been all about reuniting the empire, and now the Union occupies quite a number of the empire's provinces. Why is the Second Highness letting such an opportunity go? I can't figure it out. It all seems too weird. Ugh. I haven't heard of this at all. Oh well, it's got nothing to do with us anyway, Charade said as he shook his head. We're too far away from the Union, it's no surprise the news is delayed. However, the Second Highness's 2 legions should be standing off against the Union at the border, so he should have received the news long ago. If it really is as good an opportunity as you suggest, then it truly is weird that he hasn't made any moves. Hey, do you think he isn't in the capital? That'd explain how he didn't show up to meet our messenger. Lorist looked stunned. What Charade just said seemed to set his thoughts down a completely different path. He pulled on the bell rope to summon Genalio. Genalio, send someone to get Tarkal. Tarkal soon showed up. Tarkal, send some messages through our eagles to the capital. Order our informants to investigate how long it's been since the Second Highness showed up in front of anyone. Who is in charge of the kingdom right now? Find out if anything odd is going on in the palace. Understood, Your Grace. I will get to it immediately. 3 days later, Tarkal met with him once more. Your Grace, here's the report our informants sent back. It's been more than a year since His Majesty appeared publicly. According to the maidservants, they haven't seen him for quite some time now. However, they did confirm that he's been residing in a section of the palace guarded by his personal guard. Nobody's been permitted to disturb him. Word is that he's been afflicted with some weird disease, hence his self-imposed seclusion. However, the palace supervisor and the 3 other ministers were allowed to see him. There were some documents signed during that time and the manner in which matters were dealt with largely stayed the same. So, the kingdom's situation has remained stable. A weird disease. Lorist wondered as he stroked his chin. Impossible. What kind of disease can make a 3-star gold rank fall so sick? It's almost impossible. Maybe he was poisoned or assassinated. Tarkal gave it some thought. Assassination doesn't sound too probable. Otherwise, the kingdom would have fallen into chaos long ago. It doesn't seem like poison either. If that were the case, the palace would be hiring lots of herbalists just like when the 3rd prince was poisoned. All the herbalists in the kingdom were summoned to the palace. However, there's one thing worth noting. Your Grace's cousin sister, Glacia, seems to have lost the Highness's trust and has been relieved of her duties. Currently, she's living alone in her private residence. Oh! Lorist mused with a furrowed brow, is this true? It is. Miss Glacia didn't seem willing to divulge any details. She did say she would travel to the Northlands and attend the wedding, though. Lorist paced around, head lowered, and wondered about how odd it all was. At the very least, it's certain the Second Highness is staying in the palace. Whatever, there's no point racking my head. The truth will come out one day and I'll know up to what the Second Highness has been. Leave it be for now. Have our men watch the palace and report anything out of the ordinary immediately. Understood, Your Grace. Chapter 408 Carriage Track. Here's the last release of the week. CYA guys on Tuesday as usual. On the 17th day of the 8th month, Sylvia, Fenazeli, Deliana, Daisy, and Maria returned to Firm Rock. Back then, the Northlands South was the most prosperous area and Duke Loggins and the other Northlander nobles had built lots of mansions there. After the Dominion relocation, the whole of the Northlands had fallen into House Norton's hands and the manors consequently ended up Lorist's property. After settling on the plan of developing the Northlands, 27 of the mansions not too important to the plan were set for demolition, leaving only 11 known for their magnificent scenery. Lorist allowed Sylvia and his 4 concubines to take their pick. Cherry Blossom Ridge was known as the most beautiful manor in the Northlands. Every year after the rainy season, flowers would bloom all over the hill, decorating the trees and coloring the air with fragrance. Heaven on earth. When the breeze rustled the leaves, flower petals would scatter all over, creating a rather dreamlike scenery. Even though Sylvia missed the blooming season, the trees full of cherry blossoms made her unable to keep her excitement in check. Cherry Blossom Ridge used to be where Count Chazan Hennard shacked up with his 5 concubines, though, so she decided to renovate the castle to better suit her tastes. With Sylvia yammering on about the manor and the beautiful sights and the 4 concubines, who'd also picked manors with which they were satisfied, they soon engaged in a boasting match, much to Lorist's dismay. In the end, he had the 5 women leave the room for peace and quiet using his work as an excuse. However, before they left, they complained that calling Gildusk City of the Roaring Bear was a bad idea, and that the way laborers built the city referred to it, Rage Bear, was far easier on the ears. Ugh! Does City of the Roaring Bear really sound that bad? Asked Lorist as he shrugged to Charade. Well, it's a real mouthful no doubt. It does sound a little weird, opined Charade honestly. The names Lorist came up with were usually rather subpar. But why would the laborers come to refer to it as Rage Bear? Lorist was really curious about this. He felt City of the Roaring Bear sounded far more cultured and refined. Have you forgotten about the skyward-facing Raging Bear statue in the central plaza? The plaza is known as Rage Bear Plaza and it didn't take long for Rage Bear to stick as the city's name. In fact, apart from referring to the city in front of Your Grace and in official documents, all the knights and officials simply call it Rage Bear. It's much simpler and more convenient. Fine, Lorist conceded, I admit I don't really have that good a naming sense. Let's just call it Rage Bear from now on. It's not like I really care whether it's the name I came up with or not. Your Grace, 'tis but a small matter rectifiable with a notice. On the note of what we just discussed, the relocation of Rage Bear Knights Camp to Firm Rock, I wonder if there's anything we missed. The original location of Rage Bear Knights Camp was Black Edge Castle, built atop the 2 flattened hills near North Sea. It was built there to protect North Sea and reinforce Tortoise Hill Fort and Hyde Bull Fort in case of a barbarian invasion. But the barbarian army had been defeated and there was no way they would make it into the Dominion for the next decade or 2. So, stationing Rage Bear Knights in Black Edge Castle was a huge waste. Since Lorist was going to move to Rage Bear soon, Firm Rock would be left empty, the perfect place to put the knights. Lorist ticked the document and signed his name. Have Terman bring the knights over and move the local defense brigade from here to Black Edge Castle. Only start moving on the 15th of the 9th, though. There are still some officials in the midst of moving to Rage Bear. I leave it all to you. Charade nodded. No problem. Many departments have already started. 1 month will be more than enough time for the move. By the time we reach Rage Bear, preparations for my wedding with Sylvia must begin. We'll also have to receive lots of guests. I hope you're well prepared. Don't worry, Your Grace. We've planned everything already. Those involved know what they're doing. A knock landed on the door at that moment. Genalio walked in. Your Grace, Baron Hansk requests an audience. Hansk rushed into the room angrily. You're doing this cause I went against your marriage, right? You even wanted to marry a woman from an enemy house. Even though there are so many women in this world, you decided on the most unsuitable one possible. As a loyal servant of House Norden, going against you is the right thing to do. I didn't think you'd not only ignore my warnings but also strip me of my position. Ridiculous. Hansk was going to give it to Lorist. He was prepared on having an argument even if he would anger Lorist more and be demoted even further. As a loyal servant of the house, he would let everyone see how far he was willing to go for the sake of the house. Greetings, Your Grace, said Hansk as he made an official salute. Supervisor Hansk, I was worried about you all this time. Now you've come, I can finally rest assured. Come, sit down. Are things at Silao's taken care of? Lorist smiled warmly as if he didn't see any trace of anger on the man's face. He didn't refer to him by his title of Baron and instead called him Supervisor like he did in the old days to express familiarity. Genalio, serve Supervisor Hansk some tea. No need, Your Grace, Hansk replied with a straight face, I have settled matters with Governor Hector. I only came back to make my report now because I was waiting for him to arrive. Very good. Supervisor, I know it must have been really tough on you to be away from home for so long. Why don't you take some time off? Your Grace, serving the house is what I ought to do. I'd like to know what the house has planned for me. Well, we already have all the Northlands. In the coming 2 years, we will develop it as a whole. Look here, Supervisor. Lorist pointed to the map hung on the wall. Only by building roads can we move towards wealth. With better and more efficient transportation, the Northlands can be unified as a strong unit. Not only will the transportation of resources be secure, good roads will also enable us to send forces swiftly to any part of the Northlands. Here is plan. We will invest 1 million gold fords into this project. The house's future depends on this undertaking. There is no more suitable person to whom to give such a heavy responsibility than you. You've been transferred from Silaos to take charge of this project. It was a complete checkmate. The infuriated Hansk looked half as angry as before in a mere moment. So Lorist didn't transfer me to punish me. Instead, he's going to entrust me with such an important task. He glanced at Charade, sitting on the sofa, and made a stiff smile. Your Grace, this huge task doesn't really need me, does it? I'm sure Baron Charade here can. No, he won't do. Lorist exclaimed. Charade rolled his eyes. To be frank, he doesn't even qualify. This is a matter that concerns the dominance of our house over the Northlands. An undertaking that will ensure peace and safety for a century to come. While Baron Charade is great at dealing with administrative tasks, he's not nearly as experienced or reliable as you when it comes to managing huge projects. And of the other officials, Spiel is good at dealing with money but not construction. Keaton is also foreign to it. In fact, the only better fits would be Hector and Boris. But think about it, you're a senior and Hector your aide. As for Boris, I can't trust him fully. He used to be someone of House Kenmays, after all. Even though he's been rather loyal, we can't be sure. This is something that will affect our house for the whole of the next century. How can I leave it in their hands? Someone suggested Shadekampf, but he's one of my servants, he isn't as qualified as you. I've always felt you're the best candidate. Hansk was smiling so bright his face was full of flowers. Lorist managed to instill in him a sense of pride and isolation felt by those on the top. Who could take care of such an important project if not he? Though the anger had long faded, he still felt he should at least try to act humbly. Your Grace, you hold me in too high regard. Actually, I think anyone else can do just as well. It doesn't have to be me. Shadekampf and Boris both have experience developing transportation networks. They might be more appropriate. Lorist shook his head. Hansk, this project is more complicated than you think. If it's a simple matter of building roads, anyone can do it. But the road the house wants to build is the first of its kind. It hasn't ever been built on before, not once on the entire continent. It will be remembered by historians and books will be written about this historic project for generations to come. I insist you take charge. Hey? Building a simple road will leave my name in history? How's that possible? At best, it'd just be a passing mention in the chronicles of the house. On the XTH day of the XTH month of year X, Supervisor Hansk concluded the project to develop the transportation system for the whole of the Northlands and allow for better resource transportation and so on. Is it really such a big deal? Seeing Hansk befuddled, Lorist laughed. Hansk, just look at this design. After squinting and looking for a moment, he finally noticed something odd. Your Grace, why is there a wider and smaller side even though the road only stretches in one direction? Hee Supervisor Hansk, this is a new invention, the carriage track. Come have a look. I have a model. The wall between the room next to the study had already been knocked down. The other room was renovated into a display room. When they entered, they saw a huge sand table occupying half of the room. It was a sand table depicting the Northlands. Hansk could recognize Firm Rock, Maplewoods, North Sea, the southern part of the Northlands. He found it odd that there were still wires circling the map. Look, these are the carriage tracks I mentioned, said Lorist as he pointed at the wires. Upon closer inspection, Hansk realized they were not mere wires. Instead, they were parallel wires separated into segments by smaller wires intersecting horizontally. Ugh, my eyes are really starting to fail me. I really need to get Master Mancini to fashion me a pair of glasses. I heard they help vision a lot. Even Boris had quite a few made and wears them all day. Your Grace, what will the carriage tracks be good for? He couldn't understand their purpose no matter how hard he tried. This is an invention of Grand Master Julian's. It was designed to be used for mining by sending mined ore to the surface on minecarts without relying on people or animals. It greatly decreases the cost of mining. It's a rather great idea, I've decided to use it elsewhere as well. After 2 years of experimentation, we finally have a sample and a model here. According to our estimations, if the Northlands relies on these tracks to ferry goods or passengers, the cost of transportation can be decreased by as much as 2/3. It will multiply our efficiency several times over. Lorist took a model carriage. Look, Supervisor. These carriages' wheels are not made of wood, but a round metal frame. The carriage wheels fit snugly in the tracks. Now look, when I connect all 4 carriages and give it a slight push. But Your Grace, these carriages can travel on the ground without the carriage, right? It's different. Not nearly as efficient, Lorist explained. On the tracks, it just needs 4 horses to pull 4 carriages. On land, however, each carriage needs 4 horses. The speed is also inferior and it needs 12 more horses for the pulling. Before he repair our roads, traveling to the southern part of the Northlands on horseback takes at least 2 days while traveling on foot takes around 6. It doesn't even take into account interference from the weather. If you bring along 4 carriages, you'll also have to hire coachmen to take care of the carriages and horses. It will also take at least 4 days. But with these tracks, with a resting station every 20 kilometers, you can make the same trip in less than a day. Hansk wasn't an idiot, he quickly realized how much cheaper this system was. He still had two questions that bothered him, though. If the wheels are changed into round metal frames, won't it impact its movement on land? Also, would the round frames affect the tracks after being used on land? How will we maintain the tracks? The costs involved seem rather high. Lorist nodded and picked up two circular metal objects. Your concerns are justified. But I've already considered them. Look at these. They are tires made of resin. They're elastic. If the carriages are to be used on land, we will fit them with these tires. Not only can it absorb some shocks, it can also prevent wear and tear on the metal wheels. The only problem is the slightly high cost. Each costs a large silver. But there are also other ways such as tying wood or vines to the wheels. While they aren't shock absorbent, they're good enough to prevent damage from friction. Lorist then slipped the metal wheel models into the tires. Just like that. As for track maintenance, don't worry. Unlike our highways, we'll correct tolls from those who use the tracks. Given the immense cost and time savings, the merchants who use it will be more than happy to pay the toll. Naturally, it can't be set too high either. It must be based on the number of carriages and horses. I estimate we can make the money we spent on the tracks construction in about 3 years. Each set of tracks can also be used for around a decade, so the toll collected in the last 7 years will be pure profit. This is why I said this undertaking will be forever enshrined in history. The tracks are a never-before-seen method of transportation. I am sure it will be honored greatly in the annals of history. It was after much consideration that I decided to task you with this huge undertaking. There's no better person. Any thoughts? Your Grace. By now, Hansk was remorseful and moved. I pledge I will complete this glorious task. Please rest assured, Your Grace. I won't disappoint you. As expected of one of the pillars of House Norton. Lorist praised, then I shall delegate this task to you. The design, monitoring, and engineering departments are all prepared and ready. You can start tomorrow. There's no need to wait for tomorrow. I'll start immediately. This is too important to delay, even if for just a day. Hansk was filled with a sacred sense of duty. He bowed respectfully before turning to leave in large steps. Chapter 409 War in the South. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Unknown. Aren't you being a little too sneaky, Your Grace? You're obviously trying to get him out of the house's central administration, yet you made it sound so appealing, what with his name being remembered across the centuries and how the project will heavily affect the house's future. Charade spoke while stretching after Hansk had marched out proudly. To be honest, we already have the departments ready for the project. We just have to carry it out according to the plan. Hansk's presence won't make much of a difference. We could easily put your name on the project instead. I'm sure he won't take to this kindly when he finds out. So would it be better to get into a huge argument instead? Didn't you see how jumpy he looked when he came in? If I really got into a fight now, it would unnerve the other officials, especially the older ones. I have to leave him some face either way, Lorist said with a shrug. The old officials like Hansk think the house has reached the peak of its power. Now they think they've succeeded, they just want to maintain the status quo, hence their vehement objections to the new policies. They believe stability is paramount, they don't understand we're still in an era of war. If we don't advance, we will begin to lag behind. The house might have control over the Northlands and influence over 5 other provinces, but our enemies aren't going to sit around and do nothing. The old officials can't really see what's going on. They think we're safe. Hansk is the head of the officials and he is the leading member of the status quo faction. He thinks I don't know it, but the officials he promotes are mostly those born in Maplewoods. He believes the older generation are more reliable even if they don't really qualify for their positions. He's also really apprehensive towards migrants. As a result, a lot of our policies and their execution are being held back because of friction in the administration. I'm sure you've read Tarkel's reports. The exposed corrupt town mayors of 3 towns in Felicitas were all people from Hansk's faction. Most of the officials who objected to my wedding with Sylvia are also from Maplewoods. At first, I didn't really mind it because I thought to have multiple factions in the house was nothing surprising. I was going to leave it unattended as long as it didn't affect our operations. Had it not been for Keaton's reminder, I wouldn't have been made aware of how influential Hansk has become. With but a call from him, 2/3 of the officials responded. He was the best person to be sent outside to supervise the construction project. Even if he knows my true purpose, he still has no choice. After all, I didn't lie when I said this plan will indeed be a huge development never before seen. His name will be chronicled in our history along with the never-before-seen carriage tracks. Your Grace, don't forget we've planned most of the development for the Northlands. With our 800,000 captive laborers, the project will take at most 3 years. What will you do with Hansk when he comes back? Lorist smiled. Don't worry. Winston and Delamock are under our control. The 2 provinces will also require development. At the very least, carriage tracks must be laid to increase resource transportation efficiency. It is also the key to keeping hold of the provinces. After these 2, there will still be our allies' territory in southern Ensigler. Hansk will be forgotten by the time he returns in no less than a decade. I'd like to see how much of a chance he stands in returning to the center of the administration. Charade had his mouth agape for a moment before he forced himself back to normal. Locke, you're becoming more and more a real duke. I suppose I should take that as a compliment. Loris laid back into his chair. In a flash, 14 years have passed since I returned to the north. People will change one way or another. If my old self from 14 years ago showed up in front of me now, I doubt I'd recognize myself. The citizens of Wild North were revolting, and when I brought our forces to attack the town, I couldn't press my assault when I realized the ones guarding the walls were women, the elderly, and children. It ultimately resulted in my failure to take the walls. But now, I can order my soldiers to behead more than 100,000 captives without batting an eye. What does it mean to be a noble? I came to understand it only after serving as a Dominion Lord for a decade. One cannot change the world with hot-blooded passion alone. You will be changed by the world instead. In my case, all I wanted was to defend my territory. But after being forced to retaliate against our enemies over and over again, I had you guys go around conquering with me, ending with the whole Northlands becoming our territory. Now I've taken the title of Duke of the Northlands, I realize I'm sitting at the edge of a volcano. If I don't expand and progress, all that awaits me is doom and ruin. A knock on the door interrupted Lorist's long-winded dissertation. Genalio entered and announced, Your Grace, Sir Tarkle is here to see you. Tarkle brought with him lots of information about the war between the Union and the Mid-Southern nations. Oh, so it was the Mid-Southern nations' army that loosed the first arrows, The Union is the retaliator. Lorist had thought the Union had lashed out first because the Mid-Southern nations tried to seal off their trade. Indeed, Your Grace, Tarkle said as he handed over a newspaper. This was the first large-scale conflict that had occurred between the 2 sides during the 11th month. The Mid-Southern nations' army attacked a Union camp. After killing around 300, they occupied the site. The Union promptly retaliated, and the 2 sides struggled for control of the camp for more than 20 days before they retreated to their respective camps when winter came. How did their negotiations go down? Asked Charade. It wasn't conclusive. 3 months ago, Follett Chronicles published some rumors about the negotiations, Tarkle said as he searched for the paper in question in Stack. It says that the Mid-Southern nations demanded trade tariffs on any trade done by Union in their territories be raised from 10 to 20%. The Union refused and requested the original conditions to be reinstated, which the other side refused in turn. How's the war looking? Asked Lorist. Here's a report Lundmord wrote before the conflict broke out. As you predicted, he had been conscripted because there was a lack of herbalists on the front. Though he's on the front, his life is in no danger. We also sent 2 silver ranks to serve by his side as his bodyguards. Tarkal handed Lorist a few more letters. Lorist browsed them quickly. In them, Lundmord stated that apart from his bad luck that forced him to leave his 7 wives unattended, he was also worried about his 16 daughters. He asked Lorist to adopt them in case of his untimely death, as well as pensions for each of his 7 wives so they could live out the rest of their lives without worry. Just as Lorist was getting rather pissed at reading Lundmord's pointless ramblings, the writer finally got to the point. Lundmord summarized the situation after the war and said he noticed something odd. The 2 sides seemed to be putting on a show in that they didn't really go all out, both sides held some of their forces back. A few of the Big 7 didn't even deploy their troops to the front lines, and the mid-southern nations also seemed content with the situation. They bothered to press the attack. The forces would be comprised of the armies of a few duchies or kingdoms, and they would fare horribly against the Union's properly prepared defenses. The army's general is Duke Lorf Fustat, a rank 1 blade master, Lorist muttered. Sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before. Tarkal, do you have any information on this blade master Duke? Tarkal shook his head. No, Your Grace. The mid-southern nations are too far away and we haven't yet been able to set up our informants there. Charade answered after a moment's hesitation. I know him. He was in Moronti 15 or 16 years ago. He was only a marquis back then and was at the 1-star gold rank. He was there to take the most beautiful girl of Dawn Academy as his wife, a girl bearing the name of Windsor. Lorist felt a rush of emotions as the painful memories buried in the depths of his psyche resurfaced. He recalled the moonlit night when his first love stood by the side of the middle-aged gentleman, leaning in his embrace and speaking intimately. His heart was being shredded as he struggled to make it back to his quarters. The next day, the middle-aged gentleman showed up and politely asked him to leave the girl's home. While Lorist didn't remember how he looked, he did remember the golden phoenix badge he wore on his chest. The girl was Lorist's first love in both his lives. He wondered if the elf-like girl who danced under the moonlight was doing well. She was the one who wedded Duke Lorf Fustat. 16 years had passed without a word from her, and time had healed his wounds and almost wiped his memories. He looked gratefully at Charade. Given that Tarkal was there, Charade had reminded him who the Duke was in such a roundabout way. Alongside the recollection, he also remembered that Duke Lorf Fustat was no simple noble. Back then, he had ruined Lorist's plan of restoring his first love's noble house to glory and ended up winning the hand of his lover. After reading through the rest of the squabbles between the 2 sides, Lorist furrowed his brow. This is really odd. Duke Lorf Fustat shouldn't be this incapable. As the general of 200,000, how is he held back by such simple defenses? If we were faced with something similar, we'd wipe it out in 3 days. It does seem weird, Your Grace, Charade said in deep thought. I remember the weakest of the Big 7, Chictor, took the Urabaha as its dominion. It is near the Golden Coast and is sandwiched between the Union and Titanini Mountains as well as the 24 mid-southern nations. It's only separated by 1 duchy from Jigda. Since the mid-southern nations formed an alliance, why didn't they wipe out the guild's dominion right next to them? It really seems fishy. Lorist pulled on a string to ring a small bell and Genalio came promptly. Do you need anything, Your Grace? Head to the accounting department. Bring me the trade records for merchant guilds Peterson and Chictor, instructed Lorist as he took out a rolled-up map of the continent. Immediately, Your Grace. The records were quickly brought over. After a simple look over by Charade and Tarkal, Charade said, Peterson Merchant Guild's trade records have stayed the same over the past half a year. There's nothing unusual about their orders. They haven't requested any additional military equipment. The good news is they paid back more of the debt as well. They now only owe about 300,000 gold fords. They'll clear the debt in another year. Not satisfied yet, Lorist asked, did they not ask us to sell them more food? No, Your Grace, Charade said with a shake of his head. Over the last 2 years, the two southwestern provinces and the imperial capital reaped great harvests. The Union occupies a few provinces of the former empire that neighbor the two southwestern provinces, so it's likely their harvests went well as well. The Union's food shortage should have been solved. Your Grace, Tarkal interjected, Chikdar has been increasing the volume of their orders. Apart from buying 2/3 of our spice, they also increased the amount of daily necessities and luxury products. Our informants questioned their sailors and have found they were transporting the goods to the Roman Empire and the Khoistan Khanate. They even praised our goods for being quick sellers. There isn't nearly enough to satisfy the demand. Did they ask us to sell them more weapons? No, said Tarkal with a shake of his head as well. I smell a conspiracy. Lorist stroked his chin in deep thought. Look at the map. The southmost Roman and Khoistan went to war after 30 years of peace. This time, they worked pretty well together to wipe out Kalia between them first before going all out against each other. The 24 mid-southern nations also went to war with the Union. The flames of war burn all over the continent. The northern part of the continent where we are has stabilized somewhat. It's really odd when you think about it. Charade, however, thought of another question. Kalia was wiped out even though they had a sword saint, and that very sword saint's whereabouts are unknown. I wonder if Roman and Khoistan's sword saints forced him away. Sir Charade, there are 4 known sword saints on the continent, right? Asked Tarkal. All are in the south. Apart from Roman and Khoistan's sword saints, there's just the missing sword saint and Jigda's, correct? Charade nodded. Yes. However, Jigda Firesore sword saint is said to have been living in seclusion for more than 2 decades now. He hasn't shown himself to anyone and nobody knows whether he's still alive or not. The Christian Empire used to have 2 but they fell during the century-long conflict with the Union. The Union also had a sword saint, he died alongside one of ours. The Union ambushed and killed the other, but they paid a ridiculous price, setting the historical precedent of burying a sword saint with hordes of blade masters. Charade was quite well informed about historical trivia like this. All right, sword saints are too far out from where we are right now. The conflict between nations is still rooted in the military might of each. Tarkal, I hope you will pick a group of reliable informants and send them to the mid-southern nations. We have to get a better understanding of the situation, especially anything relating to their elites, such as the army's general, Duke Lorf Fustat and his household. I don't mind if it takes some time. The war will not end quickly. Even though it's quite far away, I still hope we can gain a better understanding of it. Understood, Your Grace. Chapter 410 Before the Grand Wedding. A successful marriage requires falling in love many times. Always with the same person. I suppose Lorist has failed already. Charade, reading quotes in preparation for his speech at Lorist's wedding. Regardless of how savage the war in the south was, it wouldn't affect the factions in the north. As some officials and knights had gladly put, the territory that used to be part of the empire had burned with the flames of war for decades after the 3 princes' power struggle. Now, it was finally the other nations' turn to suffer. Lorist didn't feel inclined to focus on the 2 war zones. He was busy moving from Firm Rock to Rage Bear. Though he could order thousands of soldiers around without a problem, he was completely helpless when it came to dealing with household matters. Fortunately, Sylvia was around and performed as one would expect of the matron of the house. She coordinated the servants with great efficiency, keeping what should be kept and throwing out what wasn't needed. It didn't take too long for them to finish packing up and leave. He praised her handling of the matter with admiration. I'm used to moving. This isn't anything to be surprised over, replied she nonchalantly. On the 21st day of the 9th month, Lorist arrived in Rage Bear with the administrative departments from Firm Rock. From that day onwards, Rage Bear was the Northland's capital and the center of administration for the house. It was built on a flat piece of land with no difficult terrain or moas. A few hundred years earlier, there was a hill that wasn't taller than 100 meters there. An unknown noble had built a rundown stronghold and made it his headquarters. After a few different owners, the cruddy place gradually developed into a large castle built of stone. It wasn't until later that House Loggins was entitled Duke of the Northlands and given a fief there. The first Duke Loggins didn't fancy living in the cold, lone castle and hired two well-known architects to build the largest city in the region with the castle at its core. The city came to be named after the two architects, and it developed into the first city to have a population over 100,000 in the Northlands. As a result, the southern part of the Northlands became the most prosperous area of the province. Before Lorist returned to the Dominion, it was the most prosperous and merry place to be. Compared to the magnificent city, Maplewoodson was but a little bastide in a little rural corner. Duke Loggins only had himself to blame for making the wrong enemy. He had designated Lorist an easy and plentiful target on which to prey, resulting in the ultimate burial of his house. Following Duke Loggins's defeat, the regional capital attracted the ravenous second prince. The founder and ruler of the kingdom not only confiscated Duke Loggins's property, he also sent the Duke to Windbury with the excuse of letting him stay there to recover from his sickness. The poor Duke fell prey to bandits right after leaving the Northlands, and his whole family was exterminated. Thus, a house of the former empire with hundreds of years of history met their demise. When Lorist once again defeated the Second Highness and the 100,000-strong allied noble army of the Northlands, he formed the alliance of four houses, and Gildusk became part of Baron Shazan's dominion, with the Duke's manor falling into his hands. However, the capital of the Northlands had already been Lorist's two sieges. The rich had fled to House Norton's dominion. While Shazan did control the city, the income it generated wasn't much. Given that he didn't have enough money to sustain himself, Shazan didn't bother to take the extra mile in managing the place. With the dominion relocation, Shazan's title was raised to that of a count, and he moved his household all the way to Delamock, causing the capital to finally fall into Lorist's hands. Given its strategic location convenient for traffic, Lorist decided to move the headquarters there. He also ordered Grandmaster Siroba to reconstruct the castle, which had already stood for centuries, and to revitalize it once more. Lorist wasn't too satisfied with the first city blueprint of Rage Bear Siroba brought him. He had requested he design a city that could accommodate at least 300,000 citizens. Even though the current population was less, he believed it wouldn't take long for it to turn busy after the house's various departments moved in. Siroba found himself was rather troubled because the city was originally designed to be only able to hold 100,000 people. That was how wide the old city was. Lorist thus decided to have a central castle constructed at the center of the city as the main base of operations for the house and his residents, just like Firm Rock. The protected areas beyond the walls would be where the rich and members of the peerage would stay. As for the rest of the land, it would be split into plazas centered around business areas, military camps, and other facilities. As for commoner residences, they would be built outside the walls. That would essentially double the area of the city and avoid the trouble of having to reconstruct the city from the ground up. Currently, the east of the city was already connected to the two special noble areas, separated only by a man-made canal 3 meters wide. Clouds of dust could be seen from a distance. It was apparent that the nobles who bought their land there were busy building their own manors. Carriages and people filled the streets and gave the city a merry atmosphere. The Duke's manor at the center of Rage Bear had almost doubled in size. The old manor was designed with the concept of a garden in mind, but Siroba had built a 5-story tall castle as per Lorist's request. The old and new designs were fused without damaging the gardens. Out of consideration of safety, Lorist's residence was built atop the 100-meter-tall hill where a new castle was constructed. It was connected to the administrative center through the walls. It almost seemed like there was another citadel built within Rage Bear itself. By the time everyone had settled down, it was the start of the 10th month. Lorist saw himself becoming busier as he hurried around to welcome the nobles who had arrived at Rage Bear early to attend the wedding. On the 17th day of the 10th month, Lorist's elder cousin, gold-ranked Knight Glacia, brought her family along. Glacia returned to the Northlands with her mother and 2 younger brothers. According to young Lorist's memories, his second uncle's wife, his aunt, was a sickly beauty. She looked more or less how he remembered, just much paler and older. She was still sickly as usual and feared cold wines or strong light. After a short chat, she retired to her chambers. Lorist really wondered how a person like that had managed to survive the turbulent times of civil war. It was Lorist's first time meeting his two cousins, however. One of them was 28 and a 2-star silver rank. He was obviously not as talented as Glacia when it came to training. The other was 22 and at the 2-star bronze rank, a little worse than the former. Glacia claimed they were more academically inclined and would serve as officials in the future. Glacia herself had changed a lot. Not only did she look much paler, she had also lost a considerable amount of weight. It didn't take Lorist long to pick up on something, so he asked her about the Second Highness. At first, she wasn't really willing to discuss the matter, but she later helplessly confessed that she had broken up with him. That was why she had lost her position as the leader of the city guard. She had brought her family back to the house and said she wouldn't go back. Why? Lorist wondered, why did the Second Highness break up with Glacia? Doesn't he know this means he will no longer get our aid? He might even be cautiously regarded as a potential hostile. Putting aside Glacia's father, who has loyally fought as an imperial knight and served as a brigadier general before perishing on the battlefield, Glacia followed the Second Highness loyally for more than 2 decades as well. Not only did she charge into one dangerous battle after another, she was also his lover. How could the Second Highness put an end to such a long-lasting relationship? Glacia didn't reveal any details no matter what. With a completely cold expression, she said that she was worn out and wanted to spend the rest of her life quietly. She had returned to the house mainly because of her 2 younger brothers. The imperial capital was not a good environment for them to grow and develop. Given how House Norton was at its peak, she wanted to entrust the elder to Lorist and send the younger to Dawn Academy. Though he was a little older than the rest, the youngest sibling was smart and curious and would definitely be quite capable in the future. Lorist was still fraught with curiosity, but there was no way he could force Glacia to tell him anything she didn't want. As for their quarters, Glacia could pick one of the 6 remaining manors. Even if she said she wanted to live in peace without agreeing to serve the house, she was still a gold-ranked knight and a member of the house. She deserved one of the manors. Lorist didn't suspect for a moment Glacia was sent by the Second Highness to spy on him. Pulling off an act like breaking up to sneak into the house as a spy was nothing but a joke. He was sure the defeated look on her face came from true emotional shock. Otherwise, she wouldn't say anything like wanting to live in seclusion. The simple arrangements for the brothers were nothing about which to be suspicious either. The elder would join the local defense brigade while the younger would attend Dawn Academy. 2 days later, Lorist put the matter behind him. Apart from instructing Tarkle to send people to the imperial capital to find out the specifics, he was busy receiving the visiting nobles. There was one day he had to meet 16 different nobles. His face was sore from all the smiling. The date of the grand wedding had already been decided. It would take place on the 8th day of the 11th month. It was the reason for the sudden influx of nobles who came forward to present their gifts. There were also many merchants with honorary noble titles coming over to better their relations and ask Lorist construct 2 more special noble areas so they could buy land and build their manors there too. When Charade came over, he told Lorist something to which he didn't know how to react. Some time earlier, the house had released a notice stating that honorary nobles from other nations could spend a sum to convert their honorary titles into those recognized by House Norton. However, given that the fee was rather high, many merchants were unwilling to pay. So, many of them cut corners by becoming honorary nobles of Andanak because House Norton was also part of the nation. They headed to the imperial capital to purchase noble titles from the Second Highness, which were half the cost of conversion, allowing the Second Highness to earn more than 100,000 gold fords for doing nothing. It also made the Northlands see an influx of near 100 honorary Andanak nobles. Charade said to teach those who cheaped out a lesson, the third special noble zone soon up for auction should only be sold to nobles that converted their honorary titles to those of House Norton. After all, those of the house should look out for themselves first, even if they were of the same nation. Naturally, while the other honorary nobles from the kingdom couldn't purchase any land, they could still buy smaller villas. It was the only way they could raise their status. It was a given that they would be inferior in comparison to those that purchased their own land to build their manors though, and it was the lesson they would be taught. Lorist agreed and left him in charge. I wondered why there were so many new honorary Andanak nobles lately. So they came over from the imperial capital. Hey. Explains how there were more people than I could spare the time to greet. During the last 3 days of the 10th month, Duke Fizibalan's 2 envoys, Aradok and Napol, showed up once more. They brought the Duke's reply: the armistice would last for 3 years. The Duke had already signed and sealed the document, but Aradok didn't seem happy. When he presented the document, he mocked House Norton for downgrading their mighty Firm Rock to a mere garrison. It seemed House Fizibalan had realized the banners of Firm Rock, currently stationed at the borders, had garrison appended. In essence, House Norton exploited a loophole in their agreement, but House Fizibalan couldn't do anything about it. Lorist wasn't embarrassed in the least. Firm Rock had always been a garrison legion, were his words. Before the war, they had guarded Firm Rock Castle. They were only moved to the borders to defend them. The 2 envoys didn't think Lorist would be so shameless as to insist that Firm Rock was a garrison legion. Their faces darkened with anger. Apart from signing the armistice, they also came to carry out 2 instructions. The first was to negotiate the ransom of the 40,000+ soldiers of Third Frontier. Last time, they only managed to ransom the household knights and household members. Now, they believed that, since the armistice was signed, Lorist should allow the soldiers' ransom to reunite with their families. Lorist refused without even thinking about it. Are you kidding me? If I release the 40,000+ soldiers, Duke Fizibalan can build another frontier right away. There's no way I'd be crazy enough to agree. Fortunately, the 2 envoys knew their request had touched Lorist's baseline and weren't too stubborn. The other mission was to visit Princess Sylvia. They said they had brought something to her per the Duke's orders. Out of curiosity, Lorist sent for someone to bring Sylvia over and went to see what Duke Fizibalan wanted to give her. He didn't think that after checking the 3 large, 4-wheeled carriages, Sylvia would actually hug Lorist and start crying. The carriages carried all her possessions, ranging from the toys with which she played in her childhood, to clothes, other daily necessities, and the decorations she used in her quarters, including even a small cushion and rug. Apart from that, a dozen servants came along, and they were all those who had taken care of her since her childhood. Sylvia resisted the urge to continue crying after a while before she thanked the 2 envoys and instructed the servants of the castle to bring the 3 carriages to the back. She brought out a sack of gold coins and heavily rewarded the dozen old servants, but she refused their request to stay and serve by her side before returning to the backyard. Lorist had the 2 envoys taken care of after telling them they would be welcome to attend his wedding before rushing to the backyard. To his surprise, he found Sylvia starting a fire and tossing everything from the 3 carriages into it as she cried. Lorist asked her what the stuff was out of curiosity. She leaped into his embrace and whimpered, "Locke, all I have right now is you." Feeling a rush of emotion, he finally understood what was going on and hugged Sylvia tightly. Chapter 411 The Wedding. In marriage there are no manners that must be kept, and beneath the wildest accusations no criticism. Each is familiar with that ancient child in the other who may erupt again at any moment. We are not ridiculous to ourselves, we are ageless. That is the luxury of the ring. Empress Fizibalan Sylvia on marriage in a letter to her daughter. Your Grace, word of Princess Sylvia burning all of the gifts Duke Fizibalan sent has spread all over Rage Bear. The knights and officials, as well as the landed nobles, are praising Her Highness. They all have good things to say about her becoming house matron, reported Charade the next day. He himself found Sylvia's actions quite praiseworthy. Lorist didn't really know how to react. Human imagination was practically boundless. Sylvia had burned everything the day before to vent her feelings. She was torn when she saw Duke Fisibelan send over everything she'd ever owned, as if he wanted them out of the house, as if he no longer acknowledged her as his granddaughter. Why hadn't even a single member of the house come over to attend the wedding if this was not so? She took it as an act of cutting ties with her. She was filled with grief and pain. In a fit of rage, she'd burned all the toys, clothes, and products she'd used since her childhood. Since you won't acknowledge me, I won't acknowledge you. Let's burn it all so nothing remains to remind me of you. I'll have nothing to do with House Fisibelan from now on. After accompanying Sylvia for the night, Lorist had realized she was rather naive when it came to such things. She was like a 10-year-old lass, still immature. He could understand why this was the case, though, she had, after all, grown up in a very isolated and protected environment. She simply had no way to know the world's woes and the human mind. Which was why she had jumped to the conclusion that House Fisibelan had been trying to cast her away. He thought further than that, though. He was reasonably skilled at reading between the lines. He believed the Duke had no intention to abandon Sylvia. Instead, it was meant as a reminder to Sylvia of the time she had spent in the house, to remind her of her origin. There was no need to send them over otherwise. The servants were also brought over so Sylvia would have people she could trust to help her manage her daily life. Additionally, there would be someone available to deliver any messages to the house. As for House Fisibelan not allowing anyone to participate in her wedding, it was probably to avoid arousing the others' suspicion and to not put Lorist on alert. Unfortunately, the Duke had not expected the usually intelligent princess to be ignorant when it came to emotional matters. Lorist's stomach ached from his suppressed laughter, but he had to maintain his solemn facade and console the girl. When Duke Fisibelan received word of what had happened from his envoys, he would definitely be dumbstruck and regret his decision. Hee, old fox, you didn't think there would be this kind of misunderstanding, hey? It'll be even harder when you come to clarify things later. While it's easy to stick and pull out a thorn in a person's heart, healing the wound left behind is not so easy. Though the matter seemed relatively simple, word was that Sylvia had burned the Duke's gifts in the name of House Norton and cut off all relation with House Fisibelan. Many people praised her. There were no idiots, everyone understood the implications of leaving Firm Rock at the borders of Southern and East Wild as well as Jaeger's reformation. Even if they had signed an armistice, House Norton still considered House Fisibelan an enemy. They were even preparing for the next war when the last one had barely ended. Naturally, Lorist didn't bother to correct the misunderstanding. In fact, he couldn't be happier. He just asked Tarkle to watch House Fisibelan's servants closely and make sure they didn't linger in the Dominion. Given how Sylvia had already heavily rewarded them, even if they had been exiled, they should be able to start a new life somewhere else. If they really remained in Rage Bear, it was a sign that they probably had other intentions. Lorist would not allow them to meet Sylvia, lest she pity them and allow them to stay at her side. It would only sow the seed of turmoil. After sending Tarkle off, Lorist lay on the couch tiredly. Sylvia had been crying and couldn't sleep the night before. He had naturally lost his sleep as well. Sigh, tell me, how many nobles must I greet today? None, Your Grace. I've refused all requests for audiences. You may rest. Charade was rather considerate when it came to such matters. Thanks, Lorist said as he rolled on the couch to find a better position. I leave the rest to you. Also, the wedding is in 7 days. Is everything in order? Don't worry, everything's prepared. Will Your Grace stay here or travel after the wedding? Though the folk of Grindia didn't have a tradition of going on honeymoon, nobles would usually go for a trip. Normally, they would travel around their dominion. Some would travel to places with good scenery. Their trips were always expensive. There had once been a king who had spent 3 years on the road with his wife. He had traveled to nearly all the nations on the continent. It was recorded as the longest post-wedding trip in history. Well, I'll live in Cherry Blossom Ridge outside the city, Lorist said. Winter will come soon. I'm too lazy to go around traveling. I'll spend winter on the estate and travel around the Dominion with Sylvia come the 4th or 5th month while I check the defenses and troops. Since we don't have any major undertakings on the table for next year, we just have to keep our forces in shape, and my Dominion secure. I leave the administration in your care. Charade nodded. Very well. You ought to rest. Lorist and Sylvia's wedding cost 1.37 million gold forts and was known as the most expensive wedding in the last century. The cost of the ceremony itself was around 100,000 gold forts. The greatest expense was the gifts. To get all the citizens into a festive mood, all commoners received a gift bag including a small silver. Men would receive half a kilogram of meat and half a kilogram of wheat wine, women a set of fine cutlery or some other daily necessities. As for retired soldiers, they received meat, wine, and a large silver coin. That alone cost nearly 800,000 gold forts. Surprisingly, Spiel wasn't that stingy this time. The main reason was that the mining in Gold Ridge had begun. The income the mines brought the house was estimated at around 2 million gold forts. Secondly, House Fisibelan had signed an armistice, and the resumption of trade on a large scale gave the house quite a boost. Lorist had also said that during the last 3 years the house had spent exterminating Madras and Iblaya, the production of goods had been affected somewhat. The products that piled up in the warehouse couldn't be sold and the economy didn't look too good. So, giving them away as gifts would not only clear up storage space for new stuff to kick off the economy in the following year, it would also give the citizens who received the goods a taste of what they considered expensive. It would encourage them to spend their money acquiring the goods in the future instead of burying their wealth. Spiel found Lorist's reasoning incredibly sound. Just like how the house was giving away meat and wine, a few years back, the house had traded weapons with House Fisibelan for livestock and made the western area of the Northlands into pastures. They initially thought the citizens' demand for beef and mutton would explode. They hadn't thought that apart from the household forces, the commoners were exceedingly thrifty. They would more or less only purchase meat once a month for a taste. They were used to hardship and loved to store their money up for the future just in case of any emergencies. The low demand resulted in an explosion in the livestock population instead. They had soon run out of places to make pastures. So, the house slaughtered some livestock every year and made jerky for convenient storage. Using the opportunity, House Norton conducted a detailed survey of the population. The survey revealed that the region's total population had grown to about 1.67 million. The Northlands now once again had the same population they had had during the Empire's Golden Age. It was a really impressive figure. Though most of the population were migrants, it was only to be expected given how much damage the Civil War had wrought on the Empire, especially with the chaos caused by Duke Loggins and the other conflicts between the Northlander nobles. There was nothing much to say about the wedding. The whole city was immensely decorated and there were seas of meat and wine all over. Though the permanent residents of Rage Bear weren't too many, the ones invited to observe the ceremony filled the city. First, Lorist and Sylvia paraded in the streets in a grand carriage. They then hosted a large feast and ball in the castle for the nobles and household members. When the silver moon was high in the night sky, the couple took up their place on the stage. Bathed in silver moonlight and with the nobles present as witnesses, they swore their love and respect and recited their nauseating oaths. They exchanged rings and had a Church of the War God Cardinal officiate their lawful wedding under the War God and Silver Moon Goddess purview. The wedding was planned to be an incredibly traditional one by noble standards. Lorist felt it was not all that different from weddings in his previous life, with all the associated routines and the bride and groom being ordered about by others. In his previous life, after he'd retired from the military, he took over his father's little workshop and toiled to keep it running. By the time the workshop was running smoothly again, he'd realized he was already over 30, so he had his relatives introduce one partner after another. There was even a month where he attended 8 marriage meetings. He had been rather optimistic at first and had hoped he could find a partner that shared his values. He soon gave up on the idea. The millennial women he met were very materialistic, and talks about his car, house, and bank account were the focus of the conversation. In the end, he stopped being picky. After shacking with the one who would be his bride for 2 months, he got her pregnant and they soon got married. His post-wedding life was plain, to say the least, and the couple didn't have many topics about which they could talk. It wasn't really a problem that his wife hadn't been a virgin. Most of the people in undergraduate studies probably messed around quite a bit anyway. He didn't have any specific requests, so he just went with it. The problem was that he and his wife held really different views. Though he wasn't really educated, he had served his country and shed blood and tears for it. The contribution of which he was so proud was considered something only a fool would do by his wife. She believed he had wasted his most important years, his youth. If he hadn't enlisted in the military and actually picked up some real skills, he would have probably managed to develop his little workshop into a large listed company. They would have had enough money to emigrate. Their first argument happened when one of his comrades came to visit him. It was his first time beating a woman in his life. He gave his wife a harsh slap. A cold war followed for half a year. They weren't willing to say a single word to each other. Had it not been for not wanting to hurt their daughter, they would have filed for divorce. The two slept separately, and, as a result, Lorist bed his secretary. Since the secretary, 10 years his junior, was really open and didn't mind relieving him of his manly desires, he didn't mind doing it. She didn't have that good a relationship with her own husband either, anyway. The flashback gradually faded. Right now, he had completely integrated into Grindia. Sometimes, he felt his past life was nothing but a distant dream he hadn't experienced himself. He was currently the head of House Norton, Duke of the Northlands, a Duke of the Andanak Kingdom. He had hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers at his beck and call. And now, he had a beautiful, fairy-like girl bound to him in matrimony. Just like the netizens of his previous life would say, he was in the prime of his life. After the wedding, Sylvia clasped his arm and took a walk across the venue. They received the greetings and congratulations of the household knights and officials, and the guests. She wore a blissful smile on her beautiful face and seemed more blinding than usual. When the midnight bells struck, Lorist took her to their new room. As opposed to Lorist, who was a little worn out from dealing with the pestering nobles, Sylvia was extremely serious. This would be the most important night of her life, the night she gave her innocence to her one, true love. Upon entering the room, to hide her anxiety, emotional turmoil, and fear, she looked for things to do. She made Lorist some max, wiped the table, made the bed, and realized that she was sweaty all over by the time she ran out of things to do. She had her 2 maids prepare a bath. When she was bathing, she felt a little anxious about Lorist coming in with her, but also hoped he would at the same time. Her feelings fluttered with the contradictory notions. Lorist, however, didn't give it that much thought. "You're already meat on my table. Delaying the deed won't help." He let her go about however she wished. He felt physically and mentally worn out. Interacting with all those nobles had really taken a toll on him. Just like wearing a mask, he had to put on a hollow smile and think of something pleasing to say. It was far too troubling and tiring. Sometimes, he felt more willing to take on 10 rank 3 blade masters at once than dealing with nobles. The former was probably much easier. The moment he thought about how he would have to deal with the nobles in the future as well, his head numbed. Sentiments what could be expressed in a few curt sentences took ages for nobles to express, they beat around the bush too much. Though he mocked himself from time to time, the nobles regarded him with caution in fear of offending someone with his status. What's the point? It makes things difficult for everyone. Oh gosh, I'm tired. I suppose I ought to lie down for a bit. When Sylvia had finished her bath, she saw Lorist snoring. Bastard, this is the most important night of my life. How can you fall asleep? She stopped caring about hiding her body modestly and let her towel drop to the ground. She got into bed naked, bore her fangs, and gave Lorist's shoulder a harsh bite. Uuuch. Chapter 412 Survey. Hey everyone! Well, today is one of those special days when the universe conspires to crap on you. We just want to wish everyone a lucky Friday the 13th. May you step on all the cracks, spill the salt, walk underneath all the ladders, see all the black cats, and so much more, and still come out fine on the other end. Here are our team's thoughts on today. Weird things are supposed to happen on Friday the 13th, right? Maybe I'll take the day off. Ryogawa. Don't be superstitious. Nothing will happen on Friday the 13th that cannot happen on Saturday the 14th. Prince. What are your favorite Friday the 13th sayings? Do you avoid anything on this particular day? Roughly 4 to 5 days after the wedding, Lorist brought Sylvia and his 4 concubines to Cherry Blossom Ridge. Logically speaking, newlyweds should have all the time with each other and it wasn't appropriate to have concubines come along. However, Sylvia had no choice as her body was more sensitive than most and she couldn't handle Lorist's vigor. Every time he reached his peak, she would have long been expended, slumping down like mud, unable to even move her fingers. So, he had no choice but to have his concubines help relieve him. He left all his work to charade when he began his travels and only returned to Ragebear in the snow of the 12th month. There wasn't a choice as the New Year's celebration was on the horizon. It was the second celebration organized by House Norton and even more nobles would participate, landed or honorary. They all brought their families and filled up the city streets, bringing an aura of warm merriness during the cold, muted winter. The most important part of the celebration would be the entitlement ceremony. With Iblia no more and Winston firmly in House Norton's hands, Lorist could finally realize his promise to the nobles of Delamock. There were 19 noble houses from the province to be enfeft land in Winston. As for the 17 Winston noble houses that had defected, they would be relocated to Delamock. In contrast to the slightly down Madrasan nobles, the Winstonian nobles were elated. They had defected quickly and mobilized their forces during the barbarian army's attack on Pedro to help out. Also, since Delamock used to be the empire's main food store, its land was fertile and produced 3 times more than other areas. Those relocated there couldn't be happier. As for the nobles of the now-defunct Madras, they had picked the right side. Not only were they demoted when they were moved to Winston, the land there was also relatively poor. Lorist also had to announce the list of House Norton honorary nobles. Most were merchants who had spent money to be given their titles, while others were house officials who had shown decent prowess: Boris, governor of Hanayabarta, Professor Balba of the Gunpowder Research Lab, Kristen, head of security, and several others. Lorist didn't entitle any landed nobles this time. It wasn't that he lacked candidates. Their contributions, time, or service just weren't enough to warrant it. Usually, New Year's celebrations would go on for 3 days. But many of the nobles who came to participate had already purchased houses in the wealthy area of the city. Ken Mays had bought a large courtyard house nearest the Duke's manor to use as his residence. It was practically next to the central castle. Following the celebration, Ken Mays hosted his own parties at his residence non-stop. As Lorist had said, he preferred silence while Ken Mays thrived on merrymaking. He would spend most of the money he earned from the Salt Merchant Committee on events like these instead of developing his dominion and military. It took Lorist only a few days of residence in the castle to lose all patience with the noise coming from Ken Mays's home. He took Sylvia and his 4 concubines to Cherry Blossom Ridge and stayed there until after the rainy season when the winter wheat was being harvested. Lorist returned to Ragebear and settled in for the spring. Once the spring sowing began, he finally went on a tour of the Dominion with his lovers. He took his time on the trip, unlike the previous year. He planned to check every location in detail, especially the 7 settlements towns. He also wanted to tour the countryside with Sylvia so she could show herself before the commoners and make her status as the house's matron known. The trip was rather costly. They handed out a large silver for each member of each garrison of each town they visited, about 300,000 gold fords worth. Luckily it had been budgeted for, so it wasn't an unexpected expense. As their destinations were quite numerous, the trip took some time. They only reached North Sea in the 7th month. From there, they were ferried to Silaos by a small contingent of the fleet by the same name. During the voyage, Lorist received more details about the war. The Union and the mid-southern nations were still engaged in minor skirmishes. However, a few nations' forces had suffered quite heavy casualties. Coincidentally, the three were near the Jigda kingdom. In other words, they were not far away from the Chikder merchant guild's territory. The Union spotted the opportunity and launched a major operation in the area. Their forces came by sea and landed on the border. Within hours they were across the border and pushing everything out of the way. Lord Fustat, general of the mid-southern nations military, was greatly shocked and launched an immediate counterattack. It managed to force the Union back across the border, but the nobility that had lived in the area were already dead. None of the families now had any surviving heirs, save for one of the duchies, who now had but a single princess. Lorf had no choice but to station his troops in the decimated nations to keep the Union at bay. Meanwhile, the conflict between the two southernmost nations, Roman and Khoistan, seemed to be escalating. Both sides had launched 3 large-scale offensives with hundreds of thousands of troops. Both sides had also suffered comparable losses. It had developed into a full-blown war and neither side could now call it off. They were constantly moving soldiers around and the battles couldn't be more gruesome. It was as if they were trying to vent all the hatred of the past 2 centuries at once. Lorist stroked his chin. While those involved might be ignorant, we spectators aren't. There must be a scheme behind all this. In fact, it seems familiar. Didn't something similar happen with House Windsor's dominion? The 4 noble houses around it launched a coordinated attack, and when their forces were mostly defeated, a sudden savior popped out of nowhere to eradicate the aggressors, conquering the dominions of the 4 houses without much effort. Right now, the conflict between the Union and the mid-southern nations seemed to be going down the same path. The 3 nations' forces were first expended on the front lines, then the Union launched a surprise attack out of nowhere. Duke Lorf then leads his troops to fend the Union off, but the ruling families were wiped out already. He has no choice but to station his troops in these nations now. I bet the 3 will soon be assimilated into Jigda. They're working together. When he read the news about the war between Roman and Khoistan, he suddenly had his doubts. Why would these 2 nations go to war, and wipe out Kalia? The 3 each had a sword saint. Kalia was relatively small, but they had managed to maintain the status quo for many years. No matter which side started a confrontation, Kalia would side with the other. Neither faction wished for the other 2 to mobilize their sword saints against theirs, so nothing ever came of the standoffs. Roman and Khoistan actually united and wiped out Kalia, and made their sword saint vanish. Then they go to all-out war? If they hadn't gone to war, they might have been attracted to the war to their north. Even Kalia might have tried to expand while the mid-southern nations were in chaos. However, the outbreak of war between Roman and Khoistan allowed one ambitious faction in the mid-southern nations the perfect opportunity to expand. The timing was too perfect. Duke Lorf's stationing of troops in the 3 nations and the inevitable absorption of their territory into Jigda kingdom wouldn't be opposed by anyone. In fact, it couldn't have been more welcome. After all, their enemy was the Union, and the Union had exterminated several of their royal lines. Only Jigda's duke could save them from their peril, so, they hurried to flock to his feet and side with him without hesitation. Lorist laughed bitterly. This scheme is truly wondrous. First, they incite conflict between Roman and Khoistan and have them tear each other's throats out. The bitter hatred brewed over 2 centuries won't be extinguished easily. Even if the conflict ends, both sides will be completely beaten up. It'll resolve the worries Jigda might have. They then incite war between the mid-southern nations and the Union and absorb the nations around them. It allows the kingdom to expand its territory and become another one of the superpowers on the continent. Lorist had already designated the general, Duke Lorf, the main culprit. It should be expected for the playing field on Grindia to shift greatly after the war. However, he didn't know how ambitious that Duke really was. How many among the 20 remaining nations would he swallow before he was satisfied? He picked up a folder on his desk, flipped it open, and focused on a particular page. It contained information about some of the alliance's members. The first entry was of none other than Lorf himself. Duke Lorf, member of the Jigda Kingdom's royal family and chief military strategist. Controls 80% of the kingdom's forces. His personal dominion exceeds the entire royal family's. He is known as the Non-King King and the Shadow King. His first wife passed on many years ago. Currently, he is happily wedded to his second wife, Windsor Prina. She has borne him 3 sons and a daughter. The couple is happily married. Soul. Lorist tossed the folder to the ground with an expression bordering on crying and laughing at the same time. He didn't know what kind of emotion to feel as he recalled the moonlit night. Within the dark room, the girl sat crying as she talked about how she had no choice but to marry the Marquis for the sake of her house. Lorist could recall the grief and hate he had felt at the time. He cursed the shallow mistress for suffering misfortunes after leaving him and leaping into the Marquis's embrace. It was too bad things hadn't panned out as he had imagined. It was obvious that his first love was living a blissful life. Whatever, it's been so long. Maybe that young missy has forgotten me. I have Sylvia, Deliana, Fenazeli, Daisy, and Maria now. Why should I feel vexed about a relationship that ended more than a decade ago? Lorist smiled at himself mockingly and picked the folder up again. He analyzed the information about the Duke. The more he read, the more restless he became. Since the Duke is so powerful in Jigda, why doesn't he seize the throne and become king? Is he really that loyal to the royal family? Or does he have other reasons for not doing so? As he was on a ship, there was no one with whom he could discuss the matter. So, he put the thought in the back of his mind and had Genalio archive the reports. He stepped onto the deck and saw Sylvia and his 4 concubines ordering the guards to toss the fishing net into the sea. Even though the ship was currently sailing, it didn't stop the net from being cast. Sometimes, there would be surprising catches. For instance, sharks lured into the trap by beef. They arrived at Silauas 3 days later. Pajik and Hector had already been waiting in the harbor. After Lorist surveyed the garrison, Pajik reported something that surprised him. Blade Master Shus, who had been training in seclusion in Seaview Manor, felt the time had come to advance a rank. He had taken his sword and entered the volcanic areas of the island alone. If he succeeded and broke through to become a rank 2 Blade Master, he would naturally return. If he failed, he would not. Lorist knew Blade Masters took quite a long time to make their breakthroughs. At the very least, it would take a year. It required summarizing one's insights and identifying one's weaknesses. During that process, the Blade Master would continue training and refining his insights and feel for the next step to advance his swordsmanship. Blade Masters usually headed to desolate, uninhabited places or harsh environments. It wasn't just a form of physical training, it allowed them to better attune to the changes in nature and gain inspiration to incorporate into their swordsmanship for further advancement. Since Shus had picked that path, Lorist could only pray for his success. He stayed at Silauas until the end of the 8th month. This time around, they would survey the eastern regions where Jaeger, Tiger Soar, and Firm Rock were. Out of Lorist's expectations, Jaeger's men weren't the least bit averse to Sylvia. In fact, they cherished the commemorative medals with which Lorist had come up. Who wouldn't cherish gold commemorative medals that could be traded for 3 gold fords? When he finished his rounds and returned to Rage Bear, it was already the 11th month of year 1780. A year had passed in the blink of an eye. The Dominion had truly grown too great. Before he could get 2 days' rest, Charade barged inside. "Your Grace, out of seclusion." "What? What part of me got out of seclusion? Asked Lorist, confused. No, not you. Charade recovered his breath. His Majesty. He came out of seclusion after breaking through to become a rank 1 Blade Master. Chapter 413 Second Highness's Scheme. Most schemes of political improvement are laughable things. Norton Lorist. What? The Second Highness broke through to become a Blade Master. After some thought, Lorist instantly came to an understanding. So the Second Highness had been cooped up in his palace for the past 2 years because he was making a breakthrough. No wonder he hadn't bothered to take advantage of the conflict between the Union and the mid-southern nations. Charade took out a grayish-white silk cloth filled with words. Your Grace, this is the Eagle message we received from the Imperial capital. It says the Second Highness ended his seclusion 3 days ago. First, he secretly had an audience with most of his subordinates and officials to gain an understanding of the situation of the kingdom before he announced he had broken through to become a rank 1 Blade Master. He will hold a large banquet in celebration tomorrow. Lorist received the cloth, and tossed it aside after reading it. I wonder if he is a favored child of the plain. He has a freaking pest's vigor and won't die no matter how he's beaten. Although it seems like things are going south for him, he just pops up energetically out of nowhere and starts causing trouble. I was wondering why he was behaving so well when he was cooped up in the palace. I didn't think he had actually broken through and become a Blade Master. Charade, having spent lots of time with Lorist, knew he was referring to the Second Highness as a cockroach, but he still asked out of curiosity. Your Grace, what is this favored child of the plain? Well, it doesn't mean anything complicated. Word is that there are some people exceptionally lucky across the multiple planes. No matter what danger they encounter, they will emerge safely and even make unexpected gains. For example, during a time of chaos, there will be a few exceptionally lucky people who manage to start great upheavals. Such people would eventually be known as legendary heroes. There are some who call them the plane's favored children. It's like they are loved by the plane on which they live itself. Oh, Charade mused, he's considered a plane's favored child? I don't buy it. If not for the fact that you gave him Whitelion's equipment and the funds he needed and mobilized our troops to restore him to the throne, I doubt he could have regained his position. I told you he's not one to sit around and do nothing. I wonder how gleeful he must be now he's broken through to being a Blade Master. Our peace will soon be disrupted. Lorist nodded with a smile. It doesn't matter. Whether the Second Highness is a Blade Master is irrelevant. He's a smart fellow. He won't target us. The same can't be said for the duchies and the Union. He might soon deploy his troops to reclaim a few provinces while the Union's at war. We just have to wait for the plot to unfold, though. You think the Second Highness will really mobilize? Of course. It's been 3 years since he reclaimed his throne. I'm surprised he hasn't deployed his troops even once in the past 3 years. Though he spent most of his time training in seclusion, he did manage to succeed. Now the kingdom's situation is stable and his subordinates and troops have become rather well trained, and, given how the Union won't want to fight a war on 2 fronts, there is no way this king won't cause trouble. His advancement will only make his attacks even more ferocious. However, Lorist's guess was mistaken. 3 days later, he received another Eagle message from the Imperial capital. What? The Second Highness will survey the kingdom? What the hell is he doing? Isn't this the time to mobilize his legions and reclaim the provinces? For him to survey the kingdom at a time like this? Is this really the Second Highness we know? He couldn't be an impostor, could he? Lorist was completely flabbergasted. He even suspected the Second Highness had been replaced. It wasn't weird for him to spend 2 years cooped up in the palace, neither was it odd for him to want to survey the kingdom afterwards. But, the Eagle message stated he wasn't going to survey the provinces under his control. Instead, he was going to visit Sigler, Delamock, Winston, and Southern. What in the world is this bastard planning? Siglar was House Kenmaze's dominion and Delamock and Winston territories of House Norton according to the agreement signed between the Alliance and the Second Highness. Southern was Count Phelim's domain. Why didn't the Second Highness survey the provinces under his control? Why was he going to go to places not under his jurisdiction? Lorist definitely wasn't going to believe the Second Highness didn't have something else in mind. Maybe he regretted the contract and believed he had better bargaining power now he had become a blade master. If that were so, Lorist wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Rank 1 blade master aside, he wouldn't even regard rank 3 blade masters. But, after some thought, he believed the Second Highness wouldn't be so irrational as to put up airs in front of him just because he had become a blade master. Lorist had defeated Xanthia rank 3 blade master in front of the Second Highness' own eyes. Did the Second Highness make any other odd moves? Charade, read the letter again. He shook his head. None, Your Grace. He only announced he was going to survey these 4 provinces. I wonder why he didn't include the Northlands. Is he planning something against us? Impossible, Lorist said as he stood up and went to the map on the wall to check out the route announced. Based on the might he currently has, going against us is a pipe dream. No noble would answer his call. They aren't idiots. If the Second Highness really thinks they will rally behind him just because he's a blade master, he wouldn't be the Second Highness we know. Also, there's no way he'd make his moves this public if he's truly going against us. I suspect he has other intentions. He didn't announce he would survey the Northlands. Since Delamock and Winston are under our control, it won't be out of the ordinary for us to send a squad in the name of escorting him. He's our king after all. We'll make out what he's planning when we follow along. Who will you send? Asked Charade. Logically speaking, Lorist was the most appropriate person to receive the Second Highness. However, he couldn't be bothered with meeting him, especially after the breakup between the Second Highness and Glacia. Lorist was filled with more animosity towards the little king than ever before. It wasn't unwarranted either. Glacia had followed the Second Highness into the battlefield at the tender age of 18. Not only had she been loyal, she had even been his lover. But they broke up after spending 20 years together. Not only was it uncalled for, it showed the Second Highness's hostility towards the house. Perhaps it was out of concern of House Norton that the Second Highness refused to let Glacia become queen. Do you want me to go? Charade thought he was suited for receiving the king given his status as Baron and the house's chief knight and administrator. Lorist shook his head. You won't do. Don't forget your identity. What about my identity? You're a gold-ranked knight. I'm worried he will ask you to spar with him. Given that he's now a blade master, he won't have much trouble showing off in front of you. And since you can't really refuse him, I don't want to see you return with a missing limb or 2. It's not like I can avenge you if he claims it was a sparring accident. That would be really troublesome. What Lorist was describing wasn't without precedent. When Duke Loggins went to pay the second prince a visit, his gold-ranked knight was messed with by the second prince's blade master. In name, the blade master claimed it was merely to give pointers. But it was actually a planned humiliation. It made the Duke lose a lot of face and even think several times over making his duchy independent. Ultimately his house was exterminated. There was a good chance Charade would be challenged to a duel in front of the other nobles so the Second Highness could show off his abilities. Losing face was not really a huge deal, the Second Highness wouldn't dare go too far, but, given Charade's poor swordsmanship, the worst result would be him suffering wounds. It was quite likely the Second Highness would deliberately try to wound him knowing how important he was to the house. He would excuse himself by saying he was still unable to control his power after just breaking through and make it up to Lorist for heavily wounding Charade. Even if Lorist wanted to lash out, he wouldn't be able to and would have to swallow the loss. What if I have my father-in-law go along? Again, Lorist shook his head. Forget it. Even Englich can't protect you. The Second Highness has other blade masters as well. What was that guy called? The one I met when I went to save Reedy. Manst or something. I think he's a rank 2 blade master. If you bring Lich along, he would have to face Manst if he stands up for you. Since the Second Highness definitely can't face Lich, he will have good reason to duel a gold-ranked knight. I have a good candidate in mind, said Lorist as he pulled on the rope connected to the bell. Genalio, where's Reedy now? Your Grace, first senior brother went to Firm Rock to check on second senior brother. Send an eagle. Have Reedy come over. I have something I need him to do. Understood, Your Grace. You plan to let Reedy go? Yes. Don't look down on him just because he's a silver rank. His training in my technique allows his swordsmanship to rival that of a rank 1 blade master, maybe even exceed it. If the Second Highness wants to mess with him, he'll definitely be in for a pain. And Reedy is my personal disciple, no one can say I haven't honored the Second Highness. I'll just have Reedy take 1,000 guards along so others can't say I didn't do what was due. Pajik is a 3-star silver shielder so the Second Highness won't cause trouble for him. Also, you can prepare a gift for the Second Highness to congratulate him for his breakthrough. Understood, Your Grace. 3 days later, Reedy and Pajik took 1,000 guards to Venades in Delamoc to await the Second Highness's arrival before escorting him around for his tour. Lorist pushed the matter to the back of his mind and stopped caring. As a result, Ken Mays hurriedly brought a squad of men to Ragebear 10 days later. Why have you come? Wasn't the Second Highness going to survey your dominion? Asked Lorist curiously. Don't even bring it up. That guy's there to show off. I have no intention of meeting him, said Ken Mays angrily. He asked your gold-ranked knight for a duel. Yes. That's fine, right? What's wrong with a gold-ranked knight losing? If he can't defeat one after breaking through, it would truly be a joke. Also, why are you avoiding him? It's no big deal if my household knight loses. The problem is His Majesty hasn't come to us just for a duel. He's here to have us deploy our forces. Deploy? Against the Union? No, against the 4 central duchies. Oh. Lorist's eyes sparked. The Second Highness had been targeting the 4 central duchies all along. No wonder his route was so weird. Going through southern and attacking the 4 central duchies truly was unexpected, but there were lots of benefits. Mainly, after supporting House Fisibalan and fighting the 4 houses, they had suffered a huge loss and hadn't recovered yet. This would be a good opportunity to exploit. An attack from southern would also come out of nowhere. Even though the 4 duchies had already withdrawn their troops, they were still quite tight on the border. But, since they knew the 4 houses were more concerned with House Fisibalan, they weren't in a rush to attack in fear of House Fisibalan launching a surprise attack out of nowhere. After all, the Duke bore the moniker War God of the Plains. The 4 houses wouldn't dare be so careless. The part where the 4 central duchies faced the Second Highness was the swamp around Egret Lake. It was not suited to offensives since the 4 central duchies had greatly fortified the defences there and even built a fort. As for the border between the duchies and the 2 southern provinces, they neighboured the Union. One would have to first breach Kenbana, Badalger, and Anderwolf before one could push the duchy's border. It was a much longer route. It appeared the Second Highness intended to first take care of the duchies as the Union fought their war before reclaiming the Empire's provinces the Union took a few years earlier. Given that the Union was caught up in another conflict, they couldn't provide support to the duchies. Since the kingdom had the strategic location at their borders facing the Union, the Second Highness could transfer Wittelian to southern and attack the duchies without anyone noticing. He obviously wanted House Kenmays's forces to join the offensive. Did you agree? No. I managed to avoid him with the excuse of having gone to North Sea to meet a lover. My father was the one who received him and he didn't agree to anything either. He just said he would consider it. The moment His Majesty left, I rushed over here to meet you and hear your thoughts. All right, I have to think this over. Chapter 414 Changes. Let no man deceive you with vain words, for because of these things cometh the wrath of the gods upon the children of disobedience. A long-lost holy scripture. No one expected the Second Highness would cause so much commotion during his survey. Your Grace, His Majesty organized a large banquet at Kobo yesterday. He invited all the landed nobles we entitled. He didn't poach the nobles under our jurisdiction but promised those who were willing to pitch in to help the kingdom's war against the 4 central duchies would receive great rewards. They might even get promoted and have their dominions relocated, recited Charade the letter Reedy had sent. Lorist didn't react at all. Charade looked at the letter again and digested its contents. Your Grace, if the Delamacan nobles are willing to go to battle for the Second Highness, what stance will we take? Let them be, Lorist said as he stood up from the couch. Such nobles can only take around 100 or 200 men. What help would they be? They might, in fact, make some contributions and be promoted and relocated, but isn't that a good thing? At the very least, we'll get their dominions back. Lorist wasn't off the mark in that sense. Most of the current Delamacan nobles were relocated from the Northlands and Winston. House Norton only had them under control, unlike nobles entitled by the house as vassals like Potter Fang and Charade, basically an extension of the house. Delamoc was a province controlled by the house. Like Winston, Lorist could entitle landed nobles or relocate others there. But he couldn't make the territory of the province his own. And though the Second Highness was the king, while he could promote those nobles, he couldn't increase the territory they occupied as it was power reserved for those in direct control of a province. All he could do was relocate the nobles and give them dominions elsewhere, taking the nobles under his direct rule out of the areas Lorist controlled. As Lorist had put it himself, he couldn't be more willing to let the Second Highness do just that. If he relocated the landed nobles, the territory left behind could be used to entitle new nobles and increase the number of his direct vassals. It would only serve to increase his house's influence. Not only was it a good thing, it also decreased the number of unpredictable variables with which he had to deal. However, such good things never fell from the sky. It was no longer the time when a knight with 100 scattered soldiers could be considered a strong force. Those who rushed to answer the Second Highness's call were only going to become meat for the grinder. That's true, let's see how many the Second Highness can rile up. I believe they'll begin to hate this king after they suffer huge losses on the front lines. Without our forces, those nobles won't be able to glean any benefit by tagging along, snickered Charade. The Second Highness's tour progressed quickly. He stayed for just a day in Shizan's dominion before heading straight for Winston. Similarly, he held a banquet there and offered the same call to arms. The Second Highness's promise was received with loud cheers. The Madrasan nobles felt rather beaten by the demotion and decrement of their territory, and the Second Highness had come to give them a chance to rebuild their glorious names. They couldn't wait to grab the chance. On the 29th day of the 11th month, the Second Highness reached House Phelim's dominion in southern. After some talks, he casually went to the border where Firm Rock was for a visit before he returned to the imperial capital. Though Phelim offered to accompany the Second Highness, the latter refused politely. He wasn't going to bring many people with him, he was going to make a quick trip with 10 knights. Since Reedy and the 1,000 guards were by the Second Highness's side, and given how safe the border was with Firm Rock there, Phelim didn't mind and wished him a smooth trip. And then? What did you say? The Second Highness rushed into Eastwild, House Fizibalan's dominion, with only 10 knights. Lorist jumped with surprise. The news was far too surprising. Charade smiled bitterly. It's true. We are all dumbfounded. Reedy wanted to enter Eastwild with the guards but he was stopped by Potter Fang. They are now awaiting your orders. Lorist was seething. How did Reedy allow that to happen? Why didn't he stop the Second Highness? Charade looked at the silk cloth letter in his hand. Nobody could have predicted this. The Second Highness acted completely normally. After he arrived at the border, he checked out the defenses before he dragged Potter Fang along and talked about the tactics we had used to retake southern. In the afternoon, he discovered a herd of wild goats and said he wanted to add something to the night's dinner. He didn't allow Reedy to follow him, saying it'd scare the goats away. He rode forward with his 10 odd attendants. It was near evening and they quickly vanished. By the time Reedy and Potter Fang realized something was off, the Second Highness was already long gone. Wait a second, what about the goats? Charade didn't know whether he should laugh or not. What does this have to do anything? They're fine. Reedy realized something was off because the goats were completely undisturbed. Lorist's expression was dark. The fact that the wild goats are fine means the Second Highness was merely looking for an excuse to leave, nothing surprising. It must have been something he's plotted for a while now. His visit to Southern and going over the tactics with Potter Fang as well as his desire to hunt the goats are all excuses. I suspect his rallying of the nobles for the war against the 4 central duchies is nothing but a front he put up to divert our attention to ultimately allow him to enter Fisibelin's dominion. But your grace, even though House Fisibelin has signed an armistice with our alliance, the kingdom is still their enemy. Isn't the Second Highness serving himself up on a platter and seeking his death? Even if he's now a rank 1 blade master, Duke Fisibelin's rank 3. It would be far too easy for him to take the Second Highness's life. Charade didn't understand what was going on. Lorist leaned into his chair heavily and breathed a heavy sigh. You don't understand. He's not in the slightest bit of danger by going into House Fisibelin's dominion. There's no way the Duke will harm him. After all, the Second Highness is still a king. If House Fisibelin really harmed him and became king slayers, we could completely ignore the armistice and uproot them in the name of avenging the king. That old fox will not give us such an opportunity. I'm worried about why the Second Highness went to Fisibelin without telling us. Is he going to start opposing us? It would be a valid reason for him to team up with Fisibelin. With one in the east and the other in the west, there's no need for us to worry about them if they're not working together. But it'll be troublesome if they join hands. No, I have to head to the border immediately to see if there's something I can do to fix this. Lorist grit his teeth. He really felt an urge to kill. If he could stop the Second Highness and the rest in Eastwild, he wouldn't mind killing them all and blaming House Fisibelin before using it as justification to ignore the armistice and destroy them. Since you're dense enough to take me for granted, don't blame me for not holding back. Even though you're king, you always have your eyes on me. You can't blame anyone for your misfortune if you actively seek death. As Lorist saw it, the Second Highness was obviously trying to get House Fisibelin to work together with him. As for who they were joining up against, it couldn't be more obvious. Who else was there apart from him? Since that was the case, he believed the one who struck first would have the advantage. He didn't really hold the taboo other nobles did against kill kings. If he managed to kill them all in Eastwild, who would be left alive to tell the tale? Since House Fisibelin would be there to bear the blame, what was there to fear? But, Your Grace, it's already the end of the 11th. Winter is upon us and even if we deploy our troops, it'll be too late. There's no need to deploy. I will head there alone. I'll first stay with Firm Rock for a few days to see if there's any lead I can follow. No, Your Grace, you can't go alone, Charade warned, his hand holding Lorist's sleeve. You are the Duke of the Northlands and head of the house. You can't take this kind of risk. The New Year's celebration will take place in a month and you cannot be absent. Otherwise, everyone will be unnerved. It doesn't matter if I'm not there. It's not like we're going to entitle anyone. No, Your Grace, you really can't go. A knock on the door interrupted their back and forth. Genalio entered. Your Grace, there's a message from Firm Rock. The second letter said the Second Highness left Potter Fang a note in his tent. The note asked them to not panic and said he had indeed left for House Fisibelin. He asked Potter Fang to not worry about his safety. The Second Highness mentioned that he had taken Blade Master Xanthai as his teacher and that he could break through thanks to her acute teachings. He had wanted to send Xanthai back to House Fisibelin and would stay there for the winter and return the rainy season. Nobody had to be sent after him. Upon reading the letter, Lorist's anger subsided. He really felt he had brought it upon himself. Why did he have to leave Xanthai in the Second Highness's care? It would have been much better to lock her up in a dungeon somewhere in his dominion. I didn't think the Second Highness would take that old witch as his teacher and even break through. He must have been goaded to go. I'm really making one misstep after another. It's all my fault for not noticing the subtle changes. With this in the picture, it was even more troubling to cause trouble for the Second Highness. Duke Fisibalin, the old witch, the Second Highness, and Manst were all blade masters. Going into their headquarters, Crouch Tiger Castle, alone was a fool's errand. He'd lost all intent on heading to Eastwild on his own. Tell Potter Fang I've been informed. He doesn't have to deal with the Second Highness anymore. Have Reedy sent back as well. Don't let him wait there like an idiot. Understood, Your Grace, said Janalio before he left. What will be our next move? Asked Charade. Now we prepare, Lorist said. We'll use generals to deal with soldiers like we use mud to deal with water. I'd like to see what the Second Highness can do with House Fisibalin. I don't mind wiping them out if they force our hand. We'll strike whoever lashes out first. 10 days later, Phelim and Shizan rushed over. Kenmaze, who had just received the letter, also made his way over as quickly as possible. They were there to participate in the New Year's celebration and to discuss the Second Highness' sudden visit to House Fisibalin and how it would affect them. I believe Lorist's guess is correct. It's obvious the Second Highness is trying to recruit Duke Fisibalin by going there and taking the house under his wing. Though we don't know what kind of price the Second Highness will pay to win the Duke's loyalty, with Blade Master Xanthai guiding him, he will succeed. The Duke's submission will also cause his reputation to soar, surmised Kenmaze acutely. Do you think that the Second Highness's rallying of the landed nobles is merely a ruse to distract us from his true goal to visit Fisibalin? Asked Shizan. I'm not too sure. I didn't meet him when he came to my dominion after all, said Kenmaze as he shook his head. Lorist's eyes brightened. Hennard, did the Second Highness promise you anything when he made his request? He did. He said if we exterminated the 4 central duchies, I would free to pick a province as my hereditary dominion. He also said he'd make me a duke. Lorist then looked at Phelim. He said he would promote me to duke and make southern my hereditary dominion instead of most of it being merely in my control. Charade shook his head on the side. Our king is behaving like he always does. He's still promising things that don't belong to him. Are you persuaded? Asked Lorist. If it were only that, I wouldn't even bother with him. But he pointed out that the bottleneck to Southern's development was the lack of manpower. If we attack the duchies, we can bring in large numbers of people to develop the province. I'm a little tempted, but I'm still considering my options, answered Phelim. I'm tempted, Shizan admitted. You know I'm not into developing my dominion. But can still gain wealth through pillaging in war, and it's really attractive. I was hoping to claim a mine or quarry as well. My descendants can only really have enough wealth if I did. The 2 silver mines and the copper mine in Sanderson Hills produces a tad too little. It wasn't wrong to say House Shizan was the most financially tight of them all. After taking Sanderson Hills as his dominion, Shizan was surprised to find that the mine's annual profit totaled just 300,000 gold fords. While other landed nobles would consider it a fortune, for someone with a huge force like him, it was just barely enough to cover his military expenses. Had it not been for the bonuses Kenmaze often gave him, he would have to consider downsizing his military. What about you? Lorist asked Kenmaze. Father says the Second Highness promised to let us trade unobstructed across the kingdom, and he would even have all our taxes for 3 years if we agreed to deploy our troops. I don't really mind since my title can no longer be raised and our house has already occupied the whole of Siglar. Even though it's rural, it's safe, and we don't have much ambition anyway. Starting new trade routes across the kingdom isn't appealing either, and I can't be bothered by the meager tax savings I'll get. I'd rather he lock up our trade routes. I can simply travel by sea to access other areas for even better profits. But his offer is extremely attractive to the house's business my father runs. He wrote to me and hoped I would agree. Lorist contemplated in silence. I believe the Second Highness wasn't lying about going to war with the duchies just to hide the fact he was planning on visiting Fisibolan. First, he offered all of you different, but alluring, rewards. Second, he also made similar offers to the nobles. If he was lying about it, he would default on his promise and his reputation would fall greatly. But now he's gone to Fisibolan, I can't really be sure what he's planning. It'd be best if we talk about this again when he comes back. There's no point in panicking now. I will meet him personally when the time comes. Chapter 415 Crossing the Border. Politics don't make strange bedfellows, marriage does. Queen Fisibolan Kakane. Though the new year had arrived, it wasn't really delightful. Whether they were the nobles who came over to participate in the festivities or the four houses' high-ranking officials, they were all rather disturbed by the commotion caused by the king. The hushed conversations went on non-stop. Even Lorist felt foreboded. The reason was simple, Philim and Shazin were rather attracted to the conditions the Second Highness had offered. To them, raiding the four central duchies for wealth before they recovered their might was an extremely tempting proposition. Lorist couldn't hate the Second Highness more even if he wanted to. He's a sneaky and insidious demon. I messed with him a few years ago and he suffered quite the loss from the agreement, but I didn't think he'd come back after just 3 years as a blade master and turn the tables. He's offered attacking the four central duchies as bait. The moment he tossed it out, it caught everyone's attention and even managed to shake our alliance. He made his way to the dominion of the Fisibolans immediately after. If it were merely goading the nobles to attack the duchies, he couldn't be bothered to interfere. As long as the four houses didn't make any moves, the northeast would be stable as a mountain. Whether the attack ended in success or failure, it wouldn't affect his house's standing as the local hegemon. The problem now, however, was that Shazin and Philim had been tempted as well. If both decided to join, would House Norton just sit back and do nothing? How would it affect their alliance? It wasn't that he hadn't considered reaping benefits for himself as well, but his plan could only be carried out in another 2 or 3 years. His most dangerous enemy was still House Fisibolan. There had been many precedents of snakes not killed lashing out and biting back. House Fisibolan might have admitted their loss, but they were far from completely beaten. Only after 2 or 3 years of economic and military pressure to make sure House Fisibolan truly submitted could he turn his attention to the four central duchies. But now he realized his allies didn't share his view. Like Philim had mentioned, House Fisibolan was an injured beast. It would recover for the next 3 years, it was unlikely that it would try something in that time. As such, Philim believed the four houses shouldn't just coop up in their dominions waiting for the conflict to resume. He believed they should instead use the opportunity to increase their might, and the best target was the duchies, whose force of 70,000 elites had already been wiped. Shazin also believed raiding other nobles was the easiest way to get rich. Be it taking wealth or manpower, both approaches would severely weaken the enemy and decrease their ability to resist. The duchies had already crossed swords with the alliance in their attempt to aid House Fisibolan. It went without saying that they saw them as enemies. A little over 1 year earlier, they had managed to exterminate 70,000 elites. Surely they hadn't recovered yet. Even if they managed to get new recruits, their capabilities should be extremely low. Shazin was of the opinion that the four houses should use the opportunity to land an early strike instead of giving them time to recover. Even if the Second Highness wasn't there to lead the charge, the four houses would have to go to war anyway. Philim had the intention to join in because he lacked manpower. Shazin intended to make a great haul. As for Kenmaze, at first, he didn't care whether he deployed his forces or not. But after considering that attacking the duchies would allow more trade routes to be opened for the committee, and the fact that the committee would still be limited by the duchies if they didn't attack, he changed his mind and expressed his willingness to send his troops to join the offensive. Lorist smiled troublingly at their reasoning. Ever since the duchies joined hands with the Union to defeat the Second Highness and exterminate Maline, they occupied 11 of the empire's 29 former provinces and had a total population of 5 to 6 million. In terms of weather and terrain, the provinces were ideal for agriculture, business, and industry. Even during the chaotic era, the duchies were still far from utter defeat and still a force to be reckoned with. There was also the fact that they were branches on the same three. No matter which was attacked, the others would join their side. Back then, the first prince had lusted after their riches and led an army of 300,000 men against them. The duchies didn't have that great a start, but they didn't submit and resisted with all they had. The conflict lasted 3 whole years and they managed to not only chase the first prince out of their territory, they even crossed the border into Red Lycian territory, forcing the first prince to surrender and sign an armistice. There was no telling when history would repeat itself. While it was easy to start a war, it wasn't easy to end one. What Lorist worried about most was that he would be dragged into the quagmire. Should that come to pass, not only would the house not benefit, it might even affect the entire house. It might even allow the old fox to strike back. It was not the result he could accept. That was also why he had a wait-and-see attitude. Bread had to be eaten bite by bite, and roads had to be traversed step by step. He wasn't prepared to start a war with another faction before completely defeating those he currently had. But so far, 3 out of the 4 members of the alliance hoped to do just that. It was quite the dilemma. If he supported them, it would disrupt the plan he had laid out. But if he didn't, the alliance might dissolve. Even if it didn't, they wouldn't see eye to eye as they did currently and cooperate so well. He suddenly realized why the Second Highness didn't visit the Northlands. If he did, he would have had to convince Lorist to participate in the war. If he refused, his allies, Shizan, Philim, and Kenmaze would resolutely support his decision. If the whole alliance refused the Second Highness's call to arms, the war would end as a mere joke with the nobles the Second Highness managed to rally to join him. He would also be the butt of the joke. Kenmaze was rather witty in that he'd managed to avoid meeting the Second Highness altogether, but Shizan and Philim were convinced by his slimy words. The Second Highness's move was rather well played. He had dug Lorist a pit to jump into without even having to meet with him. Whether he took the jump was his decision. If he jumped, he would prevent the alliance from dissolving at the cost of forcing House Norton into a corner in which they didn't wish to be. If he didn't, his allies would be alienated and the Second Highness couldn't be happier if the alliance fractured. However, the duchies were not as easy to deal with as one might think. Their 70,000 elites were completely decimated, but they had fought in the field. House Norton had lots of advantages and managed to win by taking them by surprise. But if they fought in the duchies, the enemy could coop up in their castles. Even if they relied on catapults, they would still have to suffer huge casualties. Charade was easier going. Your Grace, we have to fight. We not only have to fight, we have to pour in even more effort than others. We have to help Philim and Shizan achieve what they want. Why? Lorist was really unwilling to fight this war. He had constantly been searching for an excuse to avoid it. We don't stand to benefit at all. Philim wants manpower and Shizan wants wealth. Kenmaze wishes to develop new trade routes. Even the lands we conquer in the war won't belong to us. Everything will belong to the Second Highness. Tell me what benefit is in this for us. Charade laughed. There will be benefits. They just aren't apparent. For starters, if we agree, Philim and Shizan will be incredibly grateful and the alliance will be even more secure. Additionally, didn't Shizan say he wanted different lands? A place with more mines? The 2 small silver mines and the copper mine in Sanderson Hills will be ours. We can claim a new dominion for House Shizan and the whole of Delamoc will belong to us. Next, Philim needs manpower and Shizan wants wealth. We need both. The Northland's population is just 1.67 million and, according to our development plan, we can only advance to the next step with a population of 3 million. We need at least double the resources and manpower we have now. Attacking the duchies and plundering their manpower and wealth is the best way to get what we need. Just look at our surroundings. Madras and Iblaya have already been eliminated, the only target left is the duchies. Charade's reasoning made quite a lot of sense. After a few days of consideration, Lorist came to a decision. He would deploy his troops and attack the duchies after the spring harvests in the 5th month. He wasn't that worried about field battles. His main focus was the duchies' strongly fortified and protected castles, raiding them for their wealth and manpower, and limiting the casualties he suffered in the process. Fortunately, the house had expanded the 4th-century legions and it was time they gained actual battle experience. Time passed quickly and it was the 17th day of the 4th month. A piece of news arrived that greatly shocked everyone. The moment the Second Highness arrived at Crouch Tiger with his 10-odd knights, the war god of the plains knelt and teared up and expressed his regrets for all he went through. The Second Highness absolved his house of its crimes and Duke Fisibalan announced the house was once more under the rule of the royal family's legitimate heir. He submitted to the Second Highness and would fight to unify the empire once more. Duke Fisibalan didn't just make empty promises either. He presented 1 million gold fords worth of horseshoe gold to the Second Highness as military funds and 30,000 fine horses. House Fisibalan's gift and submission were still within expectation. The truly surprising part was the Second Highness's response. He announced the days he spent at Crouch Tiger was rather delightful and that he had fallen in love with the Duke's one granddaughter, Kakane. He proposed, the Duke accepted, and the two were quickly married. The kingdom now had a proper queen. I have a feeling the Second Highness is ripping off the second prince, said Charade helplessly as he scratched his head. The second prince had gone to House Fisibalan and the Duke allowed his promiscuous second daughter to marry him. The house's frontier legions supported the prince and he successfully founded the Iblaya kingdom. Like Charade had mentioned, the Second Highness also found himself a wife after visiting House Fisibalan. Haha, laughed Lorist coldly. He was the one most displeased by news of the king's marriage. His cousin had loyally followed the Second Highness for 20 years, but he broke it off so easily. Nobody would sincerely believe he got married because of love. It's obvious. I was confused at first when Duke Fisibalan submitted so easily. So he still had this move. I say, House Fisibalan's women are quite fortunate. They all have the knack of becoming queens. Your Grace, Princess Sylvia is wedded to you. She's no queen. Lorist suddenly realized that if Sylvia wasn't sent over by the Duke, she might have been the one with whom the Second Highness fell in love at first sight. Should word of it spread, he might really deploy his troops to fight the king and send the kingdom into another period of turmoil. Fortunately, Sylvia was already by his side. He couldn't be more relieved. A week later, Potter Fong's message was presented. The Second Highness and Queen Kakane had brought a division 10,000 strong to the border and requested entry. The division was the Queen's Guard and would follow her after the wedding. At the same time, Duke Fisibalan had Blade Master Xanthai lead another division from one of his frontier legions to accompany the procession. She was going to travel with the king to the imperial capital. Also, Xanthai requested to visit Sylvia and send her belated blessings. Lorist's face darkened. Duke Fisibalan, you old miser. You gave your granddaughter Kakane a division of 10,000 troops, but you only sent 3 carriages worth of junk to your other granddaughter, Sylvia. Are you looking down on me? This is plain insult. Your Grace. Your Grace. Charade had to call out a few times to snap Lorist out of his vagary. What's up? How do we deal with this? Should we allow the king across the border? Asked Charade as he pointed at the message. Let them in. I doubt the bastard would dare act rashly here. Have Lowe's lead Tiger Soar there and escort them. I will take my guards to Windberry and await their arrival. Also, send Duke Kenmays, Count Chizan, and Count Phelim a message. Have them meet me at Windberry. Since we're going to discuss our strategy for the upcoming war, we might as well settle everything in one go. Understood, Your Grace. Chapter 416 Meeting. People think international politics is like a game of chess, with everyone sitting nicely on their side of the board. Everyone figures out their strategy, makes their move, and waits for the other side to respond. This is nothing like international politics. You want to screw your opponent as quickly and bloodily as possible, he should never even have a chance to react. Norton Lorist, after that fateful meeting with the king, his sworn enemy Compeer Duke Fisibelan, and supposed to be allies. The horn blared loudly outside Windbury. Lorist organized a grand reception ceremony for King Auguslo, Queen Cockney, and Duke Fisibelan. Standing beside Lorist was Duchess Sylvia. Her godmother and teacher, Blade Master Xanthi, would be there to see her. Sylvia was incredibly excited and pestered Lorist to attend the reception with her no matter what. Kenmays and Chazan were also present. Phelim had left with Lowe's to escort the king over. Charade and the acting mayor of Windbury, Viscount Ades, stood behind Lorist. The two were engaged in a low-volume, heated debate. Viscount Ades understood well the reason Lorist had appointed him as acting mayor. Lorist had hoped trade would restore Windbury to its former glory as the centre for livestock trade. He was arguing with Charade because they had different opinions on how to redevelop Windbury. Charade believed the trading centre should be located outside the city to avoid affecting hygiene and the citizens' quality of life. Letting large quantities of livestock into the city would have severe effects on the environment. It was the main reason the king had killed the livestock market in the first place. Viscount Ades, on the other hand, believed that, since the population relative to the available land was low, allowing trade to commence within the city would improve safety. As for environmental pollution, he believed limiting the livestock to special trade areas would prevent it from affecting the citizens too much. Charade countered that the ratio of citizens to land might be low now, but it was in no way guaranteed to remain that way, especially not if the markets were reopened. There would be merchants flocking to the city after hearing word of its developments and settle down. Thus, as a measure of careful planning, keeping the livestock outside the city would save them the trouble of moving everything out later when the population increased, saving them much trouble in the long run. But Ades saw limiting trade only to the city outskirts a huge threat to safety. Charade proudly proclaimed there was nobody in the region that would dare provoke House Norton. As long as the forces existed, safety wouldn't be a concern. Though Ades was still filled with doubts, he yielded to keeping the trade outside the city due to Charade's overbearing. It, however, didn't stop him from having doubts on the time required for Windbury to regain its former glory. Seeing how gloomy he was, Charade secretly told him about Lorist's decision to attack the duchies and said the skilled workers and leather merchants they would force to migrate would be moved to Windbury. With the city's restoration to its former prosperous state guaranteed, Ades's mood turned for the better. A light cavalryman appeared in the distance. He took out his horn and blew a long note. The king had arrived. "Music!" instructed Ades. The band started playing. They played the tune used during the most formal of welcoming ceremonies for one's liege. Lorist was seated on his horse with a neutral expression on his face. Sylvia looked really expectant. It seemed she had really missed her godmother. A handsome horse galloped in the distance. The moment the king heard Lorist was there to welcome him, he hurriedly rode ahead. He shouted before he was even close. "Ha ha! Locke, my friend! Long time no see. I've missed you to death." "You didn't miss me to death. You want to miss me after I die," thought Lorist. However, he had no choice but to dismount and salute. "Your Majesty, your loyal servant offers his greetings." The horse reared on its hind legs when the king pulled its reins. The second highness leaped off and took wide steps towards Lorist before giving him a hug. "Locke, my friend, are you doing well?" Lorist hugged back warmly. "My king, seeing you safe brings peace to my heart," smiled he. "You should know I've been very worried since I heard you'd travelled into Fisibelan's dominion. I couldn't eat or sleep well. Luckily I can finally rest assured. As the king, you shouldn't be taking such risks." The Auguslo glanced at Lorist's face, blushing healthily. Is that how a sleepless person with no appetite looks? I bet you can't wait for me to go back, huh? Thought he. In spite of his malcontent, he made the effort to look apologetic. All right, Locke, we both know you would have stopped me if I told you I was going. As this matter is tied closely to the kingdom's future, I had no choice but to make the trip. Fortunately, Duke Fisibalin was wise enough to change his ways and rejoin the kingdom. My rash actions paid off in the end. Lorist didn't even bother to smile convincingly as he looked at the dismounting Duke and the Blade Master behind the king. It truly is a fortunate affair, Your Majesty. You were actually able to recruit the mighty war god of the plains. It really is beyond expectation. I was preparing to uproot House Fisibalin for good should you suffer any misfortune. Not only were Lorist's words incredibly rude, he also spoke them quite loudly. It was obvious the Duke and Blade Master had overheard him. The Duke merely shuddered without a change in his expression. Xanthai, on the other hand, barked angrily. Would you have the guts? Lorist laughed heartily. Well? What do you say, Blade Master Xanthai? Long time no see by the way. I see you've been having quite the good time at the imperial capital. The look on Xanthai's face was both angry and fearful. She suddenly recalled being taken prisoner in just a few strikes. Since then, she had developed a phobia of the young man. Even when Duke Fisibalin was beside her, she didn't dare draw her sword and start a fight. Fortunately, Sylvia pulled Lorist harshly before leaping into Xanthai's embrace to resolve the tension. Well, the king spoke, Locke, I know the relationship between your house and that of Duke Fisibalin is a little strained, you two even being at war just a year ago, but given that the Duke has returned to the kingdom and is willing to put in an effort to unite the empire, and that you've already taken Duchess Sylvia as your wife, your no in-laws, you should be more tolerant. As Duke of the Northlands, you should act as the role model for all other nobles. I hope Houses Norton and Fisibalin can once again have amiable relations so the kingdom's citizens can spend their lives in peace and stability. Lorist really felt like punching the king in the face. Now you have what you want, you're advocating peace? You think it's really amazing to have House Fisibalin doing your bidding, hey? Who knows what that old fox is planning? Do you really think House Fisibalin would submit and return to the kingdom so easily? That old fox is already looking for a way out. He cooled down after seeing the king's sincere expression. He was well aware that Auguslo knew what Duke Fisibalin had in mind, it was just that he didn't mind. In fact, he couldn't be happier if the two houses were on bad terms. He was more than willing to ensure the alliance always had trouble with which to deal. Since he could sit stably in the capital and watch the battle, he couldn't wait for the two houses to tear each other apart. Lorist bowed slightly. House Norton is willing to follow His Majesty's orders. As long as House Fisibalin follows the alliance's regulations, we will naturally not consider him an enemy. Being able to get along will benefit the citizens. Hehe, House Fisibalin will just have to wait a little longer to be squashed. Our regulations will do what our weapons now can't. Lorist wasn't going to just let House Fisibalin off the hook. He couldn't be bothered to care whether the Duke's granddaughter was the queen or not. He wasn't about to wait for the snake and the farmer to happen. Once the beast was locked in a cage, it shouldn't be let out ever again. The king was speechless. Lorist was obviously not going to listen to him and let House Fisibalin off the hook. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to flip out at the moment. Fortunately, Kenmaze, Shazan, Charade, and Hades came up to offer their greetings, stopping Lorist from saying anything else that might push the situation out of control. The carriage in which the queen rode finally arrived. Queen Cockney stepped out. Lorist went up to greet her, all the while checking her out. She was quite the beauty, it seemed the Fisibalin genes were rather good. The men were handsome and the women beautiful. Sylvia was a step above Cockney, though. Cockney's arrogant and stuck-up expression gave Lorist the urge to laugh. He also noticed that Sylvia was standing to the side whispering something to Xanthai without bothering to greet her grandfather and cousin. After some commotion, everyone returned to their respective carriages and mounts and headed to Rose Palace under Ades's lead. Since Windberry had come under Norton control, the palace had become a temporary noble abode. Apart from Lorist, nobody was allowed to enter. Now that the Auguslo was there, Rose Palace naturally became his residence. Ades had had a grand banquet prepared. After enjoying the delicacies, Ken Mays stood up to ask the key question on behalf of all the nobles present. Your Majesty, forgive my abruptness, but you mentioned you were going to attack the duchies. Is this true? Of course, the king replied seriously as he put the golden cup in his hand down, I spoke the truth. The rewards I promised are still up for the courageous to take. I also have an announcement to make in this regard. Duke Fisibalin, the war god of the plains, will also deploy his troops for this endeavor. So far, there are only some minor details that have to be discussed. Once these negotiations conclude and the military preparations are ready, we will launch our attack. As the king, I hope I will have the fortune to witness the brave contributions of all the nobles on the battlefield as they fight and contribute to the kingdom. Auguslo's words inspired loud cheers from the seated nobles. Lorist toyed around with the cup in his hand as he contemplated the king's revelation about Duke Fisibalin's participation. Unconsciously, his eyes drifted to the duke and saw him raising a cup to him in a toast before he gulped down the wine. Interesting, old fellow. I wonder what in the world you're up to. When the banquet ended, the king asked Lorist, Fisibalin, Ken Mays, Philim, and Shazin to stay behind. He hesitated for a moment but eventually asked Charade to join them as well. Lorist knew the true meeting was about to begin. After they took their seats, Auguslo came clean with his strategy. His plan was to mobilize the 56,000-strong Wittelian Legion. It would be moved to southern before launching the invasion. The first step was to reclaim the provinces that used to constitute Malines, Messene, and Rimad, and use them as the main base and springboard for further offensives into the core of the four duchies. As it was rather far away, he hoped to first seal southern and Rimad's border and wait for Whitelian's arrival. The operation was slated for the 8th month. Duke Fisibalin, weren't you going to lead your frontier legions into battle? Can you tell me where you will attack? Asked Lorist, looking straight at the Duke. Duke Fisibalin didn't reply or say anything. Auguslo stepped in. It's like this. House Fisibalin will mobilize 2 legions. They will join in after we conquer Messene. Messene is connected to Shabach and Forand, so I plan to divide our forces in 2. Wittelian will work with the frontier legions to attack one duchy while you and the 4 houses attack the other. Attacking on 2 fronts will make the duchies unable to regroup and resist. We can only take the duchies down in one move like this. Lorist laughed coldly. It seems House Fisibalin really is going to do its best for His Majesty's sake, for them to be willing to mobilize the only 2 legions they have left. What a rare breed of loyalty. Well, Locke, this is the part where we need your agreement, the king said sincerely. Right now, House Fisibalin is just like House Norton, a vassal of the kingdom. Since you 2 have signed an armistice, as king, I hope the 2 of you can make up and work together to reunite the empire. I hope you will release Third Frontier's captured soldiers so the Duke can rebuild the legion. Since you know House Fisibalin only has 2 legions left, you should also know that they will be the grassland barbarians' primary target when they send out both their legions. I hope you will be gracious and give the captured soldiers freedom so they can contribute to the Empire's reunification. Ah, old fox, so this was what you were planning. Lorist merely smiled coldly without speaking. The king kept going on about thinking of the big picture for the sake of the Empire, and that it was all only to be used to attack the duchies. Lorist looked at Shazin and Philim, the 2 had their heads lowered. He then shot Ken Mays a glance and saw the latter was inspecting the teacup in his hand with intense focus. He suddenly felt his heart go cold. He waved smilingly to stop the king's rambling. All right. I agree to release Third Frontier's soldiers. But House Fisibelan must make our losses up to us. I'll leave the details to Baron Gerard and Duke Kenmays. I am feeling a little unwell and have to excuse myself. Loras then left swaggeringly. Chapter 417 The Allies. Taking an ally is unlike taking a friend. A friend you stand by through thick and thin, it is a choice made based on emotions. Taking an ally is a business transaction, you take them for the benefits they bring. An ally that is not a boon, is not an ally. Unknown. Did you guys come to an agreement? Asked Loras faintly. They were in one of the most lavish mansions in the Windberry's noble district. It originally belonged to an Iblean count from Southern, but the mansion was sealed after the count received the death sentence for treason 4 years ago by Duke Fisibelan. While Loras could stay at Rose Palace given his status, he didn't want to mingle with the king, so he chose the mansion as his lodging instead. It was already almost evening by the time Gerard returned. He realized Loras was seated in his dark study watching nightfall. When he heard his question, he undid his cloak and handed it to Genalio. "Get me a bottle of wine. The tea I drank all afternoon left no taste in my mouth at all." "Your Grace, we have come to an agreement. Duke Fisibelan is willing to pay 1 million gold fords worth of horseshoe gold as ransom for the Third Frontier's 40,000 soldiers. However, he asked they all be armed properly," said Gerard as he got a chair and sat beside Loras. "Hee." Loras chuckled coldly, "It seems House Fisibelan still has quite deep pockets. Even though they just gave the Second Highness 1 million, they can still take out another for the ransom. It seems we'll have to increase our goods prices even further. However, his idea of asking us to supply his soldiers with gear is a pretty decent one. House Fisibelan's Third Frontier Legion's soldiers were originally armed with riding armor 103 which they ordered from the Nordants. Each set cost 65 gold fords. Following the Legion's surrender, their gear was confiscated, but now, Duke Fisibelan intended to resupply his whole legion and purchase their freedom with 1 million gold fords. The plan did indeed merit praise. "Your Grace, this agreement will only pass if you acknowledge it. If you don't, we can continue to bargain. We're not the ones in a rush anyway." Loras shook his head slightly. "It isn't that simple. What do our 3 allies say?" Gerard received the cup of wine Genalio poured and enjoyed a sip. "Count Felim and Count Chazan think since we're all nobles of the kingdom, not to mention our status as allies about to go to war together, we should spare House Fisibelan instead of tightening the leash. Duke Kenmays tried his best to negotiate on our behalf, but Duke Fisibelan harped on about it already being his baseline and that there was no more room for negotiation. They can't bring out even a single gold coin more than they've already offered. As for His Majesty, he will naturally speak on Fisibelan's behalf. He had indicated on multiple occasions to accept what was offered without going overboard." Loras sighed. "Whatever, there's no need to be so calculative at this point, lest others hail us as being stingy. Third Frontier is different from those we've caught in the past. Their family members live in House Fisibelan's dominion, and, given that they were forced to surrender, they haven't really been convinced of their loss. They believe we won with underhanded tricks. It's especially the case with their general offing himself after the surrender to bear responsibility for his mistakes. The soldiers loathe us and are filled with the desire for vengeance. We can't use them in our own forces. The longer we keep them, the larger their hate will be. It's best we just let them go. Aren't you afraid you're releasing the tiger into the wild? Those soldiers will be quite the formidable force if House Fisibelan goes to war with us." Gerard wasn't fond of the idea of releasing the 40,000 veterans. "Hee, a formidable force? Just by themselves?" Loras laughed heartily. "I admit their mental fortitude and morale will make them more powerful in the face of our forces in the future. But so what? Are we afraid of them? True might is not defined by morale, but good equipment, decent fortifications, and coordination over the long term through harsh training and confidence built by numerous battles. When they face us on the field again, they will be defeated again. They will be crushed and left with nothing. What other might could they possibly have? Charade gulped down the rest of the wine. All right. We'll do it as you wish. Wait a second, Lorist said, don't let Fizzbalin off so easily. Ask Supervisor Spiel about the worn-out armor and weapons we got after exterminating Madras. I believe they're gathering dust and moss in the storehouses. Give that to the Legion and tell them that we'll sell them riding armor 103 at a discount. 50 gold fords each should do. We'll outfit them with that if they can bring out another 2 million. If he's not happy, he can come to me. Your Grace, isn't this a little too insidious? Duke Fizzbalin will definitely spew blood. You're practically giving his face a slap. Never mind. After all, the agreement only stipulates we give them equipment, not what kind. Lorist breathed a long sigh. I didn't want to do this either. I'm afraid the king will spread word of us not taking the bigger picture into account and House Fizzbalin will hate us all the way to the bone, but I really can't afford House Fizzbalin regaining their strength. Forget about the king, House Fizzbalin is our biggest threat. Charade stopped laughing and sighed as well. Are you still mad at Count Phelim and Count Chazan? They're our allies, but they're dragging us into the mud. Maybe we should consider dissolving the alliance. Actually, there are many in the house who think that, had it not been for the alliance, our influence would have grown even more. Lorist stood up and walked to the windowsill. He looked at the peaceful scene outside, at the houses and streets. Do you think so as well? That the alliance is a burden rather than a boon? Charade shook his head. I don't think so, but I feel you think a little too highly of our allies. Actually, even their combined might can't rival ours. Ever since our attack on Madras and Iblaya, there are some in the house who started feeling you take care of our allies far too much. For instance, you allowed House Kenmays to occupy their own province and even form their own maritime trading fleet, giving them a huge cut of the profits of maritime trade in North Sea. As for Count Phelim, not only did we send out troops to retake his dominion, we were also willing to go to battle for his sake, sacrificing tens of thousands of our loyal soldiers in the process. Many officials and knights believe we suffered quite a bit of loss after our conquest of Iblaya, and House Phelim managed to profit a lot. There's also Count Chazan. He was just a gold-ranked knight when we met him. If not for our support, how would he even be qualified to be brought up in the same sentence as us? I don't personally endorse these views, but I believe you do in fact look after our allies a lot. But I believe you have your reasons beyond my short-sighted view. Lorist chuckled. All right, enough with the flattery. If you're trying to flatter me, at least make it seem more convincing. I don't think you don't have any talent for flattering though. Maybe you might not believe this, but at first, I didn't really regard the alliance with that much importance. I only wanted to establish a method by which to export our produce. Putting the alliance aside, I was more concerned with the Salt Merchant Committee. I had hoped we could export our goods to other provinces through the committee. The reason I drafted the alliance at first was to put our allies' mind at peace, said Lorist with a lowered head as he paced about. Put their minds at peace. Charade was quite surprised. This was the first time Lorist had revealed his true motives. Yes. We all just happened to have the same goal of trapping the second prince. After that, we managed to eliminate the First Legion. We also sucked all the landed nobles across the Northlands dry apart from our three allies with the excuse that those nobles worked with the second prince to attack our house. Think about how the Northlands would have ended up had I not formed the alliance. It's obvious that the three houses would have united against us. Since we wiped out all the other nobles, the three would have had no choice but to fight an enemy like us as one. Though we can mobilize our forces to defeat them, it would come at a great cost and the Northlands will be even more chaotic. That was why I formed the alliance. We will all stretch our influences outward and face the threat of Madras and Iblaya together. It helped us gain the precious time we needed. What I didn't expect, however, was how that Kenmays was actually able to run Salt Merchant Committee so well and tied our four houses together with the profits he made. That's why the alliance still exists. Lorist had already paced about half the room. At first, I didn't really regard the alliance much importance. It was after Silaoz was attacked and our expedition to exterminate the Hanayabarta kingdom that I realized the alliance's importance. If we didn't have our three allies separating us from the outside world, we wouldn't have been able to develop as steadily and rapidly as we have. The Northlands is truly too large. It's a province, but its area is 3 times that of Delamak. Given how strong House was back then, even if we managed to control the whole Northlands, we would have attracted lots of other hungry factions vying for what we had. Especially given that there are only 3 ways from the Northlands to the rest of the empire. If those were sealed off, we would lose touch with the rest of the empire. In one sense, it makes it easy to defend, but also hard to rely on others. Bullhorn Bay can reach the outside world now as well. A maritime trade route alone isn't enough to export our produce. We might have the strength to hold the Northlands for ourselves, but we have to rely on our allies. Even if we want to occupy the whole province, we have to use Dominion relocation instead of tearing up the alliance with military force. House Kenmaze was one of our earliest enemies. When I first returned to the Dominion, they were laying siege at Maplewoods. Back then, House Norton was turtling up and could only endure their attacks, unable to fight back. Logically speaking, I should hate House Kenmaze to the bone, right? But Duke Kenmaze's father turned out to be quite the far-sighted man. He instantly made the decision to avoid the brunt of my troops and went to the eastern Northlands to lay his foundations anew out of my grasp, and even apologized sincerely. Later, I realized Kenmaze himself was quite the talented man, not unlike yourself. You're better at taking the larger picture into consideration, Kenmaze at business and social relations. It was my admiration for his talents that made us friends. Among our 3 allies, Duke Kenmaze is the one with the most foresight. He knows as long as he can sustain the alliance, House Kenmaze can transition smoothly from a merchant family to a proper house. That is why he toils away to run the committee. At the same time, as the influence of our alliance increases, Salt Merchant Committee's reach grows. It's a win-win for Duke Kenmaze. I've heard a local saying that goes, a fence requires 3 posts, a good man requires 3 helpers. Even though House Norton has a legacy over 3 centuries old, we were still a small house at the rural borders of the Northlands and couldn't compare to the ancient, powerful noble houses. In the days of the Empire, we were synonymous with loyalty, and that's the reason we stubbornly support the imperial family's true heir, the Andanak royal family. While taking up the burden is easy, putting it back down is not. You should know best how wary the king is of us. We can't go any higher under his wing either. We already have the highest possible vassalic title. Unless we found our own kingdom, which is impossible, there is no ladder left to climb. The Second Highness wouldn't allow it either. If we rebel, our reputation, earned over 2 centuries, would be ruined in a single moment. That's not something we can afford. Traitor is not a pleasant label to have, and I don't want to be scorned by thousands either. The alliance is incredibly important right now. Think about how we made the king suffer through cooperating with our allies. We managed to rake in huge gains and the king got nothing. In his eyes, the 4 houses are one unit and he can't target any us individually. All he can do is try and destroy the alliance. Without the alliance, he only needs to deal with us. Using rumors, he can destroy our reputation. But now we have our allies, he has to think twice before pulling something like this. That's also why I was enthusiastic about forming the alliance in the beginning. No matter which house the king decides to take on, he has to consider the 3 others' retaliation. The duchies are bait and we have no choice but to bite. Count Phelim has always wanted his house's glorious name restored, and given that development of his dominion is bottlenecked, it's no surprise he has turned his attention to the duchies. Count Chazan has always been rather bad at managing his dominion, and it's only reasonable for him to want to increase his wealth with plunder. The 2 swallowed the bait, so we have to stay with them through it all. Just like you said, our invasion will bring us benefits as well. This is a step we have to take to protect the alliance. We shouldn't allow a rift to form so easily. I didn't imagine that bastard would bring that fox into this, though. That old fox wants his men back to rebuild his forces. Count Phelim and Count Chazan have their vision blurred from the potential benefits. They didn't speak out against his request because they feared the invasion would be called off. That's why I agreed to release them. The only con is that we lost free manpower. We'll have to stop many of our ongoing projects. Chapter 418 Plotting. Tales of the Reincarnated Lord, Chapter 418, Plotting. In summer I plot and plan. In autumn I plough the land. In winter I move the groove. In spring I drench my wench. A poem from the Emperor's Diary. Charade left right away. Since Lorist had already given his okay, he had to start preparing the rest. He refused Lorist's request to dine with him and left in a hurry. As the chief administrator, there was much of which he was left in charge, so he couldn't just rest right after a decision was made like Lorist could. Lorist didn't expect Sylvia would return with an angry look right after Charade left. He was quite surprised. He had initially thought Sylvia would return late. At the very least, she should have had dinner with her godmother, Xanthai, instead of rushing over in a bad mood. She dug herself into his arms and teared up soundlessly like a lost child, distressing him greatly. Sylvia didn't have much mental fortitude, so he was very worried she might develop some kind of mental disorder at some point. After consoling her for a while, he came to know what happened. Xanthai had told Sylvia that after she took the king as her disciple and aided with his breakthrough, she wanted to find a good husband for her. She considered the king was a very good candidate, given his high status, impressive reputation, reputable family background, good personal combat skills, and rank as king. If she had wedded him, House Fisibelan could have shed the reputation of traitor and even be one of the kingdom's top noble houses, perhaps even get out of their current predicament. But when the king was at the crucial point of his breakthrough, Xanthai received word of Sylvia's marriage. The news concerned the breakout of war between House Fisibelan and the Alliance and Iblia's extermination. Xanthai had been really believed her goddaughter would finally be over the Norton kid. So, it really made her wonder what was going on when she heard about their wedding. She couldn't write it off as a joke either. The wedding invitation arrived along with the news. No matter how much she thought about it, she still couldn't remotely guess what was happening. She decided that Lorist must have forced the house to make Sylvia marry him. Unfortunately, she couldn't leave the capital, or she would have slaughtered her way into the Northlands to save Sylvia. The biggest loss was that Sylvia would lose her chance to become queen. She really wondered why the house couldn't delay it for another year. Counter to the picture Xanthai had in her mind of the situation, Sylvia couldn't be happier. She didn't care for the position queen and was more than satisfied that she could be with the man she loved. After finally meeting the godmother she had relied on from her childhood, she had told her everything about how she felt, including the harsh treatment she had received from the house and how hollow she had felt after she was abandoned and sent to Lorist as a gift. She also told Xanthai about what Lorist had done to nurse her back to health and the effort he had put in to make her his lawfully wedded wife. Xanthai grew more furious the more she listened. Everything was the Duke's fault. She dragged Sylvia over to her grandfather to settle the matter. The girl didn't want to meet the Duke, but she didn't have much of a say, not with a blade master dragging her along. The old woman and the old man argued incessantly and Sylvia became a potted plant watching the affair. She couldn't bear to listen to their fight and tried to move as far away as she possibly could. Unfortunately, she encountered her cousin, Kakane, touring Rose Palace with a few others, as she tried to escape. Kakane greeted her as the queen and even sneered at her in front of everyone. The girl couldn't endure the humiliation and slapped her before running away. On the way, she started to feel more and more anxious about what she had just done and came to Lorist to tell him about it. Lorist laughed heartily when the story finished. "Dear, it's fine as long as you didn't come out worse for wear. In fact, it was worth it if you gave that queen a slap. But my cousin is the queen. So what? Slap her if you want. Lorist wasn't taking it seriously at all. If Auguslo really wanted the Alliance's support in the coming war, he couldn't bother with blame games now. He was too cold-blooded to care about the Queen's face as long as it didn't affect him anyway. He wasn't the kind of king that would draw his sword for a beauty. Even if he did, he'd still have to consider whether a mere rank 1 blade master could afford to do so against Lorist. Your Grace, His Majesty has arrived, reported Genalio. He informed the two that the king seemed rather angered, though he had only brought 2 guards with him. Well, I suppose it's only to be expected. He'd lose quite a bit of face if his wife was slapped without any recourse. No matter how bad their relationship, a husband has to stand up for his wife. Since it isn't appropriate to go after Sylvia, he has to come to me. Lorist let Auguslo in. He gave Sylvia's rear a light slap as he waited. Go hide this out. I'll deal with this for you. I hope you last longer tonight. Sylvia gave him an embarrassed glance before leaving. He heard the king's loud footsteps as he entered. He didn't bother to stand up. Instead, he remained laid back in his chair as he stretched out his hand. Forget this matter and I'll give you 50 catapults. What do you say? Ah, Auguslo mused, 100, and I'll treat it as if it never happened. Hee, Lorist laughed, shaking his head, 50. That queen of yours ain't worth 100. No way, she is my wife and the kingdom's queen. Don't you think it's a slight on my reputation without at least 100 catapults? The Second Highness's insistence was already clear. Lorist withdrew his hand. Fine, if you don't want 50, then you'll get none. Do whatever you want, I'll take it all. Just tell me if you want to end our friendship. Auguslo was stunned. Locke, what's the meaning of this? Why aren't you following the script? He cried. Script? What script? Shouldn't we bargain a little more and settle in the middle? With that, we can both step down with our reputations intact. How could you end it all like this? Lorist laughed for a moment before his face sunk into a resting bastard face. My offer is final, 50 catapults and not one more. You should understand better than anyone that I offered you 50 catapults just because it's you. Do you think I would bother making it up to anyone else? Fine, 50 it is. Though Auguslo knew that it was already Lorist's baseline, he was still not satisfied. Why don't you go slap her again and give me 100 catapults instead? Lorist laughed so hard he lost his breath. Those 50 in your wit Elian should be more than enough to take down quite a few walled cities and forts. You shouldn't be too greedy. Also, I can't be bothered to slap your wife. Come to think of it, I think you owe me an explanation for why you broke up with my cousin. Auguslo sighed and took a seat. A cup of wine. Genalio served some wine and immediately left again, closing the door to the study behind him. Lorist got the wine bottle and poured himself a cup as well, which he downed in one gulp, before handing the rest to Auguslo. The latter didn't bother with the cup. Instead, he emptied the bottle directly into his mouth. After a loud burp and a sigh he began. I have wronged Glacia. Of course you have. She joined you when she was 18 and has been by your side for 20 years. She charged into battle for you, fought wars for you, and served you in the night. She gave you all the time she had in the prime of her youth. Even if you are wary of us, you of all people should understand how loyal she was. I didn't think you'd abandon her so easily and let her leave. I really look down on you, Your Majesty. This just confirmed I was right not to cooperate with you. If this is how you treat a woman so loyal to you, how much easier would you throw us away once you had no further use for us? Mocked Lorist coldly. You can't blame me, argued Auguslo. Since Lorist was being forthright, he didn't bother with false pretenses. Your forces are strong enough to exterminate nations like it was a mere stroll in the park, yet you're unwilling to help me reunite the empire. Do you really think I can not worry about you? I'm afraid your methods would be far worse if you were in my position. I'm already really tolerant of you. Tell me. Do you think I could really take Glacia as my queen? But, Your Majesty, you know we aren't the least bit interested in the throne. Our house's centuries-long legacy should be ample proof. We pledged allegiance to you because you were the legitimate heir to the royal family. You know I don't have much ambition either. All I want is to develop my dominion and spend my days in peace. It's really unfair for you to be so wary of us. No, no. The Second Highness said as he shook his head, Locke, I know you don't have much ambition. I have no choice. If I took Glacia as my wife, as the kingdom's strongest duke, you would influence its affairs one way or another. Given that Glacia is a Norton, you will always back her. Even if you pledge your allegiance to the kingdom, you can't promise that your descendants will do the same. I have to consider the future beyond those currently heading the houses. So you're saying you're taking a woman from House Fisibelan so they can be our foil? You're willing to give up on Glacia, who has followed you for over 2 decades, just for that? Auguslo laughed bitterly. I won't deny I did hold the thought at one point. The real reason is to take House Fisibelan back into the kingdom, including the old empire's 2 border provinces they control, and use them to attack the 4 duchies. Locke, you know my dream is to rebuild the empire. Through reuniting it, my name will be recorded and remembered in the annals of history. Blade Master Xanthai asked that I marry someone from the house. She said Duke Fisibelan wouldn't be persuaded otherwise. At first, Princess Sylvia was supposed to be the one I married, but you'd already taken her as your wife. So, I simply chose another. I don't love her. I made it very clear to Glacia that I was doing this for the Empire, nothing more. If she were willing I would have taken her as my second wife, but she would have none of it. Do you think I don't feel bad? I really don't have a choice. Since you were unwilling to help me, I had no choice but to ask House Fisibelan. There's no way I can defeat the duchies with just 3 legions and 150,000 men. I need to borrow the strength of others. House Fisibelan has deployed 2 legions. Coupled with the 4 houses, we have more than enough to wipe out the duchies now. After reclaiming the 11 provinces and recuperating for a few years, we can finally take back the Empire's land the Union now holds. Lorist sighed deeply. He felt great pity for the king all of a sudden. For the sake of reuniting the Empire, he was willing to take any step necessary, like he was possessed by a demon. He didn't hesitate to slaughter the traitorous nobles. He was also ready to sacrifice his love to gain House Fisibelan's support. But people couldn't come to agreements if they weren't on the same page. Had it not been for his allies, Lorist wouldn't have bothered to help with the upcoming war. Fine, let's just consider this the last time. All right, I'll join the war this time to sate your desire for revenge. I won't let you command our forces, though. We will decide how and when to attack. I guarantee we won't miss the opportunity should it present itself, so I hope you won't hold me back. Auguslo cracked a smile and gave Lorist a high five. Deal. The king was quite happy with the results of his visit and refused Lorist's cordial invitation to having dinner together. He said he had to go back to Rose Palace and calm the slapped queen down. Do you really think you can handle the scheming old fox? Lorist couldn't help but ask as Auguslo was leaving. The king smiled brightly. What do I have to worry about with House Norton around? Lorist shook his head, a bitter smile on his face, as he watched the king leave. Why, aren't you the real schemer here? You know the one I'm most wary of is Duke Fisibelan. So you let them do what they please without much consideration. You understand that if House Fisibelan regains their strength, they would slap me down hard first. You're letting them clutch your leg for a chance of surviving and rebuilding. I have been unconsciously made a weapon with which you threaten that old fox. Chapter 419 Declaration. It is not the oath that makes the man trustworthy, but the man the oath. Norton Lorist. The Second Highness soon left. He had to take the queen back to the capital before leading Wit-Elian to Southern. His trip would take about 2 months, so the war would only start in the middle of the 8th month. Currently, it was only the 5th. A large military camp had already been built in southern. House Norton's Tigersaur and House Phelim's Pegasus were the first to arrive. The 2 legions' camps sandwiched Third Frontier. Firm Rock was still stationed at the border with Eastwild to maintain security. Lorist planned to mobilize Tigersaur, 2 sentry divisions, and 2 divisions from Jaeger. Tigersaur would be the vanguard. The sentry divisions and Jaeger's divisions were brought along for training, to provide them with experience. The other reason was to ensure numerical superiority so the Fisibolans wouldn't do anything fishy. Even if they were on the same side, Lorist wasn't willing to let his guard down. Duke Fisibolan had been acted within his bounds as of late. Even after seeing that the released soldiers were armed with only old and beaten armor and rusted weapons, he just sighed a few times and resisted the urge to make his objections heard. He moved in to live alongside his soldiers. Xanthai, however, sought out Sylvia to vent her frustration by talking bad about Lorist, forcing Sylvia to get her husband to give out thousands of better weapons and make up for it. Ken Mays mobilized 2 heavy armored divisions, but they would first meet up with Wit Elian before heading to southern. Shazin mobilized all his forces. All 48,000 had departed and would arrive in southern in another 10 days. It was apparent that Shazin was rubbing his hands in anticipation of a huge haul. As for House Fisibolan, they were mobilizing 2 legions. Apart from the freed Third Frontier, they also mobilized another legion. They had brought quite a lot along, so their journey would take longer and they were estimated to arrive in southern in the 6th month. Apart from the 4 houses and House Fisibolan's forces, the landed Delamacan and Winstonian nobles had brought their private armies. The furthest ones even came all the way from the capital. They didn't bring many men, though. The smallest were around 10 strong, the largest around 100. They all traveled together in a huge convoy that totaled roughly 10,000 by the time they arrived. However, it seemed they weren't there to go to war, but rather, to make a killing pillaging. Much to Lorist's surprise, his lover, Ariatali of House Dina, also brought around 100 farmers. She even got into trouble the moment she entered the military camp. It was not surprising that a rare female knight would be teased by the rough crowd. However, she was far too short-tempered and got into a fight immediately, setting off an incident that resulted in 1 dead and 3 injured. The whole camp broke into a commotion. Lorist only discovered what was going on after sending Lowe's to stop the fighting. Exceedingly troubled, Lorist had no choice but to send Charade to deal with it by paying reparations for and to the dead and injured. However, not only did Ariatali refuse to let it go, she even demanded Lorist avenge the 7 casualties on her side. Lorist had no choice but to have her men stationed at the campsite of the sentry divisions and punish her in his unique way in order to calm her down. Despite the various commotions, it was soon the 20th day of the 6th month. House Fisibolan's 2nd Legion arrived. The moment Lorist heard the report Firm Rock sent from the borders, he knew both he and Auguslo had fallen for it. The legion mobilized wasn't a frontier legion like they had thought, but rather House Fisibolan's newly formed reserve legion, 35,000 grassland barbarians graced with 50,000 war horses and a large number of leather armor and weapons for Third Frontier. They looked more like proper light cavalry again. That old fox? Thought Lorist furiously as he glanced at Duke Fisibolan. It so happened that the other was looking at him and even shot him a slight smile. Lorist nodded and had Lowe's increase their guards. He had thought House Fisibolan would mobilize both frontier legions and was wondering whether he should cause Duke Fisibolan some trouble during the attack so they would lose more men and further weaken them. But now, there was no need. The reserve legion's loss wouldn't impact the house in the slightest. After all, grassland barbarians were a dime a dozen. As long as the house had money, they could recruit as many as they wanted. Duke Fisibolan was obviously trying to save Third Frontier and use the reserve legion for the main charge. Though Lorist had gone through the trouble of arming Third Frontier with poor armor, the Duke now had a good excuse to not send them into battle. He had truly miscalculated. On the 27th day of the 6th, Lorist received Tarkal's report. The four duchies were aware of their movements and even knew the war would erupt in 8th. So far, Handra, Farkle, and Forand had prepared. Each had formed a legion 45,000 strong and were preparing to form a second. At the moment, the three legions were on the march to Shabaj. They would likely arrive at Rimad by the 30th of the 7th. They would later set up fortifications with the intent of bogging them down at Rimad. They wanted to turn this into a war of attrition. Additionally, ever since exterminating Maline, Duke Shabaj had moved their capital to Mesen Castle in Mesen. After their defeat during the war between the four houses and House Fizibalan, they had sought to defend themselves from further attacks by stationing the duchy's 2nd Legion in Rimad, the 1st Legion, 45,000 strong, in Mesen, and a division of 12,000 at Egret Swamp to prevent Auguslo from attacking there. Even if Shabaj still had a population of around 800,000, having a standing force of 100,000 was definitely no easy feat. Hence why the 2nd Legion relied mainly on the support of the three other duchies. When word of Andernach's upcoming invasion spread, Duke Shabaj requested aid from his allies and held a recruitment drive. Mesen used to be House Maline's hereditary dominion. After it was conquered, the whole Maline family, save a 7-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl left at the imperial capital, were put to death. Though Duke Shabaj had moved his capital there, he couldn't capture the citizens' hearts, resulting in the snail-paced war preparations. Nowadays, the Duke could only rely on his 1st Legion. It was the greatest pillar of his house. He planned to join up with the three other duchies before heading to Rimad. Lorist looked at the map for quite a while before he sent someone to call Duke Fizibalan, Philim, and Shazin for an emergency war council. During the council, he briefly summarized the intel he had. Pointing at the map, he said, "So far, Handra, Forand, and Farkle's reinforcements have yet to arrive. While Wit-Elian hasn't arrived for us either, given how urgent the situation is, I don't want to wait. Let's attack as soon as possible and force the reinforcements outside the border." Shabaj contained 3 provinces. Rimad and Mesen were former dominions of Maline. The other province was Jigzay, the original hereditary dominion of House Shabaj. Originally, both Jigzay and the neighboring province, Samora, belonged to them. But when Auguslo was trapped in Frederica, he asked Duke Maline to reinforce him by deploying his troops at Samora and fight with the 4 duches. After Maline fell, Shabak occupied Rimad and Mesen while transferring their former dominion, Samora, to Farkle. The duchy now had an oblong shape. If Lorist and the rest could barge their way into Jigzay, they could gain the initiative. They could attack Forand in the south or Farkle in the west. As a result, the 4 duchies would be forced into a passive, reactionary position. Shabaj would also have no choice but to turtle up and defend while the other 3 couldn't reinforce it at all. They would only be able to protect their borders. The others were all experienced veterans who could tell his decision was the best choice under the circumstances. Philim and Shazin weren't a problem since they were part of the alliance. They all turned to Fizibalan. If he insisted they wait for Wit-Elian and Auguslo's arrival before launching the offensive, they would pretend Lorist didn't bring anything up and get ready for a long, grueling war. Duke Fizibalan looked at the map wordlessly. Finally, he turned to Lorist and asked, "How do you all plan to attack?" "Simple," Lorist said as he pointed at Jigzay, which belonged to Shabaj, House Fizibalan's Reserve Legion and 3rd Frontier, and House Philim's Pegasus are all light cavalry. You can drive straight into the province and avoid the citadels all the way to Jigzay. Seal off Forand and Farkle's borders and pillage the 2 duchies to force them to send their reinforcements there instead. Count Shazin's forces and the nobles will go to Mesen and encircle Mesen Castle. We just need Shabaj's 1st Legion trapped. I believe our surprise attack will catch the Duke off guard. They believe our attack will only start in the 8th. Their preparations aren't finished yet, so we can catch them with their pants down. Duke Shabaj can only stay and defend Mesen Castle. As for Tigersor, they will deal with Shabaj's 2nd Legion stationed in Rimad before regrouping with Shazin at Mesen. We can plan our next moves then. Your forces will have to hold the borders until then. Philim and Shizan both agreed. Fisibalin, on the other hand, just stared at Lorist. 2 conditions, he finally said. First, you may not sabotage my legions. Second, you will pledge the logistics support is kept fair and is the same as that of the other houses. Swear to the war god in the name of House Norton's ancestors. I won't trust you otherwise. Lorist blushed, some sweat trickled down his neck. He had thought he was the only one cautious of his opponents. He didn't Fisibalin also saw him as a crook. Both sides were incredibly wary of a huge commotion breaking out. Fine, I'll swear, Lorist said, but you must also swear your allegiance to Andanak with Singwei as your witness and pledge to be serious in this war. Only if you swear publicly can I treat you fairly. Will you withdraw Firm Rock if I do? Countered the Duke. No. That's a different matter entirely. Firm Rock is just a garrison force. They aren't part of this war. What does your oath have anything to do with them? The 2 argued for the rest of the meeting before they arrived at a compromise and made their oaths publicly. Lorist was quite satisfied that he didn't have to withdraw Firm Rock from the borders, and Duke Fisibalin was assured he wouldn't have to worry about being caught in a trap. One more question. How will the spoils be split? Asked the Duke. Lorist gave it some thought. You keep what you get. To prevent conflict, we can even designate which areas will fall into whose jurisdiction. All right, agreed the Duke as he stretched out his hand. Chapter 420 The battle begins. This is an operation by no means to be despised in war, although it is rare, and less brilliant than a great strategic combination which renders victory certain even before the battle is fought. Lowes, on surprise attacks, in his book A Treatise on War. On the 5th day of the 7th month, year 1781, the Four-House Alliance launched a surprise attack on the 4 central duchies Shibaj. On the 6th day of that month, House Norton's Tigersaur attacked the duchy's 2nd Legion. The battle lasted for half a day before the Legion finally crumbled. The Legion's general, the gold-ranked knight, Morind, escaped with what remained of the once proud Legion and withdrew to Farkle. On the month's 9th day, House Shizan's and various other nobles' forces encircled Mesen Castle. Duke Shibaj guessed that his enemy was just above 100,000 strong and didn't dare to send the legion he had in the city out. He huddled in the castle and waited for reinforcements. On the 11th day, Philim's Pegasus and Duke Fisibalin's Reserve and 3rd Frontier Legion arrived at Jigsaw and began raiding the region. The troops defending the area soon fell into complete chaos. The neighboring provinces Samora of Farkle and Freewood of Forand were greatly alarmed. The reinforcements originally intended for Shibaj were diverted to Samora. Lorist's sudden attack had caught the 4 duchies completely off guard. They had focused their attention on Auguslo, not much had been spared for anyone else on his side. It didn't help that the logistics of effectively gathering information on an entire kingdom's nobles, each acting independently, was impractical. Do not forget that Lorist's Fury Bear was quite the novelty in its day. No one else had thought of setting up a network of professional informants. The duchies had both considered themselves and been considered by others the enemies of the 4 houses since the day of their defeat at the hands of Lorist at the behest of Duke Fisibalin. Shibaj, who shared a border with Southern, had created a 2nd legion to prepare for the inevitable, eventual invasion and sealed its borders with the 4 houses' lands. Philim, who resided in Southern, also sent Pegasus to watch the border. The 2 sides had apparently completely antagonized each other. It was no longer a question of if they would go to war, but when. The locked border prevented people from crossing, but with it, information. The duchy's informants had to send their reports from Southern to the imperial capital, through the 2 southwestern provinces. From there it traveled all the way to Handra, before crossing over to Shibaj. Though they were only 2 provinces apart, the information had to make a huge detour and it took up to 3 months to reach the other of the border. The battle in Southern had happened 3 years ago by now. The reports the duchies managed to obtain were only about the conflict between House Fisibalin and House Norton, such as Firmrock's attack on Beaublaget and the long-term defense they had set up on the border. They also got word of how Duke Fisibolin had defeated Jaeger and House Felim's development of its new dominion. The duchies had dropped their guard. Unlike Auguslo, the four houses' attention wasn't focused on them. They were still caught up in a war with House Fisibolin. Given that the two sides were still entangled, the duchies reasoned they wouldn't be a target for quite a while. They regretted believing House Fisibolin about how the four houses were nobles of Andernach, causing them to send their forces to reinforce the Duke. In the end, not only did they manage to antagonize the alliance, they also suffered a huge loss, nearly 60,000 elite infantry. Just 3 years had passed since the loss, but they had already dropped their guard. The way they saw it, with House Fisibolin giving them trouble in the great northeastern plains, the alliance wouldn't have enough resources to turn on them. So, they focused on Andernach's king. They were aware that he hated them to the bone for betraying the empire and had had his eye on them for a long time. They didn't dare to be careless and overlook the man called the new generation's war god. Hence why the news of Auguslo breaking through and becoming a blade master was such a shock. His tour of the northeastern territories drew their attention even more. He even convinced Duke Fisibolin to return to the fold. By the time news of the planned expedition reached their ears, it was already well into the 5th month. Even they would require some time to rally their armies. Shabaj's reinforcements would arrive only barely in time. Each duchy normally only had one standing legion, with the exception of Shabaj. The moment there was an invasion, they would rally more men, split the usual force in half, and fill their ranks until they became 2 legions, their experienced veterans leading the new recruits. This way, the overall strength of their legions didn't decrease by much. One of the legions would stay at home and defend the duchy from whence it hailed, and the other would mobilize to meet the enemy. If the war dragged on, the 2 legions would switch regularly so neither ever became too fatigued. After receiving word that Auguslo was going to attack them through southern, Handra, Farkle, and Forand all ran conscription campaigns and sent their legions to Remad whilst keeping a close eye on the king's movements. The king was going to return to the imperial capital to move Wittelian from the borders of the 2 southwestern provinces to southern. By the time that was completed, it would already be the 8th month, and the attack would only take place in the middle of the month. The reinforcements would have erected their defences around Remad already. The only thing left was to wait. The duchies weren't in a rush and did everything according to plan. They indeed hadn't predicted that Lorist would attack more than 50 days earlier than planned without waiting for the king. It completely flabbergasted the dukes. Didn't they say Auguslo's Wittelian was still only at Delamac? Weren't they going to join up with Duke Kenmaze's 2 heavy armoured divisions? Given their speed, it would take at least a month more to reach southern. Why has the Northlands and House Fisibolin started already? Aren't they afraid of the king's rage? Dukes Farkle and Forand snapped out of their daze, and started to panic, when news came from the front lines. Felim's Pegasus and Duke Fisibolin's 2 light cavalry legions had barged into their duchies and begun raiding the settlements. Not only did they take wealth and riches, but also citizens. The 2 dukes cursed Duke Fisibolin angrily for forgetting how they helped him and betraying them. He conscripted more men and started setting up defences at their borders. At the same time, they asked Duke Handra for help. Given the situation, neither of them could be bothered with Duke Shabaj. Their forces were mainly infantry, though they lacked cavalry entirely. They had agreed to aid the Duke 3 years earlier because they had been guaranteed a steady supply of steeds, but the plan was ruined by Duke Norden. Not only did he break the trade route with House Fisibolin, he also unknowingly disrupted their supply of steeds. Though there were some in the duchies, there weren't enough to form a proper cavalry unit. As a result, their forces were completely helpless when faced with Fisibolin's 2 legions and Felim's Pegasus. With their hit-and-run tactics, Farkle and Forand's garrisons were forced to act defensively. They had to sit in the settlements and wait to be attacked. This persisted until the reinforcements arrived Samora's border. Once the 3 legions secured the border, however, they suffered horrendously. Duke Fisibalan's suggestion to leave Third Frontier at the border to hold the enemy's reinforcements while the reserves barged into Foreign through Freewood all the way to Foreign's capital, Patro, had struck home, hard. The fires of war spread across the duchy. Duke Foreign was completely overwhelmed. He tried to hold down the fort as best he could whilst he sent word of his predicament to the other dukes. Lorist had Tigersaur press forward and destroy all the crucial forts and attack the village strongholds around Rimad after eradicating the duchy's 2nd Legion. At the same time, he instructed his 2 divisions from Jaeger to sweeping across the province and capture all the civilians and scattered soldiers. They were to be moved to the Northlands. Lowes finally arrived in Mesen 2 months after the war began and joined up with Shizan. The whole of Rimad had already been swept through. Only wasteland was left. Duke Shabaj, who had been cooped up in the castle, finally made the decision to break out. The city had a native population of 70,000, which had swollen to 100,000 with the refugees from the countryside. There were enough people to defend the city and the food stores could last for a year, but the Duke was getting too worried. He hadn't just sat around and waited for the hand fate had dealt him to be revealed. He tried his best to engage Shizan's forces, but he didn't gain much. The reason was simple. Shizan had a stalwart defense. The city had 3 main gates and House Shizan's forces could be split into 2 light infantry and 2 light cavalry divisions. Count Shizan stationed his 2 infantry divisions at the 2 side gates. He left the main gate to the other nobles. Their mission was to hold the camp when Shabaj's 1st Legion attacked so the Count could lead his 2 light cavalry divisions in a counterattack. By putting up a false show of strength, Shizan managed to dupe the Duke for a while, during which he hurriedly pressed the construction of the small forts. By the time the Duke was aware of what was going on, the forts were already complete. Duke Shabak had once tried to use 3 divisions to attack the stronghold near the north gate, but Shizan's 2 light cavalry divisions responded with an easy pincer. The men were forced to drop their equipment to escape. The attack cost the Duke 5,000 men. He didn't sally forth again. He might be a rank 1 blade master, but he hadn't reached the rank through his own efforts and insight. He had relied on large amounts of precious medicines to raise his strength. He feared death immensely and never led his men personally. It was so bad he didn't dare send his rank 2 blade master bodyguard. If he did, Shizan would have suffered quite severe losses. The Duke had sent out lots of informants and messengers to request aid, only a few ever returned. Those that did, brought bad news. When they reported the situation of his allies, the other duchies, the Duke slumped into his throne, despondent. Farkle had sealed its borders and Foreign couldn't even adequately protect itself. They obviously couldn't send help. Staying in the castle only delayed the inevitable. When he was informed of Tigersaur's arrival, he only had one thought: escape. Escape as soon as possible. Lowes was caught off guard completely. He had decided to let Tigersaur rest before launching the final assault, but, that night, the city's gates opened and what appeared to be every able-bodied man in the city charged out. The Duke had 1 division occupy the enemy, and escaped towards Jigsaw. Lowes and Shizan, just about to go to sleep, heard the alarms and thought the Duke was launching a surprise attack. As they ordered men around and had others gather information, they realized about an hour later that something was off. Some soldiers reported that the gates had been left open. The strongholds attacked also sent word that one of the duchy's regiments had escaped. The 2 finally realized what was happening and set off in pursuit. Before leaving, though, they had the men move in to occupy the city and rode to Lorist. The city's easy conquest was completely unexpected. Lorist hurried there with Jaeger. He arrived just as another war was about to start. Both Lowes and Shizan had left to pursue the Duke. When the nobles realized the city had been taken, they demanded to be let in to collect their spoils, but, without any such orders from their superiors, the occupying forces denied them entry. The nobles' ire had risen to the point they were about to attack the city. Seeing the nobles' men chanting "Enter the city, plunder wealth, get women," Lorist put a quick end to the confrontation. He gathered the nobles and divided the spoils. He needed manpower and Shizan needed wealth. He would take the citizenry, and Shizan would keep everything in the castle. The rest of the city was left to the nobles, divided by lot drawing. Each noble could scour his lot to his heart's content and keep whatever he found, minus the people, of course. Lorist put Jaeger in charge of overseeing the looting and keeping everyone honest. Some of the nobles were dissatisfied that they wouldn't get any women but eventually yielded. Once everything was decided and arranged, the citizenry were quickly moved out of the city. Cries and wails burst of the city walls like a dam overflowing. Lorist shut his eyes. Tell the civilians we're protecting them by chasing them out. If they fall into nobles' hands, or that of their men, well, you know what'll happen, he told Genalio. Chapter 421 War. Lorist and his 2,000 guards were on their way to Jigzay. It had been more than 10 days since the attack on Messene and Lorist couldn't have been busier. Organizing everything for moving Messene's citizens to the Northlands was taking up most of his time. They had no homes anymore, so they were now considered the lowest class of people and they hated the Nortons for it. Lorist had no real say in the matter, though. They were at war and he had protected them as best he could already. Even so, he couldn't stop them from losing their wealth, thus their hatred. At the same time, not only did he have to deal with their accommodation and food on the journey, the old, the female, and the young had to be allocated carriages. It was beyond confounding and Lorist could only escape after Kimura arrived and took over. On the way, the conscripts they passed cheered, hands full of spoils and cruddy weapons. They made way for the entourage respectfully. Lorist's face was dark and he couldn't be bothered to regard the ragtag bunch, though. To him, his so-called allies were far more worthy of hate than his enemies. He had ensured the 100,000 citizens' safety, while these conscripts raided the city for wealth. For that, they were willing to dig deep into the ground and level buildings. After they were done, they even set fire to the buildings. Had Lorist not stopped them quickly, the whole city might have burned to the ground. When he stepped in, however, they dared declare they had been given these areas and could do whatever they wanted. Lorist had hanged the nearest 10 men right there in a fit of rage. If they had really been allowed to set fire to the areas they were allowed to raid, what would the others in the city do? Were they going to burn together when the fire spread? Many of the conscripts had experienced the civil war. They were accustomed to such behavior. Some wanted to burn everything down to vent frustration at bad plunder, while others just went with the flow. Even as Lorist began moving the former citizens out, the nobles and their men plunged the province into chaos. The provincial capital had fallen, but many villages were still ripe for the picking. The nobles, unsatisfied with their plunder in the city, turned their attention to the countryside. Messene's cleansing had begun. The nobles' retinues were very different from House Norton's military. House Norton's men were disciplined and professional, the nobles' retinues were barely any different from bandits. They killed, raped, and burned without restraint. Some even tried to capture villagers and sell them to Lorist after hearing House Norton needed people, but Kimura quickly put a stop to it. He told Lorist with utmost seriousness that he shouldn't be buying people. If he did, it would set a precedent and establish a good excuse for the nobles to continue capturing people. If the house were involved in slave trading, they would be no different from slave owners, and that went against the oaths they had taken to be against the slave trade. If the nobles knew they weren't buying, they would instead turn their sights on wealth and women. House Norton could then take in the ruined villagers, who would, in turn, be thankful. Lorist knew Kimura was right. Though he sympathized with the poor villagers, he had to steel his heart. House Norton's forces could easily wipe the nobles out, but it wasn't in his ability to stop this. He didn't have the authority. This was war, a war on Grindia. The nobles and their men's behavior was only to be expected. It was really common for nobles. Noble houses with oaths against such practices were exceedingly rare. All Lorist could do to console himself was repeat the phrase, "See no evil," in his mind. No matter what, the nobles were his allies. Fighting one's allies for the enemy's sake was something only an imbecile would do. Lorist pretended he saw nothing and made it to Jigsaw. A messenger sent by Lowe's 2 days earlier reported that Duke Shabaj had successfully escaped with his family to Farkle. However, as the Duke had sacrificed part of his cohort every time he was about to be captured, only about 5,000 men of the duchy's 1st Legion remained. The remaining ones had been exterminated for trying to stop Tigersor and Shazan's 2 light cavalry divisions. Shabaj was completely lost. Apart from a few strongly defended towns, nothing remained. Even Duke Shabaj had to escape, further sealing its fate. The few forts and towns would either surrender or be flattened. Farkle was going to send 3 legions to aid Shabaj. They managed to secure Remad and erect a strong defense to hold off Pegasus, Fisibalan's reserve legion, and Third Frontier assault. Forand wasn't in as good a position, Freewood had already been breached. Even its capital, Petro, located in Prolina, wasn't safe. It frequently came under attack. Fortunately, Handra's 2 newly formed legions were sent to Forand. Duke Farkle also managed to recruit 2 legions of troops and sent one to Samora to reinforce Forand and the other to reinforce Petro. It gave Duke Forand a decent boost. He also managed to rally 2 legions. In total, there were 5 legions, roughly 200,000 men, manning Freewood's defences. The front was currently at a stalemate. Lorist was quite satisfied with how everything had turned out. He still had the initiative. The 3 remaining duchies had suffered because they didn't have strong cavalry to counter the highly mobile light cavalry. Though Farkle and Forand both had defences set up and manned by nearly 300,000 men, they had to defend 2 fronts. The Alliance and House Fisibalan only had to occupy Jigsaw and launch an attack on either front. Forand and Farkle could only fight back passively. Lorist decided to take a breather. There was no need to send light cavalry to attack strongly fortified defences. He would wait until Auguslo and Wit-Elian arrived. Reports from the rear were that upon hearing of the conquest of Shabaj, Auguslo doubled the march and had now entered southern. It would still be another 30 days before he arrived. Actually, the conquest of Shabaj did not net the Alliance and House Fisibalan much. Shazan was one of the few who fared better. He had gotten 300,000 gold fords worth of plunder, while Lorist got around 200,000 from single-handedly conquering a few towns and citadels. Philim and Fisibalan got about the same, less than 100,000. Each of the minor houses got a few thousand. The biggest gains from conquering Shabaj was manpower and food. Apart from House Norton, which needed more manpower to develop southern, Shazan also took around 3,000 households with 3 to 4 people in each back to his dominion. They were influenced by Lorist in that they focused on keeping families together. Only by doing so could the new citizens acclimatize more easily to their new environment and become loyal subjects of the ruling house. What troubled Lorist was that Duke Fisibalan had similar intentions. However, his method was crueler in that he only took in young men and women and abandoned the old and the weak, causing the outskirts of his captive camp to be littered with white heads. They begged to be reunited with their family, but their cries fell on deaf ears. When Duke Fisibalan sought Lorist out and asked him to open the borders of southern so he could send the spoils home, the latter sighed deeply and told the Duke he was rather unwilling to let House Fisibalan take so many youths into its dominion because it would only strengthen them. But as he had pledged to treat House Fisibalan as he would his allies, he would have Firm Rock open the borders nevertheless. However, he requested the youths be allowed to reunite with their family members so they wouldn't be torn apart because of the move. Duke Fisibalan nodded and left. Lorist then saw the camp's gates open, letting the old folk flood in. Cries of gratitude echoed across the plain and Lorist penned a border crossing permit. Only after sitting down did he slap himself in the forehead upon realizing that he had fallen for the old fox's trick. It was obvious the scene of tearing the families apart was made for him. The old fox was worried he wouldn't be willing to open the borders and let him through, so he came up with this trick. Otherwise, he would have chased the old people away already. He knew if he really abandoned them, the youths would hate him and his house. There was simply no way the old fox wouldn't understand such a simple principle. The reason he separated them was to stimulate Lorist's sympathy and allow them to cross the border. Lorist smiled bitterly. Whatever, there's no need to go through so much trouble. No matter how he grows his house's might, he can't catch up to me. I already have the right timing, terrain, and men on my side. If I really allow the old fox to turn the tables, I'd bang my head against a flagpole until I die. The old fox was even more careful of him than he was of the Duke. It was obvious from how he made Lorist swear to not set any traps for their forces. Jigsaw used to be House Shabaj's hereditary dominion, and it was also an agricultural province, having wide expanses of flat land. It was the perfect place for light cavalry troops to show their prowess. Following the windward of Tigersor's attack on the few citadels and towns spread, as well as the defeat and retreat of Shabaj's 12,000 troops stationed at Egret Swamp by Elsa's Jaeger Legion, it could be said that apart from the Duke himself, the Shabaj duchy was already exterminated. That war was far too cruel on the duchy. All three of its provinces were torn apart from the war. It wasn't due to the mere loss of wealth, but rather, the large droves of population that were forced to move away. Before the war, the duchy had a population of around 800,000, but only less than 300,000 survivors remained in the three provinces. Apart from the casualties of war or the refugees that escaped to Farkle, almost half of the population of the duchy had been moved to the dominions of the four houses of the Northlands or House Fisibolan, causing development in those provinces to stagnate in the following 2 decades after the war. On the 7th day of the 9th month, the late Augustlo finally arrived at the camp in Jigsaw with House Kenmaze's 2 heavy armored divisions. Following 3 days of rest, Augustlo held a military council and discussed how they should proceed with the attack on Farkle and Forand. The situation was quite clear-cut. Farkle and Forand were in full-on defense mode while Andanak held the initiative for attack and could hit wherever they wanted. Whether it be the defense line of Farkle and the borders of Samora or the defense line of Forand at Freewood, as long as either one was breached, the other duchy would also be affected. If the extermination of the 8 garrison legions at those locations were successful, then Forand, Farkle, and even Handra's extermination would be at bay. To the 3 duchies, their current predicament was far more dangerous than the first prince's invasion a decade ago. That was especially so in the case of Shabaj's extermination and the infiltration of Andanak's forces into the heart of the duchy. From both terrain and military might, the 3 duchies were at a disadvantage. Augustlo hoped to leave only 1 light cavalry legion to hold back Farkle's 3 garrison legions and focus all the other military resources on breaching Forand's defense line at Freewood. Even though there were up to 5 garrison legions there, that defense line was spread out and the terrain was flat, which made it even more suitable for a cavalry attack. Augustlo was going to use Wittelian and House Kenmaze's 2 heavy armored divisions to breach one of the spots on the defenses to make an opening, while House Fisibolan's Reserve Legion and 3rd Frontier, House Felim's Pegasus, House Shazan's 2 light cavalry divisions and Lorist's Tigersor would enter Forand through the opening and attack Handra and Farkle from the rear, deciding the outcome in one battle. The king said, "The 3 duchies are an egg. Their only hard points are the 2 defense lines before us, and as long as we can breach it, we'll be able to taste the sweet, delicious yolk within. I believe that the might of our combined forces is unmatched and they won't be stopped. Wars are won through might and things are fell through fights. The 4 central duchies will soon be history, so I wish that you will give this your all and make wondrous contributions to the unification of the empire." Chapter 422 Trenches and Mud Walls. These moments of nocturnal prowling leave an indelible impression. Eyes and ears are tensed to the maximum, the rustling approach of strange feet in the tall grass is an unutterably menacing thing. Your breath comes in shallow bursts, you have to force yourself to stifle any panting or wheezing. There is a little mechanical click as the safety catch on your crossbow is taken off, the sound cuts straight through your nerves. Your fingers grind on the grip of your sword. The encounter will be short and murderous. You tremble with 2 contradictory impulses, the heightened awareness of the huntsman, and the terror of the quarry. You are a world unto yourself, saturated with the appalling aura of the savage landscape. Knight Mika Veers, commander of the 3rd Trench Rat Squad during the First Battle of Forand. "March forward!" cried one of the company lieutenants as he drew his sword. He instructed his troops to push the shield carts filled with sacks of mud forward. Auguslos Wittelian had been attacking the defences around Freewood for 6 days and 5 nights without rest. The Legion had lost 10,000 men without punching a hole through the defences. It wasn't Auguslo's fault. The 3 duchies' troops knew the defences were integral to their survival. Even though their losses were easily 3 times greater than their enemies', they held the line. Loud rhythmic drums echoed continuously across the battlefield. Wittelian's men pushed their large shield carts and advanced to the trenches with great difficulty. They used the earth to shield them from the incoming bolts and tossed the sacks into the trenches before they turned to run. Soon, the trenches were mostly filled and soldiers carrying wooden boards rushed forward and laid them across the trench. 4 men were struck down along the way. 1 was now dead, the other 3 injured. They had all been recovered, though. The dead one had unfortunately been struck in the head. The bolt had gone through his left eye and stirred his brain. The only consolation for his comrades was that he had likely not suffered. The trenches filling didn't bring joy to the men's faces, though. They looked infinitely fatigued, they were numb to joy or any sense of accomplishment. There were simply too many trenches still left unfilled. All the land from their feet to the horizon was covered in trenches like the scars on a slave's back. They had already filled 6 kilometers in the last 2 days, and there was at least as much still left. "They're likely digging even more as we speak," said Ken Mays. Nobody had expected this. The attackers had taken a month's respite after their first offensive as they waited for the rest of the invasion force to catch up. The enemy had used the quiet wisely, though. They had dug a massive network of trenches for who knew how many kilometers. The true extent of the network was still unknown, but its sheer scale was slowing being unveiled as they pushed forward. A single cord was easy to break, but a net was infinitely more resilient. Lorist was reminded of a saying in his past life. He couldn't remember the exact words, but it basically said that war was the best teacher. The mudscape that now confronted him certainly didn't contradict the saying. Trenches were nothing new to the continent, but in all of Grindia's history, no such an extensive network had ever been built. Defenses were always focused on specific points, usually castles or forts. Even when forces were small, they would at most dig a trench or 2 around an encircling mud wall. House Norton's catapults had changed everything. The castles that towered over the landscape were now basically just target practice. And none of the other defensive structures were worth anything. Tigersor's sweep of Andanak in its quest to restore Auguslo's throne had proven the catapult's supremacy. During the battle for Southern 3 years ago, Lorist had used trenches and arrows to form a perfect counter against House Fisibelan's light cavalry. During a field battle, they also used the catapults to crush 70,000 infantrymen and obtain victory. He never thought the battle would inspire the duchies so much. Auguslo thought Wittelian's strength and Lorist's 50 catapults alone could easily breach the trenches and mud walls. He didn't think the walls and trenches would extend from Hell's Gate to Heaven's Door. The realization of this reality made everyone despair. How were they supposed to continue fighting? Was this some kind of mining or digging game? During the first day of the offensive, only 1,000 soldiers manned the defenses. When they were bombarded by rocks about the size of 50 human heads, they broke and fled. Wittelian managed to fill 14 trenches and breach 21 walls, but they got no spoils. All the enemies had escaped. They pressed on the second day, only to discover after advancing 200 meters that another trench and mud wall stood in their way. This time, the defenders were far braver. They resisted about half a day of catapult bombardment with the cover of their mud walls and used their crossbows to kill tens of Wittelian men in exchange for the loss of 200 of their own. Wittelian took 2 whole days to make a few paths across the trench before they advanced again, only to be greeted by yet more trenches and mud walls about 300 meters on. Everyone was furious. "What the hell," there are only a few thousand defenders and they aren't really resisting either. All they know is how dig trenches non-stop. Can this even be called a war? Auguslo could stand it no longer and gave an order he would come to regret. He ordered the legion to stop pushing the shield carts to fill the trenches. Instead, he had them rush forward and cross the trenches with their wooden boards. He was trying to conquer the trench area as soon as possible. So, Wittelian sent a division of sword and shield soldiers to mount an attack. They soon eradicated the enemy in the vicinity and they moved forward. However, the trench area was much larger than normal. By the time the division almost disappeared from sight, cries and sounds of fighting could be heard in the distance all of a sudden. Auguslo was fumbling about anxiously like an ant in a heated walk as his cavalry wasn't able to reinforce them one bit given the presence of trenches all around. The few people he sent to check the situation were killed. But if he were to send a large number of people, while they could reinforce the troops, he wouldn't be able to receive any reports on the situation and would only hear the sound of fighting get louder. The ones there were intelligent enough to know that they'd been caught in a trap. But the problem was apart from Wittelian's 3 remaining divisions, they only had House Kenmaze's 2 heavy armored divisions and Count Chizin's 3 light infantry divisions, totaling about 90,000 men. While the total number of duchy troops was around 300,000, most were infantry. There was no way Lorist and the rest could send their cavalry out as footmen as reinforcements. The problem was that Wittelian's sword and shield forces had charged too fast. Auguslo didn't think something like this would come to pass. Half the battle was already lost if he couldn't even grasp the situation. Right now, all he had to consider was whether he should send out all his infantry. It wasn't an easy decision. Duke Fisibelan had figured out Auguslo intended to breach the defences a few days after the attack began. That defences was manned by 200,000 garrison troops. It was all the soldiers Duke Forand could muster. The attacking sword and shield forces probably fell into a trap and were surrounded. The plan was possibly to lure Auguslo into sending even more forward so they could exterminate his 100,000 infantry with their numerical advantage. In the end, the cavalry would be left behind staring at the defences, unable to do anything. Auguslo discussed the matter with Lorist before finally deciding to send the 2 heavy armoured divisions in as reinforcements. It was crucial that he knew what was going on. But, just as he was pretending to mobilize, the remnants of his forces returned. They were in a rather sorry state, less than 3,000 of the original 10,000 had returned. 1 colonel and 4 captains had died. Among the 3,000 left, the 2 highest-ranking officers were lieutenants. One was lightly injured, the other hurt rather badly. Most also seemed injured to some degree. The attack proceeded unnaturally well. After they wiped out the 1,000-man garrison, the next target they had encountered were garrison soldiers in 1,000-man units. The enemy couldn't hold against the sudden appearance of the division. Before they noticed, they had advanced by a kilometer only to discover 3 completely equipped infantry divisions waiting for them. It was like they were being clubbed on the head while under the assault of the 3 elite infantry divisions. The casualties were great. The only thing about which to be glad was that the trenches behind them had served to protect them from pursuit after the colonel gave the order to retreat. They didn't expect that the trenches and walls weren't used for defense. Another infantry division had used the mud walls as cover to circle around them and seal their escape route. The division crumbled quickly. The colonel and the couple captains had fought with all they had to break through, sacrificing themselves in the process. Not long after, the enemies cheered as they raised a few decapitated heads. The failure was a slap to Auguslo's face. He, who had thought it easy to breach these defenses, was given a harsh wake-up call. He began to ask the others for ideas, but no one had any good methods to deal with this. Neither the deeply experienced Duke Fisibelan nor the witty Lorist could come up with a comprehensive plan. Lorist was the most shocked by this strategy out of everyone. "Looks like they're not as stupid as I thought. They're using trench warfare. A few informants hidden in Petro sent eagle messages that reported that almost all the civilians had been mobilized to dig trenches and erect mud walls across the 50-kilometer stretch from the front line to Petro. Even the informants themselves were conscripted. "They've really gone and done it," cursed Lorist. It was obvious the mud walls and trenches were specifically designed to counter his catapults and carabalisti. The impressive weapons were now spayed and neutered. Without elevated ground, they couldn't target effectively. There were no targets and all they could do was demolish the inconsequential walls. The duchy's garrisons also snuck around in the trenches like rats. Auguslo was well aware of this. In the next 3 days, he had no choice but to fill up trench after trench to establish a new path forward. What he didn't see coming was that the filled trenches were dug up again overnight. The legion's morale fell after seeing their hard work undone. Not only that, the enemy even began to act more actively. They harassed the men at every opportunity. Currently, Auguslo was caught in a tough dilemma. The trenches they filled were dug up in the night, and the soldiers they sent to watch the trenches would be harassed non-stop. The soldiers sent to hunt down the enemy in the trenches got lost easily or were lured into traps and killed. The situation continued for another 5 days and 4 nights, after which they'd only advanced another kilometer. Everyone was beginning to despair. How are we supposed to fight a battle like this? I'd rather the 3 duchies send all their troops against us in open battle. I wouldn't mind even if their numbers are 10 times ours. But this business with the trenches is truly far too annoying. Even the soldiers are cursing out non-stop with their morale falling fast, complained Auguslo to Lorist. Lorist then dealt Auguslo the final blow by handing him the reports he received from Petro. The king read the reports with doubt and was flabbergasted when he read about how the 50-kilometer stretch of land around Petro were covered with trenches too. He was so startled he jumped out of his seat and said anxiously, "Is Duke Forand insane? How's he going to plant crops if his whole duchy is filled with trenches?" Soon, however, Auguslo realized Duke Forand couldn't do anything but this to resist his cavalry troops' attacks. At the very least, filling the duchy with trenches could stop the offensive there. There was the other half of the duchy that could be used for agriculture, and if they didn't have enough food, they could always borrow or buy more from Handra. If the front lines couldn't be sustained, the Duke wouldn't have to consider the problem of food. He couldn't even be certain he could keep his life if Auguslo caught him. It was common knowledge that Auguslo hated the 4 dukes to the bone. "Blow the horn and return to camp," ordered Auguslo exasperatedly. Nothing he did would be of use now. The mere thought of there being another 50 kilometers of trenches and mud walls was horrifying. It seemed he would have to think of another way to attack the 3 remaining duchies. Later surveyed showed that nearly 1 million people were mobilized. They dug 431 trenches across 83 kilometers of land. The entire network's trenches were all between 2 to 3 meters deep and everything was connected. The earth dug up in the making of the trenches was used to build walls about 2 meters tall. It was hailed as a military miracle and chronicled as one of the oddest sights to surface in the history of war on the continent. Chapter 423 Stalemate. The only true fool is the man that thinks his enemy an idiot. Ken Mays. Mountains, rivers, plains, hills, plains, mountains, egret swamp. A brief description of the terrain in Farkle and Forand now occupied by Andanak could be no other way. In more than a month, the map had almost been torn to shreds multiple times. Heated arguments broke out all the time in the incessant military councils. The nights of non-stop brainstorming for new ideas tired out many of the higher military officials. Nothing, whether it be probing or reconnaissance, helped the situation. The 4 central duchies had been famed for producing the most elite infantry troops in the empire. The terrain was rather hilly, which only served to complement their strategy, defense. While they lacked cavalry, should the war continue dragging on, it would only continue to sway further in their favor. The first prince, who led an army of 100,000 against the 4 duchies, had been entangled for 3 years and eventually retreated, having suffered almost complete casualties. This allowed the duchies to invade magic and force the prince to sue for peace. It wasn't that Auguslo had never thought of aiming for the hills. The current problem was that, among the troops on their side, the only ones suited for battles in the mountain were Count Chizin's 2 light infantry divisions, just 20,000 men. There was no way a force that small could carve a path through the enemy lines. Wittelian and House Kenmaze's 2 heavy armored divisions were equipped with heavy armor. While they were great for besieging castles and defending them, having them scale the hills and travel across wetlands was futile. Even if they made it, they would be too exhausted to fight. Nobody could cross the large river on foreign borders as no one had any naval troops in the area. Boats could only ferry a few soldiers across at a time, and they were easy targets. The construction of boats would also be rather costly. Auguslo's plan to attack the 4 central duchies was originally centered around using cavalry to sweep across the plains and taking the initiative away from his enemies before waiting for the heavy armored legion's arrival to conquer the citadels and towns. He had wanted to exterminate the duchies in one go and capture the traitorous dukes. That was the main reason he gave for having Duke Fisibelan submit. However, nobody would expect that Duke Forand and Duke Farkle would dig so many trenches and erect mud walls to widen their defensive network. It completely warped the plains and rendered cavalry useless. The trenches even neutralized House Norton's siege weaponry as well. It seemed from the current situation that there was no way to continue apart from filling the trenches patiently. Auguslo was incredibly dissatisfied and had launched a few probing attacks on different locations, no avail. The results were the same. Facing them were endless stretches of trenches and mud walls. Even after Lorist handed over control of 1 Thunderbolt brigade, they still couldn't break through. As Lorist had said, "There's no target to strike. What would you be demolishing with our catapults?" When Auguslo discovered that no matter which location he attacked, the enemy would move through the trench network to reinforce it, he finally gave up and wiped the thought of more offensives from his mind. After returning to the camp, he stayed in his tent to brainstorm in hopes he could find a way to break through the current obstacle. The only reasonable method available was suggested by Kenmaze. He had come up with it based on how Auguslo crossed Cloud Snap Mountains in the snow to attack Redleys and conquer Frederica. Kenmaze believed they could launch a sudden attack in the dead of winter through Egret Swamp, which should be frozen over at that time. As long as they crossed the nameless mountains and hills at the side of the swamp, they could quickly arrive at Farkle's capital, Friamux. If they took the city, the rest would follow. Kenmaze's suggestion made the others see him in a different light. They didn't think a duke from a merchant family could actually have a talent for matters of war. It was truly shocking. But Lorist soon shot down the suggestion. The 3 remaining duchies understood Auguslo well. What Kenmaze had just suggested would definitely occur to them as well. The king's reputation was practically built on launching surprise attacks. The enemy would definitely pay attention to Egret Swamp in the winter and further reinforce their weak points. They could be forced to return without achieving much, or, in the worst case, be caught in an ambush. Not only would it make them suffer huge casualties, it would reinforce the enemy's confidence and resolve. Kenmaze wasn't satisfied at first and argued that the enemy probably wouldn't be so thorough, but he knew Lorist was right the moment he witnessed the acknowledging gazes of Duke Fisibelan and King Auguslo. The only true idiot was he who considered his enemy an idiot. Duke Handra, Duke Farkle, Duke Shabach, and Duke Forand were all elite tough nobles who had far more experience in conflict. They were obviously not as careless as he was suggesting. Duke Shabach's defeat was thanks to Lorist's sudden moves. His capabilities could already be seen from how he decisively abandoned Meissen and escaped for Farkle without Tigersor and Chizin's 2 light cavalry divisions able to do anything about it. Had he been a day late or had he stubbornly continued his course, it would have ended up completely differently. He would have either died in the final battle or ended up a prisoner of war. Actually, Kenmaze's suggestion to attack Egret Lake and head to Farkle's capital had already occurred to the others long ago, and they had given up on it for the very same reasons. The other reason was that it was still only the end of the 10th month. There were at least 2 months to wait before Egret Swamp would freeze over. The military expenditure for 300,000 troops over the course of 2 months during the cold weather was astronomical. The food they managed to obtain from Shahbaz was already running out and they would have to bring in even more. It was not only a huge undertaking but also a troublesome effort. The main mechanic of war was logistics, and should they emerge victorious, there would be profit to gain. The food they obtained at Shahbaz would at most sustain the army for a month. Nobody had expected they would be stopped in their tracks as they had been. Their original plan was to live off the resources they obtained. But most of the food had already been expropriated. Shahbaz had been cleaned. And there was the fact that Auguslo had to provide for the 200,000 civilians being moved away given his position as king. He couldn't just leave them alone, so that would have to factor into the total food consumption. So far, Camorra was stationed in Messene and used the place as a logistics outpost. All resources transported by any house would be kept there. The food Auguslo had no longer had to go through a long way to arrive from the imperial capital. The route stretched straight through Egret Swamp and past Remad to arrive at Messene. Lorist was faring rather well in that there was still a lot of resources he could ship over from Windbury through the same route from Southern to Remad and Messene. Duke Fisibalan and Shazan shared the same situation in that the distance to transport food was great, so lots of it would be consumed along the way. It was already quite impressive for 6/10 of the food they made out with to end up there. The one in the worst position was Philim. His dominion had just begun to develop. With the 500,000 civilians forced to move there, he already had to rely on Lorist for transportation costs and food for the move. He didn't have any vigor left to press the attack. Duke Fisibalan suggested they retreat temporarily and wait for another opportunity to attack in the future. It didn't mean they would give up on Jigsaw. They would leave a cavalry legion behind to hold any attacks off and retaliate. When he made his suggestion, he gave Lorist a look and obviously hinted that Tigersor was the best candidate. If Farkle and Foreign see our troops retreating, they might want to reclaim Shahbaz. At that time, having a strong force like Tigersor counterattacking would be a great blow was the gist of it. Naturally, since Tigersor wasn't a light cavalry legion and was thus slightly limited in their mobility, Duke Fisibalan was willing to leave his reserve legion behind as well. If there were any who disobeyed Lorist's orders, he could do with them what he pleased as well. While Lorist didn't really understand the reason the Duke made the suggestion, there was something lurking beneath his actions. But before he could figure out what, Auguslo announced their war council would recess for a while. He would consider Duke Fisibalan's suggestion and give his answer in 2 days. After leaving the tent, Lorist sought the Duke out to ask about the suggestion and was even willing to leave reserve legion under his command. There's no helping it. It's for the bigger picture. I can't allow this to go on. We'll retreat and lure the snake out of its hole. I believe you can deliver fast results. Even if they don't come out, don't worry. Hold them there for 3 or 4 years. The remaining 3 duchies will be unable to sustain the costs of defense and might crumble on their own. Old guy. As the Duke walked away, Lorist thought, that darned fellow is trying to keep me here at Jigsaw for a few years so I don't cause trouble in the Northlands. That's why he's even willing to let me command even the reserve legion. However, he still couldn't help but spit in spite. The reserve legion was wholly grassland barbarians. Even if he wiped them all out, the Duke wouldn't be bothered. While the legion wasn't that important, it would still make Lorist owe him a favor. He didn't imagine Auguslo would overthink the Duke's suggestion. While he understood the current situation and knew retreating was the most rational choice, the fact that he couldn't accomplish much during this war frustrated him greatly. He was really unwilling. Then came Duke Fisibalan's suspicious suggestion. What's this? Has Duke Fisibalan really made peace with Lorist? Why else would he be willing to hand his reserve legion over? The grassland barbarians are wild and disobedient and listen to nobody apart from the Duke. Yet, he's going to hand it to Lorist just like that? Did they come to some kind of agreement? Do they have some scheme in mind? It was as if Auguslo had developed a phobia for ropes after being bitten by a snake. When he was being restored to the throne, he fell for the Alliance's scheme and lost Delamock, Sigler, Winston, and Southern. The mere thought of it made him feel as if his heart was being cut open. He had even been the one to propose the agreement. Thinking back, he felt great regret and wanted to cut off the hand that had signed the agreement. While the 4 provinces hadn't been under his control, as he saw it, he should be the one to control them after reuniting his empire and leave his name in the annals of history as a great emperor. The agreement he signed was the largest humiliation in his entire bright career. So, to him, the Alliance's conquest of Iblaya and Madras was not an honorable contribution, but a sore slap to his face instead. Even if he admitted Lorist was the best choice to leave behind and keep the 3 duchies engaged, it didn't feel right for him, who couldn't understand the reason Duke Fisibelan had suggested Lorist. If he didn't have answers, he couldn't calm down. The suspicion he had about Lorist and Duke Fisibelan aiming for the duchies made him delay the announcement more than 3 days. Lorist didn't plan on staying in Jigsaw for a few years either. He decided that if Auguslo really wanted Tigersor to remain, he would leave it to Lose. He brought Lose to a hill just behind the front line to check on the situation and told Lose about some tactics he could use to deal with retreating enemies. "Do you think we can attack a front like this?" asked Lorist. Lose shook his head. "Your Grace, this is completely impregnable. I suspect this system is designed specifically to counter Tigersor's ranged weapons and cavalry. The duchy's infantry are moles, they burrow underground all the time. With the mud walls cover, we can't figure out their deployment. Usually, knowing the enemy's deployment is a great advantage to the attacking side. Also, we are cavalry troops and the enemy are trench-dwelling moles. As long as they stay in their holes and tunnels we can't do much." Beside them, Dulles, colonel of the Karo Ballista Division, spoke. "Your Grace, our ballistae are completely useless in trench warfare. It's better to use the old-style mangonels. While those don't shoot far, their shots are quite powerful and their smaller size also makes them more convenient for use in trenches like these. Our current ballistae are completely useless against these entrenchments. Our ballistae have always been famed for being able to fire further, stronger and more accurate shots, but now they are completely useless. I can't help but wonder if our research has gone down the wrong path. What would we do in the future if our enemies use these tactics again? This is troubling." Lorist patted Dulles's shoulder. "Worry not, this is but an exception. The reason Forand and Farkle can set up such a formation is that we've given them time to mobilize their civilians. The duchies always had elite infantry, so they excel in terrain like this. If any other nation copies this without any elite foot soldiers, it would be a fool's errand and they'd just be wasting their manpower and resources. If Lord Potterfang were here, maybe Firm Rock could breach their lines by attacking from within the trenches," said Lose. Lorist remained speechless. Firm Rock was currently stationed at the border with House Fisibelan's territory as its main defense. There was no way he would mobilize them. That aside, even if he did, they would still have to pay a huge price to breach the enemy's line. He didn't want to lose so many men for Auguslo's sake. "Maybe we can wait for winter. When the snow falls and fills the trenches, we can rely on sleds and snowboards to cross the fortifications," suggested Dulles. "Are you an idiot?" Lose rebuked. "Since when has snow stacked up to over 2 meters? These trenches are at least 2 or 3 meters deep. What kind of snowstorm would we need to fill the trenches? Well, we could wait for the rainy season. When the rain pours over the trenches, the mud here won't be able to hold its shape," countered Dulles with dissatisfaction. "Wouldn't we have to be rained on as well?" said Lose as he knocked Dulles on the back of his head. "Wait, what did you say?" Lorist snapped suddenly before he laughed. "Return to camp at once. I know how we can breach the lines." Chapter 424 Flooding. Move him into the sun. Gently its touch woke him once. At home, whispering of fields half sown. Always it woke him, even his trance. Until this morning and this snow. If anything might rouse him now. The kind old sun will know. Think how it wakes the seed. Woke once the clays of a cold star. Our limbs, so dear achieved, our sides. Full nerved, still warm, too hard to stir? Was it for this the clay grew tall? Oh, what made the fatuous sunbeams toil? To break earth's sleep at all? Inscription on the drowned soldier, a cenotaph for all the dead during the Battle of the Trenches. You're saying you want to flood the trenches? Asked Duke Fi Sabelin, his eyes flashing. Yes. As long as the trenches are flooded, the duchy's little moles can't stay for long. The moment they come out, they'll be in our sights. Locke, you really have come up with a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of this? Auguslo slapped his forehead. The tense atmosphere lightened up immediately. They finally had a way to turn the situation around. Everyone was glad they didn't have to stay for long. They were rubbing their hands in anticipation of continuing their invasion to show the enemy what they were made of and vent the pent-up frustration they had been bottling up over the past month. Haha, it's all thanks to Dulles. Had he not brought up the fact that the rainy season would flood the trenches and force the duchy's moles out, it wouldn't have occurred to me we could flood the trenches artificially. The moles will have no choice but to come out and face us now, said Lorist with a humble smile. Bulletin, but where will we get enough water? Ken Mays came later than the rest but still asked his question. Lorist's smile showed his teeth in full. Simple. Nebarak River isn't far from camp. We will first dam up the river, build a small reservoir, and dig our own trenches to connect everything to the enemy's network. We then just have to wait for the reservoir to fill and overflow into the trenches. We will also have to press our attack. We have to keep the project a secret and initiate the flood in the dead of night. We might just be able to give the moles a rather unpleasant surprise, continued Auguslo. We also need wooden boards, as many as we can possibly get. If we can bridge the trench during the chaos, we can drive our cavalry all the way to Patro and force the dukes into a corner. We'll get Duke Forand in one strike, added Duke Fisibalin. So it shall be, Auguslo decided. Locke, I put you in charge of the construction efforts. You can use whatever forces, including the local civilian population and any free cavalry, you need. Try to get it done in 3 days if possible. Duke Kenmays, I'll take command of your 2 heavy armor divisions. We have to put pressure on them and keep their attention on our forces. Count Chazan, take your forces and cut down as much wood as you can. Understood, Your Majesty. With this the war is on to the next offensive. This time round, however, the defending generals felt something off. They realized the heavy armored soldiers didn't attempt to fill the trenches and knock down the mud walls. They just lay a wooden board across over the gaps to cross before they used their crossbows, javelins, throwing axes, and other short-ranged weapons in a shootout with the defenders. Given the advantage of shooting from a height, they managed to kill many more than they lost. Maybe they intend to conquer our formation by severely increasing our casualties. The duchy's generals figured this must be their enemy's plan and began moving to counter them. They withdrew their troops and gathered a large force in the rear in an attempt to lure the enemy there. They could repeat the victory they had achieved last time. Naturally, they also had a division lay in wait to intercept any reinforcements. Unexpectedly, the enemy didn't press the attack beyond occupying 10 odd trenches. Instead, they saw large numbers of wooden boards brought over from the rear and erected in the trenches. What's going on? The generals had a meeting to discuss this new development and concluded that the enemy was planning to use the wooden boards to seal the trench network so the defenders couldn't attack using them. Reasoning that it must have been a new tactic involving wooden boards, the generals were led astray in their considerations of countermeasures. They used the nights to launch sudden ambushes and set fire to the boards. In one night, they managed to burn several large stockpiles. But it proved futile. The next day, the enemy brought even more boards and re-erected the blockades. They also lit bonfires at night and had crossbowmen stationed above the trenches. The moment any movement was spotted, the alarm would ring to call for reinforcements and the attack would be repelled. It went on for 4 or 5 days, but the attacking side could only occupy around 50 trenches. It relieved the defenders. Though the wooden board tactic was really effective, it wasn't that threatening. Currently, Andernach's forces were making slower and slower progress, while the duchy's resistance only grew stronger. Only a maximum of 5 trenches was now being conquered a day. It would take at least 3 years to make it to Petrot at this rate. All the dukes had to do was hold on for a few more days and the enemy would have lost all their vigor. One night, the duchies prepared to counterattack. They wanted to retake a third of the trenches. One of Forin's vassals, Viscount Sanscro, serving as the 2nd Garrison Legion's general, in command of the offensive, noticed that their enemy had not pushed as hard that day than the days before. It was like they were putting on a show. Maybe there were far too many wooden boards transported to the front lines, so many that it was muddling their offensive. The enemy's bravado is crumbling. Tonight it is our turn, said the Viscount. Didn't you notice the bastards were absent-minded today? They mobilized a division in the evening, but they don't look nearly as energetic as they were a few days ago. The time has come for us to strike back. Split one division into smaller teams and harass them through the night. Our main offensive will begin at dawn. We will push them out of the trench network entirely. Only a few dozen trenches at the very front of the network were straight, the rest zigzagged all over the place. At each of the zigs and zags corners were mud lookout platforms to help with spotting enemy movement. When an attack was spotted, everyone would hide in the trenches. No wonder the enemy considered them moles. The only direct confrontation between the two sides had taken place recently as a result of a surprise push by a division of Wittelian, and it ended in Whitelian's loss. The next ambush's scale would no doubt be far greater. As Dulles had said, the Carabalisti weren't of much use in this kind of terrain. Instead, the defending side's shorter-ranged mangonels were far more effective. The number of heavy armored soldiers injured as a result of mangonel fire had grown beyond the hundreds. Additionally, the duchy's soldiers were equipped with short swords, throwing axes, small bucklers, and other equipment better suited to the tight trenches. The heavily armored soldiers couldn't battle effectively in the trenches because they were mainly armed with spears and two-handed swords. If they entered the trenches, they would be slaughtered. So, they could only sigh in exasperation as their weapons failed them. Forin's general was quite experienced. He had quite the reputation in the duchy. Be it the first prince's invasion, the duchy's retaliation on Redley's, Auguslo's trapping, Maline's extermination, or the battle in southern, Viscount Sanscro had been involved in all of the duchy's wars. He had been promoted from a gold-ranked knight to a viscount by the duke himself and was one of the duchy's most trusted generals. Being someone who had participated in the battle in southern, Viscount Sanscro had managed to escape alive despite the severe losses. He had suffered from the experience since. His impression of the Nortons' ranged weapons couldn't be deeper. When he learned that House Norton was participating in this campaign, he stopped the standard defenses construction immediately and started figuring out how to counter their weaponry. He had been the one to come up with the trench network and so far had performed admirably. He could grasp the strengths and unique features of both the attackers and defenders, so he was filled with confidence in his planned counterattack. He would use the cover of night to harass the enemy so they couldn't get any sleep. By dawn, they would withdraw and make the enemy think the attack was finally over. When the enemy dropped their guard, he would launch a sudden attack with all his forces. The bare minimum he had to achieve was retaking a third of the occupied network. If he was lucky, he could even take back 2/3. He believed the enemy's morale would suffer heavily from such a blow and they would never mount such a large-scale attack again. The use of the wooden boards had actually put a lot of pressure on the defenders, but it wasn't sustainable. As long as the defenders were willing to pay an even higher price, they might be able to deal with it. It was late in the night. They were just a few hundred meters from the enemy. Viscount Sanscro observed his surroundings. The trench in which he was much deeper and wider than usual. He couldn't afford to let the enemy discover he was gathering his troops. They had dug out a space the size of a small plaza. The 3,000 men were resting in full battle dress. Not a single man had undone his armor. They kept their weapons by their side. Even if they couldn't fall asleep, they tried to shut their eyes and rest a bit. They were heading into battle in just over 2 hours. There were 8 of these plaza-sized pits along the front. The weather was perfect. Clouds filled the sky and obscured the moon's light. Viscount Sanskro was worried at first. The 11th month is almost here. It wouldn't start raining now, would it? Light rain would be fine, but heavy rain would be terrible. Having water gather in the trenches will be troublesome. Though it wouldn't affect our defense much, the mud will affect our speed and we'll have to suffer even more casualties. I hope the enemy doesn't think of attacking. That would be the best result. Fires burned on the front and sounds of fighting echoed across the plains. It seemed the ambushing troops had set fire to a few wooden boards, causing them to burn pretty brightly. However, a huge commotion came down the trenches. It seemed the enemy had mobilized even more troops. The fires were a little too bright. Soon the sounds of battle and murder changed. Instead, confused cries grew louder and louder. An odd gushing sound gradually climbed out of the cacophony. It crawled down the trench towards the Viscount. The soldiers he sent to harass the enemy stopped responding. The enemy's torches came closer and closer. Was his enemy launching an attack as well? His worry intensified. He popped out of the trench and hid behind one of the mud walls. Just as he peeked over the wall, the clouds cleared somewhat and the moon peeked back at him. Its dead grey light descended on the landscape. What? What the hell? Cried one of the soldiers on an outpost as he pointed at the front. Shut up, idiot! Do you want to attract attention? Cursed the Viscount. He removed his helmet and gazed ahead. The trenches crisscrossed the landscape like veins of ore. The trenches filled with a liquid, like melted silver being poured into a cast. The Viscount quickly realized the trench toward him was filling with the liquid silver quickly as well. It rushed at him with startling speed. The clouds closed in and the silver landscape descended into darkness again, peppered with yellow orbs. The gushing grew louder and louder. The Viscount paled as he realized what was happening. Get up! Get up quick! The trenches are flooding! Yelled he with wild abandon. Thus the tragedy unfolded. The plaza-like trenches where the soldiers could be gathered were a little too deep, about 3 meters. The soldiers had been resting flat on the ground. Even though some were woken or kicked awake, they were still quite dazed. The water rushed in. Those in the trench plazas panicked and started climbing out, but only 4 or 5 made it out. The troops squeezed against each other and not many managed to get out in time. As the water flooded in, everyone became panic-stricken. They knew the trenches were the deepest of them all and their unit crumbled. Everyone struggled desperately. Those at the edges tried to climb out immediately. But, when they were digging it, they even smoothed out the wall's rougher edges. It was near impossible to get out normally, much less under such circumstances. Not many get out, most were dragged back down by their comrades. To add fuel to the fire, the soldiers were all clad in metal armor. It pulled them under no matter how hard they struggled to stay afloat. The mud at the bottom of the trenches had also become soft and clamped shut like the jaws of a hungry beast, stopping them from kicking off to get a breath. Viscount Sanskro had screamed until his voice went. He managed to organize the remaining troops somewhat. He had the soldiers form human ladders to allow those in the rear to ascend first before they pulled the others up. It didn't last long, however. The water level soon rose to their necks. The shorter men were already unable to feel the ground beneath them and could only hold on to the soldiers in front of them. The soldiers in front, unwilling to be dragged down, pushed the soldiers behind them into the water, but those at the back were unwilling to let go and dragged the ones in front of them into the water as well. They struggled briefly before sinking into the depths. The sky brightened slowly. Viscount Sanskro stared at the now tranquil trenches with bloodshot eyes. The small plaza-like trenches had turned into small ponds where the corpses of drowned soldiers clumped together tightly. The couple hundred men fortunate, or unfortunate, enough to survive were shivering in the breeze. Looking at the submerged corpses and the soldiers standing at the side of the trenches, the Viscount screamed at the top of his lungs before slitting his throat. Blood splattered everywhere as he fell into the flooded, corpse-filled trenches. Chapter 425 The Two Dukes' Decisions. We burned everything. Fields, bushes, gardens, streets, the walls, the castle, everything went up in flames. Aunt Marie's shop down by the plaza was the first building in the area set alight. I've never seen flames that tall before. Even Uncle's small woodwork workshop was burned. Mother and Father's old inn wasn't spared either. I never thought I'd see my city burn. The streets were already black with soot when we set the last buildings on fire. I snuck away to set fire to my house myself. I won't let anyone else do it. Sarah and the kids are okay. She said they're heading to the Northlands to stay with her aunt and uncle. They settled somewhere near the new capital. Rose Palace, I think the place was called. Her uncle is one of the gardeners and her aunt serves as a scullery maid. This isn't my war anymore. I fought to protect my home, but it's gone now. I was willing to die for my wife and kids, but they've left now. I won't die for a duke's pride, especially not when he's the one who had me burn down my home. I think I'll slip away once we reach Handra and join them. Unknown Soldier's Diary. The wooden boards used as blockades had been converted into solid wooden bridges across the trenches. If the defenders knew they were the result of inspiration derived from a whim by the heavy armored soldiers, they would vomit blood with rage. After conquering the front part of the formation, Auguslo had arranged for the boards to be brought over so the soldiers could set up simple camps and outposts for the night watch. They would then be removed and used as bridges when the flooding came. One Wittelian captain was too troubled by the network of trenches. Their plan was to attack during the day and hole up during the night. The captain believed not sealing the trenches up and building their simple camps would invite attack from the moles. They just had to use fuel and fire arrows to set their camps on fire and disturb his troops for the rest of the night. However, Auguslo's orders were clear. They were not to block the trenches. Though the captain didn't know the flood's timescale, he wasn't willing to let his soldiers lose their lives in a night attack. After troubling himself over it, he gathered his lieutenants to discuss what they could do to deal with the duchy's moles and curb their night attacks. Just as they were scratching their heads over their lack of ideas, one of the men on watch mentioned that the wooden boards were roughly as wide as the trenches. They could just use them to block the trenches. The captain was elated. He rewarded the man heavily and tried to ascertain how he'd come up with the idea. The man said shyly that he'd gotten into trouble while transporting some of the boards. He'd startled nearby horses. His fright at their loud baying made his drop the boards. They fell into the trench and dug into the ground. It took him quite a while's struggle to get them out. His current shift was his punishment. When he overheard their discussion, he was reminded of how much he'd struggled. Thus the birth of the tactic that contributed to the demise of thousands of foreign soldiers. Had the men not been distracted by the pressure the use of the boards allowed their enemy to put on them, they would have discovered Auguslo's ploy long before it could have come to fruition. It was far too obvious and easy to detect, no amount of effort on their part could have hidden it. Unfortunately, the men were preoccupied with countering the boards. The sky brightened. As the water filled the trenches, the soldiers of Wittelian successfully arrived at the first of the plaza-like excavations. The men were broken, wet, and exhausted, they offered little resistance. Not that they really could, most were unarmed, having dropped their weapons and armor to get out of the trenches faster. Even had they been armed, they did not have the willpower or presence of mind to fight. They had watched their friends die, watched their corpses pulled along by the water down the trenches. They had been mere meters away as their comrades drowned, but had been unable to do anything. Soon, many were captured. Upon receiving the report, Auguslo, Lorist, and Fisibalin made their way over. They were also shocked to see the large, corpse-filled trenches. They had thought the flooding would only force the moles up to the surface, they had not expected the near 10,000 blue corpses. They only realized what had been happened when they were informed of foreign's planned counterattack. Such a huge coincidence. The enemy were to blame for their own misfortune. Their timing was just horrible. The 8 plazas had turned into corpse ponds. All in all, just over 20,000 lay entombed beneath them. Only those near their edges had managed to escape, the rest were now resting eternally. Viscount Sanscro's plaza had had the worst of it. Only 524 of the 3,000 waiting in the plaza had escaped. The Viscount's body had been retrieved. Auguslo had a proper wooden casket made for this enemy before his corpse was sent back to his family. Whitelion's men were currently still looking for survivors and overseeing the corpse's retrieval. One filled carriage after another passed by on the wooden road. Men were constantly filling in the gaps between the boards so the carriages wouldn't get stuck. The road was set to be extended, they were just waiting for more material to arrive. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty!" an officer cried as he hurriedly made a knight's salute. "The water has stopped further ahead." "Any idea why?" asked Auguslo. "The trenches end. The water overflowed and flooded a few low-lying areas. The scouts say the area beyond the network is 3 km wide flatland. There's another network beyond that, though. Foreign must have either not had enough time or not enough manpower to connect the 2 networks. Either that or they had been using the flat area to house and train troops." "Let's take a look," said Auguslo as he waved the horsewhip in his hand and rode towards the road. Lorist, Fizibalin, and a few others followed. "What should we do?" asked the king after his inspection. "We'll dig another trench and connect the 2. First we have to seal the reservoir again, otherwise, we'll turn this whole region into a marsh. We'll conquer this network as well. The enemy will be prepared for us this time. We won't take out thousands again," replied Lorist jokingly. "Ha ha ha," Fizibalin laughed heartily, they were so enthusiastic about digging trenches and erecting mud walls. But now they rush to demolish what they've built. Talk about turning security into fear. Their waste of energy is really entertaining. If only I could see their faces. Ha ha ha. Everyone broke into a fit of laughter. The world's changes were truly wondrous. They had thought they would have to break their backs over refilling the trenches while foreign's troops dug more. But now the tables had turned completely. Now they were the ones digging trenches and the enemy were the ones filling them in. Auguslo nodded. "Very well. Duke Kenmaze, cooperate with Whitellion in your attack. Take at least 10 trench lines. Your use of the wooden boards was truly genius. Reward whoever came up with the idea well." Kenmaze was all smiles. "Naturally. The house will promote him and use him well." Auguslo nodded before he turned to his guards. "Have the logistics team speed up. We need a lot more boards. Also, erect a temporary campsite. Whitellion and the heavy armored division will rest in shifts. Also, tighten our defenses, I don't want any counterattacks." "Understood, Your Majesty." Duke Foreign stared at the old, algae-filled walls of his castle. It had been built over 17 years and had since weathered centuries of war. Who knew how many plots it was privy to, how many life-changing decisions and declarations it had heard. Its name, Summer Palace, had been given during the time of the Christian Empire. It had been one of the most famous palaces in the empire. The Duke had lived in it his whole life. His smile and silhouette had been traced in every nook and cranny, secret or otherwise, of the place. "Your Grace, we need to go," reminded the captain beside him. The old man withdrew his unwilling gaze with a sigh. "I must be the most unfilial descendant. I'm actually abandoning my house's pride and dominion, a dominion over which we've reigned for nearly 3 centuries, to escape to Handra. If my ancestors were to know of this, they'd definitely curse me. Your Grace isn't to be blamed for this, Andanax King is. He is far too sly. He actually flooded the network. The trenches we had the whole duchy dig. The captain felt his oratory skills rather lacking. He had wanted to console the Duke, but had, instead, taken the conversation in an uncomfortable direction. The old man smiled bitterly. You've said enough, Recall. Everyone knows I spent 3 months rallying the civilians to dig those trenches. It's become a huge joke. Why didn't it occur to me that a simple flood could lay waste to my effort? Poor Sanskro. He should know I wouldn't blame him for coming up with the idea. He shouldn't have offed himself. Your Grace. The old man waved for the captain to stay quiet. He turned to look at the lonely castle. It was no longer the merry palace in his memories. It stood now as a lonely tower, gazing out over a deserted landscape. He sighed again and cleared his mind. Let's go. I hope I can come back again, to see this place as happy as it used to be. It shouldn't die like this, it's not right. My ancestors built it to be a place of happiness, not the solemn husk it is now. Upon stepping out the castle, the old man mounted his white horse. Several cavalrymen came galloping up the road. One dismounted and knelt before the Duke. Your Grace, Sir Nurai refused to withdraw. He told me to tell you that there's no way Andanak can deal with the Mountain Legion. He won't budge. He says he'll show the people you haven't abandoned them. The old Duke waved the guard up. It's no surprise. Whatever, winter is near. Auguslo won't defeat Nurai. Even if he waits till next year, Nurai should have more than enough room to hold them back. He doesn't lack for resources either. I knew he wouldn't withdraw without fighting. Leave him be. He turned to the captain. Have everyone else left? Yes, Your Grace. The first young master was the first to leave. He took everyone else from the household, the resources, and the garrison with him 7 days ago. The second young master and Sir Rimad left for Kuta. They await Your Grace. The guard regiment is all that's left. All right, let's go. Any messengers from Belias? No. Didn't Sir Belias send a messenger over yesterday? He said he can only hold on for another 2 days. Andanak's advance can't be stopped. The 5th Garrison Legion can't resist anymore. They're suffering heavy casualties. Sir Belias had to use the threat of heavy military punishment to stop the men from deserting. He hopes you will leave Petro as soon as possible. The old Duke shook his head with a bitter smile. All right. We'll leave. I hope Belias will make it back safely. The castle's exit connected to the main street of the Duke's manor. More and more citizens gathered on the sides of the road as horses continued to pass by. Everyone knew Andanak was about to arrive. Though the Duke had them dig trenches for 3 months, they still couldn't stop the enemy. Messengers from all over had come to the city to request help. To prevent the citizens from falling victim, the Duke had decided to give up on the city and leave for Handra. Everyone began tearing up. The atmosphere was grievous. Everyone stared at the Duke until the procession vanished in the distance. Just as they were about to arrive at the southern gate, the Duke pulled on the reins. A fat silhouette emerged from the crowd and made his way to the Duke. The Duke smiled. Merit, my friend, I am leaving the city to you after I leave. I hope you can keep everyone safe. It is my hope to meet you again in the future. I will do my best, Your Grace, said the man with a bow. He was a merchant who had dealings with the Salt Merchant Committee and had even visited Duke Kenmays before. The Duke had allowed him to represent the citizens in their surrender to Andanak. He had hoped military discipline would be upheld and that the citizens wouldn't come to harm. Merit, 2/3 of the food stores are still in the castle's storehouse. If Andanak wants it, they can take it. Merit froze. Your Grace, this is... The Duke smiled bitterly again. Merit, Andanak is more than 300,000 strong. If they don't have enough food, they will raid the farmers and commoners. With those resources, our citizens wouldn't come to grave harm. Merit bowed again. Thank you, Your Grace. At the same time, in the southern district of Friemux, Farkel's capital, Duke Farkel's eyes were completely bloodshot. The people have already been chased out. Why hasn't it begun yet? Start burning. Burn this place to the ground. I will not let that blasted Auguslo have my city and castle. Quick, burn everything. The wind helped the flame along. Soon, the entirety of Friemux was submerged. Tens of thousands of commoners, chased out of the city, wailed as they watched their lives crumble to ashes. Completely unmoved, the Duke turned his horse around. We leave. Head for Handra. We still have an army. We have all the time to tussle with that bastard when we reach Handra. He wants to eliminate our duchies? It won't be so easy.